Wherever you find us, a lot of ways to do so. 101.9 on the FM dial, AM 1260. And, of course, always streaming for you on that Horn app, always on your smart speaker, and always at hornfm.com. You can watch the program on our Twitch channel there at hornfm.com. And also appreciate you firing up the youtube.com at the Horn Austin YouTube page, becoming a subscriber there for us and watching through that as well. So many ways to do it and a lot to do as we crank this thing up on a Tuesday morning. And look who it is across the counter from me, the desk, the shutdown corner, holding down his side of the field 5 hours a day, 5 days a week. From DB High down in the 713 and DBU here in the 512. 4 stops in different NFL zip codes as well. A lifetime Longhorn, a football theorist. We're number 21 in your program, but always number 1 in your heart. What's up, Rod Babers?
Appreciate the intro as always, brother. Ready to talk some Texas Bama. Big week for Texas. And as we know, anything can happen in college football. We watched that last night. Actually,
one of the weirdest games you'll ever see.
Exactly. I was going to say, crazy things are happening in college football early on. But we'll get to it. We'll break it down as we do every morning. Let us salute those who choose to serve. We know that it is an honor, but also a burden. We appreciate all those who serve, whether it be God, country, or community. We appreciate you and want to salute you. So to all the first responders, soldiers, nurses, teachers on every level, waste management, it doesn't matter. We appreciate you and want you to know that we know that our society is built on the selflessness of service, and we appreciate you this morning.
Yeah,
and every
absolutely.
Morning.
Actually, was prepping for the show about 4:10. Heard the fire engines and fire trucks racing by here, going somewhere.
There you go.
Hopefully, everybody's okay. But up and at it, and hopefully, yes. You, if you do serve or whatever you do, you got a chance to kick back a little bit this past weekend, watch some college football, enjoy the 3-day Labor Day weekend. But we're back at it, and a lot to do. If you did miss yesterday's shows, we will recap some of our thoughts from the opener with Rice, but obviously, as Rod just said, time to turn full attention to Alabama.
It's time,
and week
baby.
Number 2. It's pretty clear if you saw Texas play on Saturday that there might have been a bit of a look-ahead scenario there as well as far as the game plan and the execution. Longhorns have been thinking about this Bama game since last year when they let the Bama Crimson Tide get out of Austin and escape with a 20-19 win. A game the Longhorns had every opportunity to win and couldn't close the deal.
Let them off the hook.
Let them off the hook, and now they face a pretty monumental task.
They are who we thought they were.
Going to Alabama, that's right. Well, a lot to do. But Rod mentioned the crazy game last night. The NFL kicks off on Thursday night. Big baseball series up in Arlington. We'll get to it. Let's start with the headlines on this Tuesday morning. Get you caught up with all the news as you get up and out to start your 4-day work week. Top Gun Equipment Rentals bring you the news. Yeah, we'll start in college football. Longhorns successfully opened their 2023 season on Saturday with that 37-10 win over Rice at DKR, opener that featured a dominating defense for the Longhorns and an offense that skipped and sputtered through the first half but found its rhythm in the second, blew the game open, and cruised to the win. 11th-ranked Longhorns can now turn their full attention to the much-anticipated trip to Alabama and a battle of traditional college football powers. Longhorns have been installed as a 7.5-point underdog for the game Saturday night. Texas went toe-to-toe with Alabama last year here in Austin, fell in the final seconds, 20-19, but faced the massive challenge this year considering the Tide are 84-5 at Bryant-Denny Stadium since 2008. They've won their last 20. ESPN will air the game Saturday at 6. Four-Letter Network also announced yesterday that College Game Day will be broadcasting live Saturday morning from the Alabama campus. Big-time marquee matchup. Great news yesterday for Texas. Head coach Steve Sarkisian confirmed that freshman running back C.J. Baxter returned to practice on Monday. Baxter left in the second quarter of Saturday's win with a minor rib injury, they're calling it. In that game, the 6'1", 218-pounder from Orlando became the first Texas running back to be the starting running back in the season since Ricky Williams back in 1995. Before that, it was Earl Campbell in 1974. Stunning to wrap up the weekend of college football last night. Duke Blue Devils dismantled 9th-ranked Clemson 28-7 on their home field. 2 touchdown underdogs emphatically beat the mistake-prone Tigers to notch their first win over an AP top 10 opponent since 1989. Cade Klubnik and Clemson moved the ball last night. They piled up 29 first downs, over 420 yards of offense, but had 2 short field goals blocked, turned the ball over 3 times, twice on fumbles after having first and goal at the 1-yard line. They lose that game. Major League Baseball yesterday, Houston Astros rally to take the first game of that final Lone Star Series of 2023 up in Arlington. Rangers built an early 3-0 lead, but the Astros proceeded to hit 5 home runs, 2 for Jose Altuve, 2 for Mauricio Dubon, and a big 3-run shot from the rookie catcher Yainer Diaz that capped a 6-run 7th inning that blew that game open. Mariners also lost yesterday in Cincinnati, so the Astros are now pulled even with Seattle atop the AL West. Texas a game back of both. Game 2 of that series at Globe Life is tonight. Framber Valdez for Houston. Nathan Eovaldi will make his first start for the Rangers in nearly 2 months in that game. Also tonight, Round Rock opens the series at El Paso. And in tennis, former University of Texas star Peyton Stearns saw her impressive run at the U.S. Open come to a tough end yesterday in the round of 16. 21-year-old lost a hard-fought 3-set match to the reigning Wimbledon champion, Marketa Vondrousova.
All right, man, I don't know who would have bet on Duke to just put it on Clemson like that. But if you did, you should have did it with my friends over at MyBookie. Winning season has officially returned, and now that the new football season has officially kicked off, there are plenty of opportunities to win over at MyBookie. As a bettor, you demand perfection, and MyBookie delivers NFL, college football, and a brand new cash-out system that gives you options to bet and win big all season long. First 2 legs of your parlay hit, you can cash out early, use those funds on another bet, or you can let it ride for another chance at a bigger payday. Join the MyBookie team and the MyBookie family for an entire season filled with odds boosts, free bets, and super contests. To get started, go to mybookie.ag. That's mybookie.ag right now and register for an account absolutely free. Yeah, we're talking about free 99. That's the best price you can get. When you're ready to make your first deposit, just use the promo code HORN, HORN, to grab a welcome bonus on the house. Yeah, you know what that means, on the house. Promo code HORN, HORN, to claim your deposit bonus, and for a limited time, you get a free chip to use in the MyBookie casino. So go to mybookie.ag, use that promo code HORN, and remember, you can bet anything, bet anytime, and bet anywhere as long as you're betting with my friends at MyBookie. You are betting with the best.
Betting with the best. Yeah, Duke was the big pick yesterday with Mike Elko, former Texas A&M defensive coordinator, taking over that program. You know he can coach defense. And they had a pretty good game plan for Clemson, who sputtered, kind of like Texas in the first half, just getting out of their own way.
Oh, yeah, that first half for Clemson offensively. Punt, they did have that touchdown, that 18-yard drive. They had a fumble, punt, missed field goal, and a punt. That's how they started out the game.
Just not good.
Yeah.
Just not good. And obviously, Dabo Swinney, it does feel like his program is sliding in the wrong direction. Even the addition of Garrett Riley as the offensive coordinator coming in from TCU, Lincoln Riley's brother. Meanwhile, out there at Oregon State over the weekend, DJ Uiagalelei, who was the Clemson quarterback who took a lot of the blame for the sputtering offense of the last couple of years. He had 5 touchdowns, looked great for Oregon State. So people starting to wonder. Now, Dabo Swinney, was at a loss for words after the game last night. He said, I've never had a team. We've never lost a game when we rush for 200 yards and pass for 200 yards in a game. And this one was that. They had you get the first and goal at the 1-yard line twice, Rod, and don't score. You fumble the ball. One of them, flipped the game completely when it was 13-7. And they looked like they were going to go in and take the lead 14-13. Defensive tackle gets quick penetration, forces a fumble. It pops up, and the DB picks it up. By the way, on that play, did you see the speed of Cade Klubnik?
Oh, yeah, he can run.
Chasing down that DB.
He can run. No, he's a long strider, too.
I know.
Yeah.
DB scooped that ball and looked like he was going house call for a 14-point swing, and Cade Klubnik raced him down and chased him down.
I remember that state title game, I think it was, where he hit the sideline. Maybe it was a state title. I don't remember what it was. It was one of the playoff games. He hit the sideline, and I saw it, and I was like, what? And then they told me that he ran. Did you say Ty ran track, too, I believe?
Klubnik?
Did he run track?
Yeah.
Yeah,
he was like a state champion 4x4 guy.
Yeah, that makes sense because his stride is like
he can run.
He
was tracking that dude down.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, I saw it too. I saw it when he was in high school. I was like, man, dude, he got some wheels on him.
Yeah,
he's athletic, but didn't help him in that game. And in short yardage, you're right. When you get in the red zone like that, deep in the red zone, hell, even Texas, you talked about it yesterday. And Sark, we'll hear from Sark, his media availability yesterday. He talked about it. Red zone, they didn't cash in enough.
Money downs, man.
You're going to pay the price for that in the red zone if you don't cash in and get points. And honestly, three is not enough. You're settling for 3. You need 7. In big games like that, you need 7. And now I don't know if Duke is considered a big game.
Maybe we'll see. Mike Elko's built that thing. But, yeah, that's a game. I'm always hesitant to talk about top 10 teams because we know it's all speculative at this point. We don't know who's good and not. We think Clemson's going to be pretty good, but Duke was the superior team. But not only the red zone misses, but 2 field goals blocked. And then there was right after that scoop and score scoop fumble play where Cade Klubnik tracked it down. The Duke went on to score there. So instead of 14-13 Clemson, It was 21 because Duke scored a touchdown after Klubnik raced him down, but they went in and scored. Then then they got the 2-point conversion, so it was 21-7. Clemson comes back with the ball, and they go for it on 4th down, and Klubnik is running towards the sticks to get a first down as the quarterback scramble, and he goes into a slide, and they rule that he slid before. Remember, you're down as a quarterback wherever you begin the slide. And they reviewed it and ruled that he began the slide before he got to the first down marker. But on the play, Rod, he got clobbered, and they called a targeting call on the linebacker for Duke. So it was a weird thing that Duke got the ball, but they called it a dead ball targeting call, so it was 15 yards back. Just a weird play.
New age football, baby.
That was really the end. That was really the end for Clemson at that point because they had turned it over down 14, and Duke went down and scored again. And that was not pretty for the Clemson Tigers, and Dabo Swinney starting to feel the heat just a little bit.
Yeah, because Clemson has now lost 3 of its last 4 games for the first time in basically Dabo Swinney, and first time in 12 years since Dabo Swinney's 3rd full season. That's before he got it going, and once he got it going, they kind of went on their run.
Well, and remember they got smacked by South Carolina at the end of last year. They lost to Tennessee in the Orange Bowl. Yeah. Now they lose this game here to start the season.
And now they've how about this? They also have now lost their last 2 games. You brought up that South Carolina game as double-digit favorites outright. Double-digit favorites. Yeah.
Well, and I know when we went through our Ian Rod B. Horn Top 20 countdown and we had Clemson, we talked to our insider at Clemson and asked the question, is it sliding a little bit for Dabo? There's been the parallel to Mac Brown at Texas, right?
A lot of those.
That Mac Brown at Texas had Vince Young and Colt McCoy and these 2 great transcendent quarterbacks, and went on an unbelievable dominating run.
Yeah.
And then the run came to an end because Mac Brown, in my opinion, was slow to evolve to what was changing in college football. And next thing you know, he went from leading the pack to trailing.
Mm-hmm.
And we're seeing Dabo Swinney, who has not embraced the transfer portal, doesn't like the whole NIL thing. He's a traditionalist, as it were, which is fine. But at the same time, if everyone else is taking advantage of it and you're not, are you falling behind? Are you not keeping up? And as Steve Sarkisian is prone to say, evolve or die in college football. You may not like the rules, but Rod, you got to use them where they're there.
No doubt. And it seems like they're suffering at the skill positions. They just don't have the receiver and DB talent that they once did. And, I'm sure it's affecting the trenches too. But it seems to me the eye test, they don't have the wide receiver and the DB skill talent they once had on that run as well.
Yeah.
And Cade Klubnik, I think, ended up being a good,
I think he's
a good
player.
quarterback. Yeah. But they don't have the skill talent around them they once put around those other quarterbacks either.
Yeah. Well, you're right about the Deshaun Watsons and the Justin Rosses and those type of players on the outside, and the skill talent, and even I thought Duke won the look. They gained 422 yards, so they moved the football. They just shot themselves in the foot over and over again, and were sloppy as they could be. Give Duke a lot of credit though on their home field. They protected it. They wrap up a weird weekend of college football. We saw some crazy stuff. Deion Sanders and. That incredible performance.
Deion's still talking. I love it. We're going to have to hear some more of that later on. He's still talking. He should be.
Yeah.
He should be. He should be proud of what he did.
And Deion's getting the praise, and rightfully so, because a lot of people doubted him. But Travis Hunter's performance in that game, Rod, is something we've never seen before in college football. If there's an early dark horse for the Heisman Trophy, you got to put Travis Hunter in that conversation.
It's a Shohei of football right now.
I mean,
we haven't seen a Shohei of football. We need one.
Well, Rod,
there you go.
He played offense and defense.
Exactly.
And he was the most dominating player on either side of the ball both ways.
Like I said, it's a Shohei comparison. That's only we haven't had a comparison like that actually with football. We talking about, okay, what if he's Patrick Mahomes / Aaron Donald? That's the only comparison you could have in the NFL if you kind of made an amalgamation of those players together. Now, we actually got one in the first game of the college football season. That was fantastic. He really did. So I love it. I think it's great. And Deion, we'll find that sound. He's hinting that he's got other players that he's recruiting from the high school level who also want to be, the next Travis Hunter or the next Deion Sanders. They want to be two-way players.
Yeah.
Oh, this could be a nice, beautiful little trend, unique trend that Deion gets started. It would be great. Because there are those players and they end up getting usually specialized to one side of the ball, just natural. But at first they can do it. If some guys who have that type of skill who can do it, they should do it. It's fun.
Well, look, they went to TCU on Saturday, And again, Travis Hunter was the most dominant player whenever he was on the field, whichever side of the ball he was on.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't their leading receiver as far as yards, but he made the big catches against TCU, right? I mean,
dropped some
the contested catches. I mean, he was. Then on defense, he
shut down.
Shut it down.
He was there, shut down.
Shut down the corner.
He
Shut
was
down
there,
his
shut down
side
guy.
like you do.
He's a shutdown guy.
That was impressive, to say the least.
Fun
and
to
obviously
watch,
a
though.
wild game.
Like, he's a tune-in. He's one of those guys. Why? I mean, we talked about Shohei being must-watch television. I mean, Travis Hunter becoming one of those guys. You're like, man, I just got to check him out to see if he's going to play both ways.
What's he going to do?
What's he going to do?
Well, they're going to be, outside. I mean, it's a big weekend with Texas and Alabama.
Yeah.
Game day will be at Tuscaloosa.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of Longhorn fans are making that trip and already getting itchy to get on the road. But don't forget about Nebraska and Colorado, because that'll be a sellout in Boulder.
Oh yeah,
It'll be hype, and Fox is going big with that one again. And yeah, you got to tune in to see what's next for Deion Sanders. I would say for TCU, Rod, that the game plan for Kendall Briles left a lot to be desired. We'll go back and watch that game. I mean, the weakness of Colorado this year is going to be in the trenches.
Yeah,
and they averaged 7 yards a carry, TCU. That they threw the ball 8 times more than they ran it. I mean, if you're playing Colorado, you got to run the ball. You really do have to try to control the ball and attack the trenches. And I think Matt Rule will see that and learn that, and and that's a Matt Rule style of play right there, Rod.
Yep, I totally agree, because in the transfer portal, the toughest thing to get are good linemen on both sides of the ball, because nobody's letting those good linemen go. When you build the lines of scrimmage, though, you keep the good linemen. The skill position guys, I'm not saying that they're a dime a dozen, but I think wide receiver is the deepest position in football at any level. So I think you can find decent wide receiver talent all over the place, and a lot of them in the transfer portal. A lot of decent DBs in the transfer portal. Look at Texas. Where are they getting in the transfer portal? They're getting wide receivers and DBs in the transfer portal, because you can get some good wide receivers and DB talent transfer portal. You talking about linemen? No, man. That's something you got to develop usually too.
Well, and I'll say this, Rod. Now that we've had 5 days of football, college football, and really gotten to devour it, most impressive. I mean, the Colorado win was as impressive as anything. I thought Florida State and their dominant second half performance over LSU. The Pac-12 undefeated. All the quarterback play in that conference. And then I would put that Texas defensive line, that Texas defense, as impressive as anything you saw this weekend. Rice has some pretty good players on the offensive side. It's Rice, so I'm not going to get too much. But after what we saw last year, I mean, the defensive line might be better this year, Rod, with the emergence of Ethan Burke, who had a sack and a half and a tackle and a half for loss to go with Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy and all those dudes up front. They were outstanding. The Texas D-line is something to deal with here, and that's what a matchup that is against that really good Alabama O-line this
Honestly,
week.
I agree with you, and I'll just add a little bit to it. I'll piggyback on that. Well, you could say defensive front, because Jalen Ford is he was one of the best linebackers in the country. Picked up where he left off last year with an interception. So, depending on how David Bender plays or Anthony Hill or whatever, you could go front, because he's good.
Yeah.
Like, he's also elite there too. And now that you're putting that together with that defensive line, I'm with you. It's amazing to think. Tavondre Sweat, I think let me get the Pro Football Focus stat here, because I want to make sure I get it right. And it matches up with the eye test, because even you came in talking about how dominant Tavondre Sweat looked. So Pro Football Focus said he had 37% pass rush win rate in week 1. Say that 5 times fast. Led all defensive tackles.
Yeah. Well, Jalen Ford.
Exactly what it looked like.
And Jalen Ford was the highest graded PFF linebacker in week 1 in college football.
Yeah. So you got to go
like 92.
Front. Yes. So you got to go front with those guys.
Pro Football Focus grade. He was elite and had that big interception. And
then Byron Murphy, you said, was the highest graded defensive player.
Yeah.
So,
and those 3 dudes. And
them 3 dudes.
And maybe the biggest impact was Ethan Burke, who had that sack and a half. He had another tackle and a half for loss.
And he had a miss sack. Yeah. I know he's upset with himself now watching that film. He's like, oh, man, I could have cashed in.
The mechanic, baby.
The mechanic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, that's
and Alfred Collins, if he,
And I thought Vernon
continues to play well,
brought it. So, yeah. And I mentioned yesterday,
I see what you did there.
What, Vernon Broughton?
You said Vernon Broughton brought it.
Brought it. Well, and the other one, I mean,
it's already been brought in.
There's a back angle that I saw of that 4th down play that Texas stuffed out, and Tavondre Sweat at 362 pounds jumped over a lineman. He's like a dancing bear out there. It's like, who's going to handle that monster?
I seen him one. He knocked like 3 people down.
Yeah, the athleticism for a guy his size.
So he can be athletic, or he can go out there and just be destructive.
Right? You see him and you think he's just going to like hold up the line. No. That dude's moving. That dude's penetrating. That guy was great. And the guy I'll mention again, because a lot of folks weren't with us yesterday, Rod, was number 97, Chris Ross, the redshirt freshman from Galena Park, North Shore. When you go back on your rewatch, watch him, Rod. They put him on the edge, and he was quick first step off the edge. Now, look, this Alabama offensive line is potentially elite. And so this matchup with that Texas D-line and this Alabama O-line.
This will answer all the questions that you have about the fronts.
This ain't right. I'll give you that.
The ultimate test. Listen, they've been building lines of scrimmage since they got here. That's been Sark's mission, building up the lines of scrimmage. He complained about the number of offensive linemen on the roster when he first got here. He didn't complain about much, honestly. Nope. Sark just kind of he really is not a complainer. He didn't complain about much. He actually griped about that. Like, what the hell's going on? Well, we ain't got enough more offensive linemen out here. We got so many receivers and tight ends. So they rebuilt it. Shout out to the Pancake Factory, BMDs, big money donors and boosters. And defensively, Bo Davis has done a phenomenal job developing the talent that was already here. Guys like Coburn, Ojimo, Alfred Collins now, Vernon Broughton. Vernon, it's already been Broughton. All right.
Vernon, it's been Broughton.
Vernon, it's been Broughton. That's what you get a nickname when you start balling out, Vernon Broughton. So that's what go. Keep doing it. But yeah, and now of course you got Byron Murphy. You talk about Devontae Sweat. So he's doing a great, and he's recruiting some other guys, right? Some of those potential war daddies on the defensive line. And then you got Ethan Burke, who I'm with you. I love the mechanic. I love what Jerry Hamilton said about him too, that he was a lacrosse player.
Elite lacrosse player.
And that if you watch him, that's why they put him in a 2-point a lot, and he looks more comfortable in a 2-point rather than a 3-point, because lacrosse is played up, right? You're not getting down, you know what I mean? It's not lowest pad level, that kind of thing.
It's not a leverage game.
You play a lot of it actually upright, and he's comfortable that way with his athleticism. But put all that together, your ultimate test, they've been building this line for 3 years. This is the ultimate test, because Alabama is a line of scrimmage team, and as my man Jeff House says, SEC is a line of scrimmage league.
Yeah. And Jalen Milroe will be the quarterback, and he is a dual threat problem that you have to deal with. And I know you'll take us behind the burnt orange curtain on that and how Texas can stop a running quarterback. The spies. And look, we got all week to talk about it, but man, can't wait. We'll hear from Steve Sarkisian throughout the morning as well from his Monday media availability yesterday. We appreciate you with your texts on the Specs text line, 512-337-3776. It says, guys, I love Travis Hunter, but playing 129 snaps isn't sustainable. Probably not.
It's not. That's what I said yesterday. It's just in the big games. It's like Shohei.
Yeah, do it in the big games.
It's a big game thing. Like, are we national televised game? All right, man, you're going to be playing. Oh, we got a big game in the Pac-12. All right, Travis, we're going to need you. And then you can do it selectively, situationally, play to play. Like, yeah, I agree. You can't do – that was the showcase, though. Now we talking – think about it. He had to get us talking about this young man. He had to get him in the Heisman conversation.
Sure.
In this game, we pulled the upset. And why they have the upset? Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter. Those are the stars. Now both of those guys get thrust into the Heisman conversation. It was all deliberate, and it was part of the plan. And he's not going to do that every game. He's just now saying, and now the media blitz is, hey, in the NFL, he can do it too. Hey, in the NFL, he can do it too. Can he in the NFL? I don't know, and we don't know. But it's a great conversation to have, and across the country, Deion knows how sports media works. He's worked in it. He's worked in it. He's like, man, I'll start the conversation, and all across the country, they'll have these conversations too, and there'll be Travis Hunter, free media. He's a media mind. This is part of the added value you got when you get Deion. This is why E. Hogan said, man, that Auburn State was stupid for not doing it.
Auburn?
And I said it was a brilliant hire, no matter if he won or not. It's going to get you in the news.
Yeah. Well, the media's talking about it, but it was Deion last week who openly said Travis Hunter wants to play both ways in the NFL.
Yeah.
He wants to try it. Now, is it sustainable? We'll see. A couple other thoughts. It says Alfred Collins was disruptive. That's true. He didn't really register anything on the stat page, but Alfred Collins was a factor in a big batted down ball.
That was a nice play that he had there too.
When he kept his position. This says, is Florida State the most complete team so far? But, well, they certainly look great against LSU Sunday night. And, by the way, Florida State will play Clemson in a couple of weeks. Week 4, they play Clemson. Mm-hmm. And we didn't, that
it's not as sexy as it once was in preseason.
And this says, don't forget Texas State. Oh, baby. Bobcats. Eat them up.
I saw
Waco.
A couple of Texas State shirts in the neighborhood.
They're wearing them proudly. Even Ty's wearing his now. Ty's wearing his as a graduate of the
That's the biggest story,
saying
though.
marvelous.
You've talked about the storylines from the first week of college football and kind of what we learned, but the overall kind of macro theme is that the transfer portal, inextricably linked with NIL, has allowed these programs like Colorado, like Texas State, to flip their narrative and reinvent the roster in less than one off season.
Yeah, one off season.
Just one off season.
Identifying the right pieces and bringing them in. 52 transfers come in from for Texas State, 51 for Deion Sanders at Colorado, and obviously immediate dividends. We're back. When we do, Rod's going behind the burnt orange curtain for the first time. We'll hear from Steve Sarkisian,
Yes,
the media
sir.
availability yesterday, now turning full attention to the Alabama Crimson Tide and the huge test they face on Saturday night. Plus, we'll get some Just the Facts, the What the Facts segment before the top of the hour. It's Ian Rod B on a Tuesday. BetterHelp, folks. Listen, guys, especially you guys out there, husbands and fathers, and your mental health is as important as your overall health, and maybe sometimes more. We're trying to do things to eat healthy and stay in good shape, get the exercise in where you need to, especially as you age. But listen, sometimes it's overlooked and important. Mental health, different times in our life. Racing through thoughts at night, keeping us up, waking us up early, prevents us from enjoying the good times. Right, everything's on your shoulders. It's the burdens. You're trying to deal with it internally. Turns out it's good to talk to somebody about it. It actually really is. Get professional help, and BetterHelp gives you a safe place to do that, to get out those negative thoughts, to talk through it and work on your emotional space and your emotional peace. And BetterHelp is a team of online professionals that specialize in helping us men. They understand the unique struggles we face, and so they've designed and then created this opportunity just for us. It's entirely online. They also understand we're busy. We got busy schedules, busy lives, so it's designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. All you do is go to the website, BetterHelp.com. That's BetterHelp.com, and fill out a brief questionnaire, and you'll get matched with a licensed therapist. And again, then the sessions will be online and convenient to your schedule, and you can switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. You don't have to leave your house or your office to get better help and get the help that you need for your mental health, not just your physical health. Go to the website. Let therapy be your map with BetterHelp, BetterHelp.com/thehorn today. If you put that /thehorn, you get 10% off your first month. It's BetterHelp, HELP.com/thehorn.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
And on the Horn app and at our Twitch channel at hornfm.com, YouTube as well. Just download that app and fire it up. We appreciate you wherever you are. We're going to be locked in and talking Texas Bama all week long. If you're headed to Tuscaloosa, boy, what a scene that is going to be. Saturday night, Bryant-Denny Stadium. I mentioned the update, Rod, but the headlines. Since 2008, Nick Saban teams at Bryant-Denny Stadium are 84-5.
Mm-hmm.
They've lost 5 times.
Since 2008.
And they've won 20 in a row on that turf. So that's the challenge.
Yeah.
Longhorns 7.5-point dogs on the road there. ESPN will have a game. Keep that in mind, by the way, if you're dealing with the ESPN Spectrum problem. That is an ESPN game. So if you don't have, I don't know that issue will be resolved by Saturday. You never know when those big conglomerates get into a pissing match and can't figure their business out.
It's horrible. People are losing it. People
rightfully.
on Twitter, like, they just throwing out vitriol, just straight up hatred toward
Look, I haven't had
ESPN.
I haven't had my NBC channel with my DirecTV.
Oh, me neither. I haven't had it with you. I mean, Uverse. We haven't had it for
months.
So, it's really. I thought it'd be resolved by football season. I was like, surely football season will resolve this, man. Nope.
But ESPN at this time of year is a pretty big one. Pretty big one.
That's a huge one. Do you have the 5 games that
I'll find them?
Bama has lost. Well, because
one of them's A&M with Johnny Manziel. We know that.
Well, I know one of them's Cam Newton, right?
With Auburn.
UL Monroe.
Huh?
UL Monroe.
No, that was the first year. That was
It's 2008, right?
Since 2008.
So one was Cam Newton, one was Johnny Manziel. We're basically talking
they
about
lost 3 home games in Nick Saban's first year at Bryant-Denny. So there's 8 total losses since Nick got there at home. But just 5.
Since he
had
got
3 in his first year, and then starting in 2008, it's 5 total.
So it's 2 of them will by transcendent quarterback play.
Yes.
We remember watching all of those. I those other 3, I guarantee you, most of those 5 were by transcendent quarterbacks and transcendent quarterback play. And I think that'll be the common denominator. And so if you're gonna beat Alabama, Quinn Ewers gonna have a hell of a day.
Yeah, no question.
That's just the reality of it. He's gonna have a hell of a day.
And he was on his way to a hell of a day last year in this game in the first quarter, then got hurt.
Yes, he was.
And where did that pressure come from? Right up the gut on him. And that was a problem against Rice, the up-the-middle pressure. And we'll hear Sark talking about that. Before we go behind the burnt orange curtain with Rod and hearing from Coach Sarkisian, let me mention, if you're not going to the game, we want to encourage you to come out and watch it with you and I, Rod. We'll be out at the field house at the crossing up there in Cedar Park, right across from it. It's essentially across the 183 toll from HEB Center at Cedar Park. That's the location. It is a massive indoor facility, the perfect watch party environment, in my opinion, for a big crowd. Parking is easy. Bring your own chairs, lawn chairs, and set them up and have some cold Bud Lights with us and watch this game if you're not going to Tuscaloosa. You don't have to worry about ESPN. Right? Come watch it with us, Rod. Have a good old time.
We'll hang out with the crew.
Well, for the 6 o'clock kick, we'll have a pregame show as well. That's this Saturday at the Field House at the Crossing in Cedar Park. Looking forward to that with our friends at Bud Light and you and myself and all the Horn crew out there this Saturday. But, Rod, let's go behind the BOC.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, Sark met with the media yesterday, of course, to recap the Rice game a little bit, but mostly looking ahead to Alabama. So let's not waste any time. Let's hear from the head coach of the University of Texas football team, Steve Sarkisian. Let's hear his opening statement from yesterday when he met with the media.
A couple things, just recapping last week's ball game. What I thought defensively kind of held true. I thought we played really hard. I thought that we populated the ball, tackled pretty well. I thought our defensive front, T'Vondre Sweat had a heck of a game. But we found ways to pressure the quarterback. Probably missed a couple opportunities for another couple sacks there. Creating the turnovers, really limited, I think, them to 2 explosive plays and, one of which was a self-inflicted wound. Just we didn't match a route very well. So a really good performance on the defensive side of the ball. Special teams was a little hit and miss in that we did some things really well. A couple things, you go back and watch the tape, we'd like to do it a little bit better. But that's, like I said, that's what week 1 from week 2 is. And then offensively, again, just that inconsistency early on, especially at the line of scrimmage. We made some errors up front that were uncharacteristic for us. Very fixable things, which that's what we were working on here this morning, of getting those things tightened up. A couple things in the run game as well as in the pass game. A couple of the protection breakdowns, the 4th and 1 where we don't block a free hitter right at the point of attack. So that's the good thing, that when you go watch it, that the things that occurred are fixable. But like I touched on with the team, everybody on our team has room for improvement, coaches included, where we can be better going into week 2. Clearly, week 2 is a great challenge. Going to play Alabama in Tuscaloosa, Bryant-Denny Stadium. Should be a great night of football. I know that the key to the drill for us is focusing on what we need to do to prepare and getting ourselves in the right frame of mind, mentally, physically, and emotionally to play a 4-quarter, hard-fought, very physical game.
Yeah, it's going to be physical, and I think and we'll hear some more of the sound actually coming up next segment. We'll start talking about the run game. I think I got the impression one of the things he was disappointed in was the lack of physicality and dominance on the line of scrimmage from the offensive line.
Yes.
Defensive line, of course. I mean, that was about as dominant as you can get from a defensive line perspective. But from an offensive line perspective, I think he wanted to see them play bully ball against Rice, and that didn't happen.
Yeah.
They didn't bully Rice around. They did later in the game. I think they kind of wore him down. But early on in the first half, Rice actually threw a lot of different concepts that were really effective versus the offensive line, especially in pass protection.
Well, Rod, we recorded our Monday Eyes on Texas multicast last night, myself and Mike Craven, that will be out today.
Nice.
And Craven because Craven's the senior writer for Dave Campbell's Texas Football, so he wrote all the stories for all the teams in Texas. So he did a deep dive behind the Rice curtain before the season, and he revealed to me last night that remember the former Vanderbilt coach Derek Mason, the defensive-minded coach. Mike Bloomgren and he are good friends. He's on the staff now, down as an advisor. And apparently he helped Mike Bloomgren in this defensive staff work on some things to be ready for Texas in the first game. And obviously, as you heard Sark say, we saw a lot of things we hadn't seen on film, and they had to adjust to that quickly. And again, I know fans will say, well, it's Rice. But at the same time, if they're doing brand new things you haven't seen in 8 months to prepare for the Texas game, it probably stands to reason that you might miss some things in the first half, first quarter, and that you get some adjustments, and all of a sudden, you blow it open in the third quarter.
Okay, I'm gonna respectfully disagree with Sark on stuff they hadn't seen. Literally, guys, I've been telling you about this stuff.
You're right about
for
that.
Like 7. I've been talking about it for like 7 months. So I don't know what he's talking about there. I think that was just coach speak. We haven't seen. I've been on this radio station. I've been on the Longhorn Blitz. I've been on ON Texas Football talking about that Baylor game and talking about simulated pressures with amoeba fronts and or ghost fronts and using twists and stunts.
Yep.
So, what? What? Excuse me? What? If I saw it, they got, what'd you say the coach was that was helping Rice?
Derek Mason.
He was the Oklahoma State guy?
Oklahoma State. He was a Vanderbilt head coach for a while.
Vanderbilt, okay. Yeah. So, okay. I'm just saying there's other, these programs have people like me that just sit in rooms and that's what they do. I'm giving you all the information that I gather, preparing like a player would prepare, but they have coaches that do the same thing. And to say that they've shown some things you hadn't seen, go watch the Baylor game. Go watch it. And by the way, the Bama game, same thing. Okay, let's hear cut 2, please. Let's hear start talking about the run game.
Yeah, CJ's back at practice today, which was a positive. The run game wise, there were moments when it looked really good, and I thought we started to find a little bit of rhythm there. But my evaluation of the run game might be different than others. It's how do we run the ball when they know we're going to run the ball? That's really critical, and that's something we take a lot of pride in our team run periods, the emphasis in which we do it. But like I said earlier, I thought some of the errors that occurred in the run game, why things weren't as clean as we maybe would have liked, we didn't trust our training well enough, and that's something that we need to improve upon. Because we can't guarantee what every front's going to be or what every pressure and line stunt's going to be. So we got to trust our training and use our fundamentals and use our techniques and improve upon those to make sure, regardless of what the look is that we get, that we block it accordingly and that we do it with a level of physicality that is up to our standard.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Shano has a great saying, Kyle Shanahan, who I played with and was a coach of the 49ers now, good friend. He says, be coachable, but don't be a robot. And you want the guys to, be coachable, understand their assignment, their alignment, all the techniques and fundamentals. But if the opponent does something that was, that you did not predict, that was not a part of the game plan, you have to be able to become a football player.
Yeah.
Just on the fly. That's kind of what Coach is talking about there.
Yeah, and as this text says, a positive for Sark, at least he adjusted from first half to second half, which is true. They did
Very
go
true.
to the quick game in the second.
Very true. He did.
Blew the game out. That
Yes.
21-point third quarter was, put it on cruise control. And I know they didn't cover the number, but that was the missed opportunities in the first half in my mind because the defense, after they gave up the 3 points early after the Texas turnover on downs, they blanked Rice. I mean, Rice had 60 yards. Because remember, going into the fourth quarter, I think Rice had under 80 yards of total offense in that game. They went down on that one long 9-minute drive after Texas missed the long field goal in the fourth quarter, or they wouldn't have gotten to 100 yards. And they scored that touchdown. That also prevented us from probably seeing Arch Manning make his debut because Arch was warming up on the sidelines, but that 9-minute drive, it was something that, really didn't allow that to happen because Malik Murphy just finished it up in the final 2.5 minutes of the game. Longhorns 37, Rice 10. One of the other storylines of college football in this first weekend, Rod, is something you pointed out ahead of time to say watch for. The shorter games, right? The fewer possessions because of the clock change rules.
It's happening.
Coaches don't like it right now. Some fans don't like it. But the possessions are valuable. It brings me back to the Clemson game last night. You can't fumble the ball at the goal line.
Nope.
You can't miss opportunities in the red zone. You're just not going to get enough opportunities, especially against another team that's got a good offense. That's going to move the ball on you, and we saw that with Clemson last night. We've seen it around the country in Week 1, and Rod B was the one that told you to watch for that because we're seeing fewer possessions, quicker games, which is shortening the
That's what they
opportunities.
wanted. And I think it may keep the game, keep some of the teams who are basically at a disadvantage because of the talent gap. They may have a way to keep the games close, just to choke kind of choke the clock.
Yeah, if you can move the
Play
ball and move
control
the
and
chains.
keep away. Yeah, if
Yeah.
you could do that, just play keep away for a while.
Well, we'll talk more about that because I know there are some fans out there that don't like it and didn't think there was a problem, and now the games are shorter. And as we said, the Texas game went 3 hours and 11 minutes on Saturday, 3 hours and 11, and that included the 25-minute halftime.
It's so rare that it actually went in the DVR allotted time.
Yeah,
and
you
it's
have to do the extension.
Yeah, usually you had to record the next thing, and
That never happens.
sometimes two things after that it goes over. But you're right.
Hey, coming back, what the facts?
What the facts?
Including something we mentioned with the Longhorns running back C.J. Baxter. Also, the Astros get out the big bats yesterday against the Rangers. We'll preview all that coming back. It's Ian Rod B on a Tuesday.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Let me tell you about Bud Light. Had a great weekend, and football is back. America's favorite game and America's favorite beer. I like to combine them both. That is a championship tag team, football and Bud Light. It just feels right. And during college football season, make sure that you keep your fridge stocked with Bud Light. Perfect tailgating beverage for all your tailgating activities, but also for all your football watch parties. Make sure you are stocked up with the world's best light beer. It is the sure sign of a good time and turns those good times into great times and the rest of the times into the best of times. That's why Bud Light is my go-to beverage for my Longhorn tailgates on Saturdays, game day watch parties, even NFL Sundays. Love me some Bud Light. Whether you want to toast and cheers to a brighter tomorrow or drown your sorrows, it's never a bad time to break out the Bud Light. Bud Light isn't just for anybody, it is for everybody. And the best way to get the good times going is to keep that Bud Light flowing. Bud Light, sure sound of a good time because, like I said, hey, you want to be the life of the party, you bring more Bud Light to the party. Bud Light, brewed deep in the heart of Texas, by Texans, for Texans, and damn proud of it.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Austin, Texas Sports. The Horn.
More from Sark throughout the morning. Texas and Alabama coming up on Saturday night. Steve Sarkisian going back to Tuscaloosa, where he helped Nick Saban win a national championship as the offensive coordinator. Now trying to become an assistant that goes in there. Rod, you asked the question. It's time for Just the Facts.
What the facts?
What the facts? What the facts? Brought to you by our friends at Texas Orthopedics. The 5 games that Alabama has lost in Tuscaloosa since 2008. 2010 Auburn.
We knew Cam Newton, Heisman Trophy campaign.
The Heisman Trophy winner.
Beat him, yeah, right.
28-27.
There at Alabama, too, right? It was a comeback win.
Yeah.
I remember that.
They rallied from a 24-point deficit to win that game.
Oh, that was his Heisman moment right there. It was like, because he was, oh, man, it was amazing.
2011, LSU kicked a field goal in overtime to beat them 9-6.
I don't know who
Then
the
remember they would play again in the national championship game. And
who's the quarterback at LSU then?
there wasn't a lot of offense in that game.
Yeah, see, exactly.
All D.
That's the exception to the rule. All right, who's it? And
2012, Johnny Manziel.
Okay, Heisman Trophy.
29-23.
Yeah, all-time great season.
2015, Ole Miss quarterback Chad Kelly.
He had a great game, though.
341 yards and 3 touchdowns.
But yeah, he played lights out. He may not be on the transcendent quarterback list, but he played lights out.
And then 2019, a guy named Joe Burrow locked up the Heisman Trophy with a 393-yard shredding of the Bama defense, 46-41 final.
So yeah, my theory, my hypothesis still stands that you're gonna need a transcendent performance from your quarterback, more than likely, unless your defense is like the 2011 LSU defense.
Yeah.
What's more likely? What's more likely? Quinn Ewers having a transcendent game at Alabama to lead you to victory, or your defense being an 2011 LSU caliber defense to help you win that game in Alabama? Which path to victory is more likely for you? Because that's the only two paths.
That's the only two paths.
That's why he's only lost 5 times at Alabama.
84-5. 84-5.
Yeah.
And by the way,
so what is it? Which one's more likely? Give it to
the defense.
Yes, it is.
I think
we all agree.
being standing on its head. They did last year.
They did.
They did last year.
It's a great game plan. They played well.
A couple of plays in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
And they didn't get transcendent quarterback play in that game, or they would have won. And obviously, both quarterbacks got hurt in that game for Texas. Quinn Ewers left the game, and then Hudson Card was hobbling around. Yeah,
almost beat Bama.
Well, here's another little what the fact. In those 5 losses, Rod, I just did some quick St. Edward's math, so it's probably wrong.
You should never do math on air.
I just did. I did it in my head, too.
Oh, no.
But my addition, the 5 losses that Alabama has suffered at home since 2008 have come by a combined 20 points. 20 points.
That is also silly.
1 point loss to Auburn.
Wow. That's
3-point loss to LSU, 6-point loss to A&M, 6-point loss to Ole Miss.
Wow.
5-point loss to LSU. Maybe it's 19 or 20. I mean, it's crazy.
That's
ridiculous.
Exactly.
I mean,
there you go.
Every game was a one-score game and winnable, obviously, and it took a miracle at some level.
So you know it's gonna be a one-score game, one-score win.
Yeah.
For you. It's gonna be tight.
Or it's gonna be ugly the other way, right? I mean,
but you got to go win it in the fourth quarter, and Texas has not yet proven that against good teams that they are a fourth quarter football team.
Yeah. All right. Also, Rod, from What the Facts, Clemson passed for 209 and ran for 213 last night and lost to Duke by 21 points. Entering the game, Tigers under Dabo Swinney were 58-0. 58-0 when they ran and passed for at least 200 yards.
Wow. And
the Clemson program, before even Dabo Swinney, when they had accomplished that fact, 108 straight wins until last night.
108 now, 108-1.
108-1.
But like you said, that was some weird, strange
game,
stuff
brother.
happening in that game, man. Yeah, that was some weird. And honestly, that Clemson, like I say, they lost the game. Duke won that game, but Clemson, they were their own worst enemy. I'll say that.
Duke's second largest margin of victory ever over a top 10 opponent. What do you got for me, Rod? What are your facts of the day?
I got one for you. Talking about the Oklahoma defense and their improvements.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
Brent Venables.
Brent Venables. He's on a mission. So apparently they only had 3 missed tackles, according to Pro Football Focus, against Arkansas State on Saturday. That would have been a season low for them last season. They averaged 13.5 missed tackles per game last year.
Well, can I play something for you on that? What the fact?
Is this Butch Jones?
Butch Jones.
I know. Play. This
You
is
have
good.
it?
This is no. This is good.
Yeah, this is
good.
Butch Jones, who's the
I saw
coach of
this.
Arkansas State, who was
This is
actually
good.
in tears on the sidelines in that 70 to whatever thrashing.
Hey, the grown man cry.
Didn't score a point. Here is Butch Jones, who said this is a different Oklahoma team than they were a year ago.
Brent has really done a really good job of really elevating this football team from last year. So he's done a really good job there. There was a marked difference with this football team than what we saw on video. They're tough, they're physical. I thought they out-athleted us. The speed differential is probably the most glaring I've probably seen in my career.
There you go. How many times did he say really?
I'm telling you,
He
he's
got
in shock.
5 reallys in there.
He was in shock. Brent Venables notes that he deployed 87 different players for the game too.
So, keep your friends close, your enemies closer. Oklahoma,
out there.
after their
man.
7-loss season a year ago, have improved. And
They
they
might
have
be a
used the
threat.
transfer portal.
Yeah,
And they have an easy
Yes.
schedule.
great point. So just so you know, the Big 12 is not going to look like we thought it was going to look, but Oklahoma may be better than we thought. They might turnaround might be for real. So Texas OU, baby, it's gonna be fun.
Also, it is a fact the Houston Astros now lead the American
Astros!
League West by a game over Seattle and Texas after yesterday's result. 5 home runs for the Astros. And we'll
I got an
preview
Astro stat. Can I give that?
Give
real
it to
quick?
it. Yeah, we got time.
The Astros are the first team in Major League Baseball history to have their number 9 and number 1 batters hit back-to-back home runs twice in the same game.
That was Mauricio Dubon and Jose Altuve. And then it was
It's
the
fun.
rookie catcher Yainer Diaz who hit the big blast in the 7th inning that really cracked that game open. And the Ranger bullpen it is a fact. It is not good.
They've lost, 13 of their last 17?
Yes, and their bullpen is they had another 3-run lead.
Oh,
Yeah,
Ty's not happy.
yeah. And the Mariners lost in Cincinnati, so Astros now on top. Good news for the Rangers, though. They get Nathan Eovaldi back tonight. He hadn't started in 7 weeks. He'll face Framber Valdez in Game 2 of that series. We're back. Ian Rod B. Viking Fence is the premier fence company in Austin, Texas, has been since 1972. And as I tell you, if you install or have Viking build you a new wood privacy fence or custom iron project for your home or business, you're not going to talk to Viking for a while because that fence is going to look great and last for a long, long time. Longest warranties in the industry. The attention to detail, the quality and workmanship of every fence for Viking is just off the charts. But if you are a construction superintendent, a contractor, an event planner, and you use temporary rental fence and the perimeter security on the regular, well, Viking Fence needs to be your go-to every single time. Viking is highly committed to prompt and courteous customer service when it comes to the temporary rental fence. Their flexible pricing plans allow you to fix your costs and always hit that budget. Ask about their damage waiver rate that will eliminate the untimely chargebacks. Excellent work, great service, honest reputation. It's Viking Fence. When I say put them on speed dial, it's 837-6411. Just make them part of your contacts. 512-837-6411. Viking Fence on the website is at vikingfence.com. Get a quote there. Learn all about the temporary rental fence division, see the gallery of work and all the options that they have. Let's go to the website. Remember, when you think fence in Central Texas, and certainly temporary rental fence, think Viking Fence. Oh, man, the first full weekend of college football is in the books. It started last Thursday and rolled through last night, your Labor Day Monday. And to say there were some surprises would be an understatement. We'll run through them. As Duke pulled the biggest of the stunners potentially last night. So we'll get to all of that. Also, the Longhorns, I guess we start talking about this big game they've got this week, right?
Oh, yeah, man.
Kind of a big game with the
It's
Alabama
huge.
Crimson Tide.
Might be it's the biggest game of the college football weekend, is it not?
And for a lot of people, it's not the number one biggest game of the whole year as far as a non-conference game, right? A intersectional matchup. There are some huge conference games this year where, you know, Penn State and Michigan and Penn State and Ohio State and Michigan are all going to round robin in the Big Ten. We now know the Pac-12 is going to be pretty compelling with Washington, Oregon. Oh, Oregon plays at Texas Tech this weekend. How about that? As the Ducks put up 80
nice.
with Bo Nix in week one. And then, of course, Texas Tech lost in Laramie because everything runs through Lubbock, if you don't know that. But, yeah, the Pac-12 was interesting with USC, you know, Washington.
Undefeated.
Colorado now a conversation. Yeah, they went undefeated.
First time in 40 years. This is the best start they've ever had as the Pac, arguably, in Pac-12 history, or at least recent history. And it's the farewell tour. Well, you know what? That's right. You got to have a good farewell tour. There you go.
Yeah, it's their swan song. But, yes, they're really good. And so all those matchups will be must-see TV, right, when USC plays Utah or USC plays Washington. All those teams are really good.
Agreed.
And then, you know, in the SEC, you know, you've got, you know, Georgia, Alabama. Now, LSU took the L. But the Clemson-Florida State game becomes a really big one coming up at the end of this month.
Whoa.
But as far as a non-conference game that is soon to be a conference game, this Texas-Alabama game is as big as they get. Because of Labor Day, the new AP poll's not out until this morning at some point. I am assuming Texas will jump into the top 10 because they won. You know, Clemson lost, LSU lost. We're going to see Texas into the top 10, and Alabama is number 4 right now. So this will be a top 10 matchup.
Yes, it will be.
I don't know how high Texas will go. Is it 7? Is it 8? 9? Who knows? They'll be in there, though. So this will be a top 10 matchup in Tuscaloosa because both teams handled their business in week 1. One quick note, I mentioned the Astros were in first place in the West. They are tied with the
baby.
Mariners, 1 game ahead of the Rangers. That's how that stands right now. My apologies because, yes, Astros were behind the Mariners by a game, but the Mariners lost to Cincinnati yesterday, and then the Astros won. So they're even atop the division with the Rangers a game.
Rangers are trending the wrong way.
Big time.
Wrong way.
Well, they, as I said, not only no pun, or maybe full pun intended, but a shot in the arm for them with Nathan Eovaldi tonight because Eovaldi was their best pitcher. Remember, All-Star, started the All-Star game, if memory serves. Did he start the All-Star game, or did he just pitch in the All-Star game? Memory escaping me. But he didn't. Garrett Cole started the All-Star game. But he and Framber Valdez will duel tonight. Both were in the All-Star game as teammates there, but Framber didn't even go.
Yeah.
If you remember that. Framber decided to skip the All-Star game.
And have the Astros pretty much now solidified the Silver Boot series?
Yeah, they won it.
They won it now, right?
Yeah, Rangers. The Astros have 7 wins in the season series, and the most the Rangers could get to is 6 now.
Okay.
Because if they win the next 2 games, it'd be 7 and 6 Astros for the season.
So wrapped up that.
And again, it's a broken record, but the Rangers last 10 games, 7 are against the Mariners, 3 in Arlington, 4 in Seattle to end the season. So again, the Rangers have their chance. You know, they can go win it.
I mean, it's so close. It's still. I mean, that's the closest that any division really has been in a long time. In Major League Baseball.
And it very well could go to the wire. And I'll say this: the Astros and Rangers, when they wrap up this series on Wednesday, that's it. They don't play again unless they meet in the postseason. That'll be done. Donezo between the Rangers and Astros and the Silver Boot. Let's get to the headlines, trending topics to start a Tuesday morning. Top Gun Lawn and Equipment Rentals bring you the news, and we start with the Longhorns, who successfully opened their 2023 season with a 37-10 win over Rice at DKR. It was an opener that featured a dominating Texas defensive performance and an offense that kind of skipped and sputtered through the first half. Found its rhythm, though, in the second, blew the game open with 21 third-quarter points. 11th-ranked Longhorns now turn their full attention to the obviously much-anticipated trip to Alabama, battle of traditional college powers. ESPN has announced that they will carry the game on Saturday night on the 4-letter network, but College Game Day, not surprisingly, will be live on Saturday morning from Tuscaloosa. Great news for Texas yesterday. Head coach Steve Sarkisian confirmed that freshman running back C.J. Baxter returned to practice. Baxter left in the second quarter of Saturday's win with a minor rib injury. It looked like it might have been a shoulder or something else. It's a rib problem. In that game, the 6'1", 218-pounder from Orlando, Florida, became the first Texas running back freshman to start with the first team in the season since Ricky Williams in 1995. Before that, it was Earl Campbell in 1974. Stunner to wrap up the weekend of college football last night. Duke Blue Devils dismantled ninth-ranked Clemson 28-7 on their home field. Duke's home field. Two touchdown underdogs emphatically beat the mistake-prone Tigers to notch their first win over an AP top 10 team since 1989 when Steve Superior was their coach. Cade Klubnik and Clemson moved the ball last night, piled up 29 first downs, over 420 yards of offense, but had 2 short field goals blocked, turned the ball over 3 times, including 2 fumbles after having first and goal at the 1-yard line. And finally in tennis, former University of Texas star Peyton Stearns saw her impressive run at the U.S. Open come to an end yesterday in the round of 16 in New York. The 21-year-old lost a hard-fought 3-set match to the reigning Wimbledon champion Marketa Vondrousova. All right, Rod, we'll get you a rant here coming up because what are you ranting on today? Thoughts?
Talking Alabama. People want to talk Alabama. We're gonna talk Alabama.
Got to talk Alabama.
Yeah,
they won 56-7 on Saturday.
I did. I watched that game and watched some Tommy Rees film from his Notre Dame
He's the new
play
OC.
calling days. Yeah, just try to get a feel for him. But I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty. It's because they didn't show a lot intentionally in their matchup, and Tommy Rees he's basically doing his version of Alabama's offense because Nick Saban didn't want to change a ton, but it's almost I always describe it as a cover version of a song. Everybody does different cover versions of a really good song, and Alabama's offense, he doesn't want to change it since they've evolved it so much, even since Lane Kiffin came in and Sark and all those guys. So Tommy Rees is going to do his cover version of that Alabama offense.
Remember, Nick Saban did the we're going to hire you to come from Notre Dame, but you're using our playbook.
You're running my offense. You're running our offense.
Yeah, we're not scrapping everything.
Yeah, so it's weird. I mean, it's weird to kind of get a true gauge on exactly what they're going to do and how they're going to attack Texas. We'll do our best to prognosticate and predict exactly how they're going to try to exploit Texas. I got a concept that I'm almost 100% sure they're going to try to utilize versus Texas. So we'll get into that.
Wait to hear that. Yeah. That's the insight and the depth of analysis you only get from our man Rod B. Here coming up. One other note, Rod, before we get to a quick mention.
Let's do it.
We're talking about baseball. See the story with the L.A. Dodgers. Now, the L.A. Dodgers are a complete contender, right? The Braves are the favorite for everybody, right? They're the best team in baseball, and they just beat the Dodgers in a series. But the Dodgers have serious starting pitching problems. And they got worse over the weekend. Remember we told you Lionel Messi and Inter Miami played at LAFC on Sunday, and the crowd was huge, and the star-studded lineup of Hollywood stars that were there. Well, the lineup also included Dodgers pitcher Julio Urias. He was there, and then apparently went home and this is not funny, but was booked late Sunday night and released Monday morning on a $50,000 bond, charged with felony domestic violence.
Oh, no. What was he doing?
Went home from the soccer match, and whatever happened, and that's got to be proven. But that's a third time for Julio Urias. You have to assume he's going to be suspended and may not play again this year. That's at least the second or third situation of a domestic nature involving the left-hander.
3 strikes, and you're out, brother.
And a lot of people think, especially in the wake of the Trevor Bauer situation with the Dodgers, a lot of people believe that he should have been out after 2 strikes, but now a third, and he's $50,000 bond. This is felony domestic abuse is the charge, Rod.
Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye on that. Innocent until proven guilty, but not good for the LA Dodgers.
Yeah, there's a pattern developing.
Yeah, it's not good.
A disturbing one.
And if you can sense patterns like Rod B can in the world of football, let me tell you something before Rod gets his rant. Underdog Fantasy has a new way to play alongside your favorite football team this season, and it's not a season-long fantasy situation, right, where you have to draft it and manage it and run it all year and make roster changes. Underdog Fantasy is a cool new way where it's week by week. You do a fantasy pick 'em. You pick between 2 and 5 players, select whether they go higher or lower on their season or in-game totals, and then you do what you do on Saturdays and Sundays. You watch football all day, and you can win up to 20 times your money with Underdog Fantasy in a single game by going 5 for 5. It is a fantasy game. You can win real money. It's legal here in Texas, and believe me, it's a total blast at Underdog Fantasy and perfect for those who don't want to jump into the shark-infested waters of daily salary cap competitions or those season-long fantasy leagues that consume so much of your time. You'll also love Underdog because it's easy and fast to get started and play. Sign-up process is smooth. They have a slick mobile app. It is the added level of entertainment that you're probably looking for this football season. Simply go to UnderdogFantasy.com or go to that downloadable app and build your dream team today. And always remember, when you're there, use promo code Hogan, Hogan, my last name. That's Hogan. Underdog Fantasy will double your first deposit up to $100. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Hogan at UnderdogFantasy.com. All right, Rod B., you want to jump into the rant?
Let's do it. I'm ready.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it right!
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, like I said, trying to predict exactly what Bama's offense is going to look like is a little tough. Tommy Rees coming in from Notre Dame, he's got his philosophy that he would like to implement, and Nick Saban has famously evolved that offense over time, going back to the time Lane Kiffin was there, and then even Sark was there. And he loves a lot of the concepts that he's accumulated, all right, that work in that scheme. And he doesn't want to just throw it to the side and, toss the baby out with the bathwater. Is that the term?
Yes, it
That
is.
is a terrible saying, by the way.
Yeah, where did that come from?
Exactly.
Well, they used to bathe babies in buckets.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I get. Yeah.
So then you throw the water out,
Oh.
and you don't want to throw the baby out
Yeah.
with the bathwater.
Yes. I understand.
Well,
It's
not
like
buckets, but what are those big
the
bathtub
tubs.
tins?
Yeah.
That's where you bathe babies. Can I say one thing
Yeah,
before you
please
go
don't
deep
do
dive?
that. Yeah, go ahead.
On Nick Saban, because we were talking about Dabo Swinney, Mac Brown, and maybe not evolving.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the greatest strengths of Nick Saban. Is his
Amen,
ability
brother.
to evolve
Yes.
with the game as it changes.
That's a great point.
I mean, yes, he's a great coach. Yes, he's a disciplinarian. Yes, he's a great leader. But his ability to evolve with the sport as it changes is maybe underappreciated, because you see other coaches that just don't. They just
They
don't.
refuse to.
And he used to be the yeller and the screamer and the hard-nosed guy. I mean, he
great point.
evolves with the sport better than anyone. So that's why this level of sustained success has been there, because you see other coaches not able to do it.
Amen to that. And honestly, great. And you brought this up about Mac, that Mac didn't do it when he was here, but when he went to North Carolina, he evolved.
He evolved.
He actually, remember, he used to mock the air raid and then brought in the air raid after he left Texas, went into the media for a while, did some research, and was
5
like,
years, yeah.
Yeah, and then went to North Carolina, started running the air raid. That was just him evolving as a coach. Just one example of it. But Mac admitted that, by the way. Mac admitted,
Sure he
like, no, I did research and when I was in the media and evolved in a lot of ways as a coach. So you're totally right. That's why he's the only coach in the history of college football with 100 wins at 2 FBS programs.
Mac Brown, yeah. Congrats to him, by the way. Picked up his 100th win over the weekend for North Carolina over
congrats to
South
Mac.
Carolina.
That's fan. I saw him dancing. I saw Sally in the background as Mac. I need to ask Sally how she feels about Mac now becoming a viral sensation when he starts to dance. But no, getting back to it, that's a great point, though. You're right about that. And that's how. That's why this offense that he's now kind of adopted here at Alabama. That's why it's so important to him. He doesn't want to change it, because he's taken all of the great schemes and concepts from all these great offensive minds like Lane Kiffin and Steve Sarkisian, and now he doesn't want to throw out those cheat codes and all those great schemes that he's accumulated. He wants to be able to integrate all that stuff, including Tommy Rees's new ideas too. But anyway, so. It's tough to figure out exactly how it's going to look, but I've watched that Middle Tennessee State. I watched that game, and also watched some Notre Dame games from Tommy Rees. But here's something that, just based on watching Rice, that I know Alabama's going to do. Just based on watching Alabama's game last year, which I went back and did. All right, I know it was Bryce Young, it's a different team, but I went back and watched it just philosophically to see how they wanted to attack Texas. And by the way, that was Bill O'Brien, which we'll get back to in a second too. But let's start from the Rice game last week. Rice was dominated by the Texas defense. There was one concept that Rice used that actually worked versus Texas, only one that I found with consistency, and it was empty formation. Empty formation is simply when there's nobody in the backfield except the quarterback. Everybody else is on the line of scrimmage or near the line of scrimmage to be a receiver going down the route. So nobody in the backfield. And I counted 9 empty plays for Rice. They, if you just count the passes, and by the way, there was a sack in one of those passes too. So Texas got home on one of those passes. But when they actually attempted a pass, when they actually got the ball off, he was 6 of 7.
Yeah.
He actually was pretty damn good. JT Daniels was out of empty formation. They had their only touchdown was out of empty formation. They got 2 first downs out of empty formation. They didn't have a lot of success with anything really, but you're talking about 8.8 yards per attempt out of empty formation against Texas. And I started looking at it. You look at the first down touchdown rate. That's a really good first down touchdown rate. You're talking about upwards of a 40% first down touchdown rate for Rice out of empty versus the Texas defense, which was a dominant defense. So if you're Alabama and you're looking at what worked versus Texas for Rice, you throw out empty formation. And even more so, I went and looked at Alabama last season with Bryce Young, of course. And keep this in mind, guys, and I pointed this out last year. I went back and looked at my notes. The adjustment that won the game for Alabama last season, guys, was empty. Yeah. It was the one adjustment. Remember, in the first half, Alabama had 2 snaps of empty in that game in 2022. All right, and one was an incompletion and one was a 2-yard throw, a 2-yard completion. So they really didn't do anything in the first half. In the second half, Bryce Young went 8 of 8.
Yeah,
out of empty formation, went 8 of 8 out of empty formation. He had a touchdown. That touchdown came in the second half out of empty formation. He had 2 first downs. He was able to get out of empty formation. It was the adjustment, the single adjustment that Texas could not really. They couldn't defend. They couldn't figure it out. Not enough time. I'm sure if they had enough time to game plan for it, they could figure something out. But that was the adjustment that PK and the defensive staff for Texas couldn't really counter.
Well, you know if you remember, Rod, they went empty and then they attacked the middle of the field.
Yes, they did.
With the running backs in the passing game.
Yes. And then, so, your boy went back to his notes.
There it is.
Went back to my film study. All right. So, and by the way, Alabama, you know where Alabama learned it from? You got to give credit here because that's what football theory is about. You do the deep dive. You're just a football investigator, essentially. Most of these coaches get their ideas from another game that another coach had a decent game plan for. He may not have beaten Texas, but he may have found a way to exploit or expose Texas in a way. Jeff Traylor, give Jeff Traylor and his staff credit. They're the ones who found out Texas couldn't defend empty. They ran 24 plays of it
with Frank Harris
versus Texas in 2022. Yeah, at over 9 yards per attempt. All right, out of empty formation. And then Bama decided, damn, that works. That was the adjustment that Bill O'Brien went to win the game for Bama. So in that matchup, so it's crazy how it kind of works out that way. And
and that stat you just gave is pretty revealing from Saturday because JT Daniels only completed 14 passes in the whole game.
And 6 of them were out of empty.
Yeah. I mean, he wasn't effective at all.
Right.
And so almost half of his completed passes came out of empty. And he had 26 incomplete passes, too. So that was effective again this year against Texas.
And then K-State used a lot of it, too. They averaged over 12 yards per attempt out of empty. They didn't use it enough. I've always said if Will Howard was starting for K-State, I think they win that game versus Texas, and he would have been better out of empty formation. And you go look at, so last season you had 3 teams, I think, that exploited Texas out of empty, and one of them was Alabama. Alabama is watching that Rice game. The one concept that worked for Rice was empty formation. And I've been on the record for saying this, and I actually even tweeted it out. If you just thinking about football theory overall and what concepts are most stressful for a defense to defend, in my opinion, no formation stresses a defense more than empty, and nothing violates the structural integrity of a defense quite like a dual threat quarterback. And if you combine those 2 things, I think it is nightmare fuel for any defense. And Alabama can do that because they have Jalen Milroe as a dual threat quarterback. And there's some people, including my man Bobby Burton, who made the comparison that Jalen Milroe reminded him of Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
So by the way, that tweet that I just read to you, that was from the Super Bowl. That was my observation from the Super Bowl because the Eagles damn near won that game by just going empty. Couple of stats for you for the Eagles in that Super Bowl versus Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. Empty formation with a true dual threat quarterback. He was, first of all, he completed over 85% of his passes out of empty formation, but it was the runs. He had 5 rushes for 53 yards out of empty, 3 runs at 10 or more yards, 10, 13, and a 27-yard run. He only had 1 negative play, but he also had a 4-yard touchdown run out of it. So you're talking about a really high first down touchdown rate out of empty formation when you have a dual threat quarterback. Now, that's probably the most extreme example of it, but my point is it can hurt any defense at any level.
So is it a spy situation if you're Texas here?
You could, there are a number of ways to approach it, but you could put a spy on them, but Texas has to have a plan because I believe that Alabama, based on the history, all right, Bryce Young and what he did, empty formation last season versus Texas, what we all saw with UTSA, what we all saw with K-State last year out of empty formation, what we just saw Rice do out of empty formation. I went and watched the Middle Tennessee game, and I only saw this. Honestly, this is fueling my prediction, Black Stradamus prediction even more. I only saw 1 empty formation in Alabama's first game. Only 1 empty formation, which lets people like, oh, well, that means they're not going to. No, to me, that would say they're going to run it
it's like
more.
the stat you had yesterday that Steve Sarkisian in game 1.
He had 1 target to motion, only 1 target to motion. Yeah.
Only 1 player caught a ball when he was in motion.
Yeah.
So there are going to be a lot more motion in this game from Texas.
Yes, exactly. And a lot more targets to motion. So I just think that is Alabama. They maybe wanted to see it, and it ended up being, I think, a 5-yard reception or something like that. But to me, if you want to beat Texas, one of the ways that I would do it is I'd go empty. If I have a dual threat quarterback, I'd go empty formation, and I'd force Texas to either put a spy on my quarterback, and he better be a damn good spy, because if he ain't, it's one-on-one in the open field, I still can win. And if you put multiple spies on him, that means everybody else is going to be one-on-one, 0 coverage across the board. So that is how I think Alabama's going to attack Texas. So Texas better have a plan for empty formation and how to spy, deploy multiple spies in multiple ways to neutralize Jalen Milroe.
Well, I love Bobby Burton's comparison. I've actually made it too. Jalen Milroe to
Jalen Hurts.
I
agree with
similar players. I mean,
strong.
He's 6'2", he's 220, he's a great runner.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, Steve Sarkisian has history with Jalen. He recruited Jalen Milroe to Alabama.
That's a great. Yes, that's a good point.
Remember when Jalen Milroe from Katy Tompkins, he committed originally to Texas.
Mm-hmm.
But then when Quinn Ewers committed to Texas, if memory serves, he then decommitted and went to Alabama. But then, of course, Quinn Ewers decommitted and went to Ohio State.
Crazy.
And then so it was Steve Sarkisian who was continuing to recruit Jalen after he'd already committed to Texas. And that's how that all fell. And now, of course, after he recruits Jalen Milroe, he takes off, and now he's the head coach of Texas. And he's going to face Jalen Milroe with Quinn Ewers.
Funny
how it all cycles out with these quarterbacks who grew up going to 7-on-7 camps and Elite 11 camps together. Yeah. Jalen from Houston and, of course, Katy, and Quinn from the Metroplex. So the battle of quarterbacks. And it's fair to say, the quarterback who has the better game, that team's likely to win the game. I mean, last year it was a very even game, 20-19. In the end, Bryce Young outplayed the Texas quarterbacks and made more plays.
He did, and he did them out of empty. he did it out of empty formation.
Yeah,
and back I said, Bama was the one to expose Texas in that way, because after that, UTSA copied it, K-State copied it. A lot of teams copied that model. I think they're going to bring it back again. Different coordinator, though. It's Bill O'Brien. But remember, it's not Sark's. It's Saban's offense.
It is.
But being called by Tommy Rees.
All right. We will, some great matchups. That's just one of them. We got all week to discuss it, Texas and Alabama. Longhorns do have the all-time record. It would surprise a lot of people that even with last year's loss by a point, Texas leads the all-time head-to-head matchup. Texas and Alabama, 7-2-1. 7-2-1, Rod.
I like that.
That is a number, but of course we've given you the number that Nick Saban has only lost 5 games in that building, on that field in the last 15 years, for crying out loud, 16 years.
Mm-hmm.
And they're by a grand total of 20 points. So it's an uphill battle without a doubt. You can play your best game there and not win it. We'll come back and continue these conversations. Here's some more from Steve Sarkisian from yesterday's availability, the offseason, and the early start for Xavier Worthy, and how he is really cranking this thing up. Also, what he thought from the run game and the running backs in Game 1 for the Longhorns, and great news on C.J. Baxter. All coming back here on Ian Rod B.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. We all know Austin is a beautiful city. As a matter of fact, I'm watching the sunrise right over my shoulder with the skyline in the background. It's a beautiful thing. Thanks in no small part to the skilled craftsmanship of our good friends over at Ironworkers Local 482. You see the labors of their love all over this city, and you may not even know it. You could be driving by one of these exquisite landmarks like DKR Stadium and the Pennybacker Bridge, and thinking to yourself how beautiful it looks, and not even know about some of the creators of such great monuments. They've been helping shape Greater Austin since 1935, and as our city continues to grow and thrive, so does Ironworkers Local 482. They don't go to the office; they're the ones who build the office. So if you are looking for an exciting new career, maybe you're frustrated with your work choices, maybe you want something fresh, something new, maybe you want to feel valued by your employer, you can become a valued member of Ironworkers Local 482, and you'll accept the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself while helping shape Austin's economic development. Right now, they're hiring over 3,000 people for a huge project right here in Central Texas, and you can become a member of Ironworkers Local 482 and take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that helps shape the future of our great city. So maximize your potential today and be your best self. Simply go online and apply at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org.
For the top of the hour, we will play a little Bullish or BS, including Rod was able to track down the audio from the young lady who wore the white boots and the romper in the Pittsburgh pugilism situation. And
shout out to Dave Portnoy. You found her. She was great.
Barstool found her.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out she was protecting her mama.
It was her mom. See, that's why she went crazy. You'd go crazy too. Somebody was beating up your mama in a porta potty.
Yeah, and see, that now all makes sense to me, and we'll hear from her coming up because I know a lot of people weren't with us yesterday to hear it because they were not laboring on Labor Day.
That's a good point.
Not labor. I wanted to re-rack that if we could because we went after the whole thing. But she reportedly, because we were watching that video over and over again, saying, "Okay, what the heck happened here? Where did she come from?" So apparently, she cut in line from the one girl to get into the porta potty to go to the bathroom. White boots girl, Rod.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then while she was doing her business, mom was there. Her mom
was trying to
and the
guard
lady,
the door.
And the girl who cut in line was mad, and so they got into it, and that's what started the initial fight. And then mom,
2 girls jumped on mom.
Yeah, there were 2 friends there, and so then when White Boots came out of the porta potty, she saw what was happening to her mom, and that's when she rolled in there and just started going.
All she saw was red.
Yeah,
Think about
Steven Seagal.
Think about how much rage you have. Think about your mama being jumped in a porta potty. Just think about that right now. You walk out the porta potty and your mom is being beaten up and jumped by 2 people in a porta potty. I would, you know what? Everything she did was justified. Honestly, when I saw her kick the other girl in the
Makes
face,
sense now.
You know what? It's all justified.
Even if it was 2 women.
Yes,
and it was
even more.
Yeah, you can't. No, I can't. You know what? I would have a little restraint, so I'd probably just throw them out to the side. But yeah, you jumping my mom in the porta potty, that's gonna be consequences, man. Yeah, exactly.
Well, and I'm sure while she was doing her business, she heard the ruckus.
She heard it.
She heard the ruckus.
Her mama like, help me. She's like,
and she kind of knew going in that there was some
it's time to
some
go.
dust up
She
happening.
had no hesitation. She walked out at porta potty like Superman out of a phone booth. Like, she just ready to roll. Just,
she was like a superhero.
And then she became...
She's an Avenger.
Oh, man. And every man across the country who saw that was like, I am disgusted, but also turned on at the same time. Hey. Who is this woman? And they found her. See, that's how you know Barstool was thinking like every man. We got to find this woman.
Let's hear what Steve Sarkisian was thinking. We'll hear that before the top of the hour. A little highlight from Dave Portnoy's interview with her. But you were just talking about Jalen Milroe and the Alabama offense and how empty formation could be a big factor in this football game. Can we hear from Steve Sarkisian yesterday talking about the Alabama offense and one Jalen Milroe from Katy Tompkins High School here in the great state?
Well, Jalen's a fantastic player. I got a chance to recruit him out of high school. He's got a dynamic arm. He can make every throw in the book, off platform, on the run, doesn't matter. He's a tremendous runner. He's an elite runner with the ball in his hand, with his speed and his physicality. And he's highly competitive. He's a really good leader. And the thing probably that concerns me the most about that is they're very balanced. They can run the ball with the runner. They've got really good speed on the perimeter with Isaiah Bond and Jermaine Burton and that crew that they have there. They utilize their tight ends, and they got a physical offensive line. And so you put all that together, and then ultimately the threat of the quarterback run. They've got a multitude of quarterback runs, whether they're zone reads, power reads, quarterback direct runs, quarterback scrambles on third downs. That's probably the biggest thing that's the toughest to prepare for, that we're going to have to spend extra time of how do we control and contain the quarterback with his legs. The rest of the offense is the offense which you see, and it's good, and it's very well designed, and they've got really good pieces. But the quarterback run, and they're going to run the quarterback. It's not a secret. What they did in week 1 is we're going to get something different, and that's okay. But making sure that we are accounting for number 4 in all of the quarterback run games is going to be a real key to the drill.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's the biggest factor to account for in the game, in the matchup, in my opinion.
Agreed.
Because it's really it's going to be really tough. It's tough either way to try to defend a dual threat quarterback, but you have to devote a player to do it. Just him in the run game, every time you have to have a player who is now assigned to the QB, which takes away your numbers advantage you'd usually have, right? And Sark talks about having a numbers advantage. You do that by, forcing the offense to double team guys like T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy, and playing more man-to-man defense. That way you can use that extra guy you gain in the numbers advantage there, whether it be on the line or whether it be in the secondary, and devote them to stopping the run, or put that guy as a free safety on the back end. But if they go empty, and all your DBs are now assigned in coverage, and then now you got a spy on Jalen Milroe, man, a lot of your resources are exhausted. And from down to down, all you need is one guy to miss an assignment or to be late on an assignment or miss a tackle on that quarterback, and you can see big runs, big gains. So that it is a concern. And that offensive line for Bama, Texas offensive line is really big, averages 6'4", 324. The Bama O-line averages, this is crazy, 6'5", 340.
Yeah, 339 is what I saw.
339, yeah.
Damn.
It's crazy.
Big boys, big humans.
Big humans.
Well, but if he is a factor without a doubt, and I'll say this for Jalen Milroe, and we saw him last year when Bryce Young got hurt and he had to come in, and that was, he's a better player this year. You have to assume than he was even at that moment, but he was rattleable, right? Yes, he can run, and a lot of times, Rod, he wants to run.
He does want to run.
So how do you make him a passer, right? You want to make him try to beat you with his arm because he's not Bryce Young throwing the ball yet. He's not Bryce Young with the accuracy. You just heard Sark say he's got an elite. He can make every throw, but sometimes it's inaccurate, especially if you speed up his clock. And that's what the Texas defensive coaching staff has to come up with in the pressure packages, because if you can speed him up and make him throw and not let the run game be his feature, you have a chance, a real good chance, I think, because he has not shown he's a polished enough thrower, kind of like Jalen Hurts when he was young in his Alabama career, right? You could make him a thrower. If you could make him a thrower, you had a chance, and that'll be the Texas assignment on defense, and it looks like they may have the personnel to do it. Wanted to hear, because the other side of that ball is, Texas' biggest assignment is Jalen Milroe. Alabama's biggest assignment is Quinn Ewers, and you know that Nick Saban is trying to make Quinn Ewers beat him and give him exotic looks and make him rattled, which he has shown prone to do. Here's Sark after watching the film, what he thought of Quinn Ewers and his performance on Saturday.
I think there's just a level of confidence in Quinn that's different. A year ago, he's making his second career start and probably still learning our offense, quite frankly, and the nuances of our offense. I think there's a level of confidence in him this year around and focused in on, how does he operate plays in the system in a way to help the other guys, and not because he's got a pretty firm grasp of what he's doing. But to me, the biggest thing showed up Saturday with just the maturity, the way he rebounded coming out of halftime after a couple frustrating things. I know the quarterback takes a lot of the brunt of when things aren't just clicking smoothly on offense, but we blew some protections that weren't on him, and he took some unnecessary hits and sacks that weren't on him. We didn't run a couple routes very well, especially on a couple deep balls when you go back and watch the tape and how we ran them, and then the throw looks errant, but quite frankly, the route wasn't exactly where it was supposed to be either. And so, but that's the life you live as a quarterback, right? You assume the blame, right? And then you give the praise when it's good. And so, but for Quinn, that didn't rattle him. We got back at halftime, we got things kind of rectified, and came out and played a really clean first 3 drives there in the second half. So I think that he's in a good space and ready to go this week.
All right, that's the battle of quarterbacks, Rod. Quinn Ewers and Jalen Milroe.
I agree that, that is the quarterback position. I also think in the second half, a lot of the game plan was built around the strengths of your young quarterback, the RPO game, the quick game, short intermediate throws. And when he is allowed to do what is kind of the strength of his skill set, allowed to execute what is the strength of his skill set, he's more confident.
Yes,
he's throwing with more confidence. When he's got to throw deep balls, he's not throwing with confidence. He knows the numbers. He knows he's not a good deep ball thrower. You think we're telling him something he don't know? You know what you're good at and what you're not good at. And when you're doing something you're not good at, aren't you insecure about it? Aren't you a little bit like hesitant, like, I'm not good at this, but I'm gonna go out there and do it anyway. But when you're doing something you're good at and you know you're good at it, oh man, the confidence you have. You know what I mean? And
whatever happened to Quinn throwing them bombs? Come on, man.
Yeah, see how misinformed that was? Like, we didn't even know who Quinn was at the time. Throwing them bombs. What bombs? What you talking about, man? No, we don't need him throwing no bombs.
Short game, quick game. Get it out of his hand.
Short game. Yeah, that was it was fun to talk about, but no. Nobody's talking about that anymore. So I think you need to have him doing things he's confident in, which is a short, quick, and the intermediate game. And I think you're going to see that versus Bama. You're going to see it in spades, tons of it.
Well, and as you said, and Rod does the deep dive like no other, only one quarterback run out of empty play out of empty for Alabama. There'll be more of
just
that.
One.
And then for Sark, we talk about vanilla game plans. Texas completed one pass to a receiver who was in motion. That's going to be different. And the guy that's going to be in motion a lot in this game, I believe, is Xavier Worthy, who becomes an X factor. And the quick game can be to X-Man because he's off to a good start, had 90 yards in receiving on Saturday. Here's Sark yesterday talking about X-Man. At the end of last year, a lot of boo birds in the Alamo Dome for Xavier Worthy. He had his bad body language, had the injured hand, but Sark has been glowing of his praise for his young wide receiver so far through camp and into this season.
I think, I'm glad you guys kind of got a glimpse of that Saturday. I just feel like he's had an awesome offseason. He really has recommitted himself to his regiment, to his teammates, to the program. I think the guy's having more fun now than he's ever had here playing football. And I think he's playing fast with energy. I think he's got good leadership. Quite frankly, in the third quarter, I felt like he kind of ignited the offense with the punt return. He made a couple nice plays on the perimeter. Then ultimately that opens up AD for a touchdown. It opens up JT for a touchdown. And so I just think what he's providing day in and day out, nothing changes for him. He's the first guy on the practice field every day. He's one of the last ones to leave. He sits in the front row in every meeting. He takes great notes. But the personality of him is really back out. He's smiling so much more. You can almost feel like there's a weight lifted off his shoulders, and he's enjoying playing the game, and he's reaping the benefits of it. But we are too. Yeah, we're getting the best version of him right now, which is a really good version.
One of those games, Rod. It's a showcase game for everybody, right? I mean, the eyes of the nation will be watching, and we just saw Deion Sanders with the eyes of the nation watching his team, and a guy like Travis Hunter absolutely balled out, and he's the talk of the nation now. This is the kind of game where you create those reputations, and everybody will be paying attention on Saturday.
Yeah, and X-Man will be going up against an All-American some of those snaps in Kool-Aid McKinstry, I'm assuming, for Alabama.
He left the game on Saturday with a minor injury, but they think he's going to be okay.
I watched it. Basically, there was a targeting or something that he got hit at one point, and I think it was like I don't know if it was a concussion or what he was diagnosed with, but it was, so I think he's going to be fine.
Okay.
Based on what I saw.
Kool-Aid is a first-round draft pick type player on the outside.
Yeah.
And he's got a great name.
It is a good name. They'll end up matched up a couple of times, and that'll be kind of one of the highlights. And for X-Man, that's where you go make your money. I mean, that's a corner that's going to be drafted in the first round. You go out there and make him look silly, put him in the spin cycle a couple of times, and NFL scouts will be drooling.
Yeah, they'll all be there, by the way.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
This is one of those head-to-head matchups they want to see. Hey, we come back. It'll be some bullish and BS because our man Coach on the text line says this. Let me get this straight. The girl in the white boots cut in line to go to the porta potty, and while she was in there, her mother got wailed on. How's she the hero? She caused the fight. She had to take care of business. We'll come back. Hit the bullish or BS. Also, did you hear what Peyton Manning said yesterday? Peyton and Eli Manning? We'll get you that in Bullish and BS coming next.
Bullish or BS? Brought to you by the Austin Gamblers.
Yeah, we learned a lot about college football week one, but remember, it's a week one snapshot. What happens in week one doesn't always translate to the big picture. What can we glean from 5 days of college football? I think we can glean, Rod, that we could be pretty bullish on Florida State. They look pretty damn good.
Florida State's for real.
Keon Coleman.
The Big 12 might be
struggling.
Yeah, might be a disappointment this year. Overall, let's say league, not Texas.
Wasn't a good first
overall.
week with Baylor's loss, Texas Tech, and TCU.
Yeah, and then Texas, Oklahoma both won, but Oklahoma looked really, really good in their opener too.
I think UCF might be one of the better teams in the Big 12 this year.
Central
There
Florida.
you go. They
with
got a
Gus
shot now,
Malzahn and
yeah.
a quarterback back.
Right.
Hey, we're going to chat with our buddy Mike Craven in the next hour. Mike, of course, the senior writer at Dave Campbell's Texas Football. He was at the game in Fort Worth, Rod. He was in Cowtown. He was at the Deion Sanders post-game news conference and said it was one of the
That's
more
a show.
That's a show.
It was a show.
That was a show.
Deion puts on a show.
He does.
You will be entertained.
No doubt.
You will be entertained.
There is no doubt. And so Craven there also, he's got a cool story on the Houston uniforms that everybody, especially old Oiler fans, love. He's got a story on that. And he just put a story out on Dave Campbell's Texas Football today about G.J. Kinney, the young head coach at Texas State, and their huge win in Waco in his first game. And we've told you that story before, but his father, Gary Joe Kinney, when he was in high school, G.J., his dad was shot by an angry parent.
And I've been told, Craig Way has told me this story several times. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's a crazy
He lived.
story. It was a miracle that he lived, too.
Yeah, disgruntled parent. He was the head football coach at Canton High School. And we'll talk to Mike about that, but also his thoughts on the Longhorns and what he saw from the Big 12, in Week 1 and the teams in the state of Texas. By the way, we didn't mention this yesterday, Rod. Sam Houston State is now into the high level. They're becoming the 13th team in the state of Texas to go to the top.
The FBS level.
And they played by BYU Saturday, and they lost 14-0. Like they were in the game. In that game. So, yeah, man. All right, so we got college football on the brain for sure. Can I give you a bullish and BS, Ron?
Give it to me.
I was reading a little bit of this story. David Ubben has written a story. He says he's the Shohei Ohtani of college football, a modern-day Dick Butkus. I went to Georgia to learn the two-way star Travis Hunter's origin and figure out how Deion Sanders convinced the number one prospect in the nation to spurn his lifelong dream school for Jackson State. He also said Travis Hunter was quoted in this story as saying, if Deion went to Alaska University, I would follow Deion to Alaska University. Bullish or BS on Travis Hunter as a strong Heisman Trophy candidate?
Yeah, right now, of course he is.
Yeah.
There's actually not a lot of people on the list, and he's one of the people on the list.
He's probably the top guy right now.
Yeah. And Shedeur is probably on that list, too.
Shedeur Sanders?
I'm bought in. I wasn't before that game.
In that game against a team that played in the national title game last year, was the most dominant force on the field on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, he was the real deal.
Whenever he was on the field, he was the best player.
Should have had what? 2 touchdowns.
He dropped a touchdown and dropped an interception in that game. Otherwise, he'd had to add another touchdown and add another pick.
Yeah, he had over 100 yards receiving. And remember, he was locking down on corner on whoever the TCU best receiver was. And what a performance. He played over 129 snaps in the game.
Have you all seen the video from the sideline of the TCU fans before his pick on the goal line? Where they're like, throw it at Hunter. And the camera turns around. It's like, oh, who said it? Who said it?
He throws a pick the next play. Yeah.
Like as he's saying it.
Yeah.
Right. On the other side of that is they were on when he was playing offense, he was going right at Josh Newton, the all Big 12 corner. I mean, right at him.
They went at him a few times.
Didn't even shy away from him. He's one of the best corners in the Big 12. Nah, we're fine. I'll go right at you. What do you have, Rod, in bullish and BS?
Well, yeah. He's trying to show NFL scouts that he can be an NFL receiver. To do that, you got to go up against NFL players and put it on film.
Put it on film.
He's trying to put it on film. All right. This is, speaking of putting it on film, the Texas Tech Red Raiders, they don't like what they put on film versus Wyoming when they took the L over the weekend. And Joe Me the Money, Joey McGuire, bullish or BS on his statement of contrition?
There's two things. One, I think they ought to react the way they want to react. I mean, I've read all of it. Now I encourage that. Literally, I got on the plane and Debbie said, "Don't get on social media." She already knows I'm a messed up person in the head. I really am. There's a coach, and I totally understand where he's coming from. But Sark said, "Embrace the hate," and And some of that stuff fuels the fire. I did recommend the players not do that, because I'm 52 years old, and what anybody says. I've been doing this for a long time. I grew up coaching in South Dallas, where football is life. Like everything around those communities is. So I've heard this, before, and I get it, man. They're fans, and I totally understand it. And trust me, I feel the exact same way. There's nothing that's been written or put in social media that I feel the exact same way. I mean, trust me, I'm saying it in my own head. And, some of the comments in my own head if that would have got out on social media, y'all been all going like, what's this dude saying? Did he really just say that? And so I get it.
Yeah, he gets it. Embrace the hate.
Bullish or BS, him quoting Sark now. Life comes at you fast. After all these so-called blue bloods and Brett Yormark's joke about them beating Texas again this year. What are your thoughts, Bullish or BS, on the contrition now being shown by Joey McGuire?
I know Texas fans don't like him, but I like Joey McGuire.
He's lovable.
I like him. Yeah. I know, again, the fanatics and the fans are going to hate him, and I get it. That's part of it. But I like the guy. I think he's genuine. He was a great high school coach. I think he's going to be good for Texas Tech, big picture. But, yeah, that Wyoming is now a common opponent. The Longhorns are going to be able to watch that film with Texas Tech and Wyoming on Saturday night and have a look. But I like Joey McGuire, and I'm fine with what he said. I tend to agree with him. Can I play this for you, Rod? Because you found it yesterday, but people were off on Labor Day. Here is White Boots from the Pittsburgh pugilism story. I wanted to hear a little bit from her interview with Dave Portnoy. This is the porta potty fight. She came out of nowhere to rescue her mother, apparently. Real quick, some sound from her. Bullish or BS on this being she says it's her first and ever fight. First ever fight. You buying that?
Come on.
Bullish or BS? Here she is.
I didn't really realize that I cut in front of this girl. And I walked into the bathroom, and my mom was standing outside the door, guarding the door, because this girl was pissed. Like, she was mad. So I hear this going on. I just walked out and saw two girls ganging up on my mom. So I just did what I think any daughter would have done. I just beat the pet of them.
There you go. There it is.
I love her, dude. I love her. See, she didn't cut on purpose. She was just trying to get to the restroom.
She had to go.
Her lack of awareness, that's something you can get on her for. But when she heard her mama being jumped in a porta potty, man, she just went into attack mode.
Do you think you'd be buying Bullish or BS that she says that's the first time she's ever been in a fight? She looked like she knew how to fight. She was dragging people, kicking people, scissor kicks.
I believe her, because I think if somebody sees a mama being jumped in a porta potty,
it just snaps.
Yeah, exactly. They just go into rage mode, and you just start going off. I think anybody would do that. The most innocent person on the planet sees a mama being jumped in a porta potty.
They going ham.
They going ham.
Our man Tom on the text side says Bullish or BS. Peyton Stearns, bullish. Yeah, good for her. Peyton Stearns.
Oh, well done.
Not even a year into her pro career, made it to the round of 16 at the U.S. Open.
Mm-hmm.
Made a great run, and then she lost to the current Wimbledon champion in a great match. She is on the rise, without a doubt. Peyton Stearns on the tennis court. Longhorns on the football field. Astros and Rangers on the baseball diamond. All things we're talking about. Plus, Mike Craven, the senior writer at Dave Campbell's Texas Football, will join us to recap week 1 of the college football season. Coming back. And Rod B on this Tuesday. That's going to feel like a Monday for a lot of you. If you enjoyed the 3-day weekend, it was a feast of football, baseball as well. We'll recap it all coming up with our headlines. Mike Craven, senior writer Dave Campbell's Texas Football, will join us coming up. His recap, and he was at that TCU Colorado thriller on Saturday afternoon. Also, we'll go behind the burnt orange curtain again with Rod Babers at the bottom of the hour. And off the record as well. I got some stuff for off the record. We just heard from Joey McGuire. This guy says, perfect use of life comes at you fast, Rod B. Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Things are looking good. You're talking smack about Texas and so-called blue bloods, and then you play Wyoming.
You play Wyoming.
You jump up 17-0.
And I think that was probably was one of the worst things that happened to him in the game. After that, everybody probably relaxed, like, oh, we're going to blow him out. Yeah. Everybody relaxed. And
came at you fast, didn't it?
Yes, exactly.
Well, remember, Joey McGuire, who I do like, I think he's going to be good for Lubbock.
Joe me the money.
They won a lot of close games last year, right? They had several overtime games, and, so you live on that edge. Sometimes
I remember
lose it.
The fourth downs. They had more fourth down attempts than anybody else in the country. They converted, I think, like 62% of them. Against Texas, they were 6 of 8. Also, they had like top 3 to top 5 best fumble luck in college football on both sides of the ball.
What a great stat.
They
luck.
They recovered more of their fumbles, like that they lost on offense, not lost, but that they had on offense, and the ones on defense. They were like top 5 in the country in fumble luck. It's kind of a weird, data scientist stat. But
I remember one in particular that
Bijan
wasn't very good.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Bijan Robinson.
They had, I want to say against Texas, they had 2 or 3. They recovered all of them.
Yeah, they recovered all of them. And then Bijan never fumbles, put it on the ground.
Yeah.
But Rod, before we get to our headlines and Craven, and we're talking Texas and Alabama, biggest concern for the Big 12 and is Baylor. I mean, Baylor got beat by Texas State, and it's a huge accomplishment for G.J. Kinney in that program. And Don Coryell, the AD, made a great hire. But Baylor plays Utah this week, Rod.
Mm-hmm.
And Utah beat Florida last week. And Baylor now has a quarterback problem because Blake Shapen is hurt. If you watch that Texas State game, Blake Shapen played most of the game with a knee injury. He was hobbling around and trying to will Baylor to the win. Now Shapen's out for 3 to 4 weeks, according to Dave Aranda.
So when does Texas play him?
He may not play in that game.
Oh, so he's going to miss that Texas game.
4, right?
Yeah, I think you're right. It's early.
Baylor it's the first conference game for Texas.
So he's going to miss that game. Oh, okay. I didn't even think about that. But yeah, he's going to miss that game versus Texas. He's definitely.
I don't think they have much of a backup quarter. They did have the transfer kid come in that didn't do much in the spring, so we'll have to learn more about him. But Blake Shapen, and if you saw the highlights of that game or that game, Blake Shapen was making some great throws on one leg, essentially. I mean, he's the baseball guy.
Yeah, he can slang it.
Yeah, that game's in 3 weeks. That game's September 23rd. I don't think we're going to see Blake Shapen playing in that.
There you go. So that was. And remember, I've talked ad nauseum about Dave Aranda's pressure packages and him figuring out a great way to expose Texas pass protections. Well, makes Baylor a lot less formidable. And I know formidable when you have to worry about, still got to worry about the defense, but they may not be able to keep up with you offensively.
They just gave up 42 on defense to Texas State.
Okay, then maybe I was wrong about he had a good game plan versus Texas. Oh, here's that stat that about Texas Tech. They recovered 22 of 33 total fumbles last season. They were one of 3 teams to rank top 20 in the FBS in recovering their own fumbles and opponent fumbles.
Yes,
only 2 other teams were also in that category. So that's usually something that's not something that's a method to that as a defense. That's not really you can knock the ball out, but we know that ball bounces all types of crazy ways. So that was more luck for Texas Tech, and you make your own luck, but that's something that may regress to the mean for them.
Well, interesting, without a doubt. And Blake Shapen out 2 to 3 weeks, so they say. So, that game's on September 23rd. They'll play Utah this week. He will not play, obviously. This says, makes you wonder, the kid from Dripping Springs, Austin Novosad, not decommitted from Baylor. He might be playing quarterback for the Baylor Bears.
Very true. He might have beat out Blake Shapen.
Well, Shapen was the highest graded player for Baylor in that game, and even when he played and hurt, he was good.
I'm talking about coming up last year. Blake Shapen was not good last year.
You're right.
Yeah.
In that game, though, he was particularly pretty darn good. They just gave up too many points, and Texas State controlled that game. Well, think about Austin Novosad, Rod. He is at Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
And Oregon scored 81 points on Saturday against Portland State.
He likes that offense they're in.
Yeah. And guess who Oregon plays this week? And by the way, Oregon's offensive coordinator is the former Lake Travis high school assistant. And what's one of the reasons?
Was he one from UTSA?
Yes.
Matter of fact, he's the one that cooked up the game plan against Texas and used the empty formations I talked about. I think that was him.
Well, guess what?
He's sharp.
Guess what? Oregon's playing at Texas Tech this week.
Ooh.
In Lubbock.
Oh, with that Kitley offense?
Yeah.
Hey, they're going to slang it. That's going to be a high-scoring game.
Yeah.
They're going to score some points in that game. I know Oregon's defense is pretty good, but Texas Tech's still going to score some points. I mean, that's just Tech.
TJ Finley went off for Texas State. That's true. And he's the big, tall quarterback.
My man Hard says it's Sawyer Robertson is the transfer from Mississippi State.
For Baylor?
Grew up in Lubbock. Grew up in Lubbock.
Well, it's week 2 will come fast.
His father was a teammate of Hard. Hard's know every damn body.
Hard's know everybody. All right, so Oregon at Texas Tech this week. It'll be Baylor and Utah, and, of course, Texas and Alabama. Let's get you caught up on the news. Top Gun Lawn and Equipment Rentals bring you the headlines, and we'll start with those Longhorns who have been installed as a 7.5-point underdog in their showdown game at Alabama on Saturday at 6 o'clock. Longhorns did win their first game 37-10, but offense skipped and sputtered through the first half. Got its rhythm in the third quarter. Defense was dominant all game. Of course, Texas now goes toe-to-toe with Alabama. What a monumental task it is, considering the Tide are 84-5 at Bryant-Denny Stadium since 2008. They've won their last 20 games on their home turf. ESPN will air the game at 6 o'clock Saturday. Four-Letter Network also announced yesterday the College Game Day, and that crew will be live on Saturday morning on campus. Great news yesterday for the Longhorns. Head coach Steve Sarkisian confirmed that freshman running back C.J. Baxter returned to practice yesterday. He left in the second quarter of Saturday's win with a minor rib injury. Consider this, the 6'1", 218-pound true freshman from Orlando became the first Texas running back, a freshman, to start the season with the first team since Ricky Williams in 1995. Before that, it was Earl Campbell in 1974. Stunner to wrap up the college football weekend last night. Duke Blue Devils dismantled 9th-ranked Clemson 28-7. Two-touchdown underdog emphatically beat the mistake-prone Tigers to notch their first win over an AP top 10 opponent since 1989. Cade Klubnik and Clemson moved the ball last night. They piled up 29 first downs, over 420 yards of offense, but had 2 short field goals blocked. They turned the ball over 3 times, including twice inside the 5-yard line. Major League Baseball, Houston Astros rallied to take Game 1 of that Lone Star Series, the final one of 2023. They win it 13-6 last night. Rangers built an early 3-0 lead, but then Houston went bombs away. 5 home runs later, 2 for Jose Altuve, 2 for Mauricio Dubon, and a big 3-run shot from the rookie catcher Yainer Diaz. That capped a 6-run 7th inning that blew the game open. Mariners lost yesterday in Cincinnati, so as we start the morning, the Astros have pulled even with Seattle atop the West. Rangers a game back of both. Game 2 of that big series is tonight at Globe Life Field. Framber Valdez for Houston. Nathan Eovaldi is back for the Rangers, his first start in 7 weeks for Texas. Also tonight, Round Rock opens the series in El Paso. All right, let's go straight to the Vaqueros hotline, Ron, because he is the senior writer at Dave Campbell's Texas Football. He's my co-host on the Eyes on Texas multicast that will come out today, our episode reviewing Week 1 and the Longhorn win over the Rice Owls. He is our man, Mike Craven. Craven, how are you, bud?
Doing good, guys. How are y'all?
Thanks, Mike. Thanks for joining us, brother.
Appreciate you doing this. Hey, listen, you wrote the preview of the Rice Owls for the magazine, and you wrote all the previews for the Dave Campbell's Texas Football, Bible of Texas Football. What'd you think of the Rice-Texas game? You knew both very well.
Yeah, I mean, it went the way I thought it was going to. I think one of the things we need to remember here is Rice probably prepared for Texas for about 6 or 7 months in the offseason, and Texas probably prepared for Rice for about 6 or 7 days, right? And so I think Rice looked at a lot of things that Texas did offensively and came up with a pretty good game plan. You know, they brought in Derek Mason as an analyst over the offseason. Him and Bloom are really tight. And so, I'm sure they cooked some things up that offense just hadn't seen on Rice tape before. It confused that offensive line. It took Texas a little while to get going, but, they came out of the second half and went touchdown on offense. The defense played great for 60 minutes, one of the better performances from the Texas defense in a long time. And so, I think it was fine for Texas. It all comes down to week 2 and how they play against Alabama. If they beat Rice 70-3 and then lay an egg against Alabama, nobody cares. If they go and beat Alabama next week, nobody cares that the first half was a little sluggish. So that's kind of my overall take about week 1. We kind of treat it like a preseason game and then move on from there.
Hey, Mike, what are your thoughts about Quinn Ewers and seeing Quinn Ewers' first showcase of 2023?
Yeah, I think we're at a point. We talked about this a little bit on the podcast last night that E said was coming out. I think we're at a point where maybe this Quinn Ewers doesn't throw a deep ball very well, and it's up to Sark to kind of figure out how to manage that and how to do the best for him. Like he's the guy who comes up with the game plans and calls the plays. If your quarterback doesn't do a thing really well, maybe move away from it. And I think that's going to be up to Sark and the maturity of him just kind of growing up as a head coach and as a play caller. You don't need Quinn Ewers to be Troy Aikman or Trevor Lawrence to go win a Big 12 title and play in a college football playoff. Max Duggan did it last year, and he wasn't, great in every single aspect of play. So I think we see Quinn Ewers as this 5-star, perfectly rated prospect out of 24/7. And just think he can do everything, but maybe he can't. And if he's not a great deep ball thrower, then it's up to the coaches around him to figure out how to manipulate that and keep that from being a problem.
Preaching to the Rod Babers choir right there, Mike Craven. If he doesn't throw the deep ball, don't throw it. But can Sark not have the deep ball as part of his offense will become a problem or a conundrum to figure out, the deep ball dilemma. Hey, Mike, because for Dave Campbell's Texas football, you're going to go to 13 different stadiums this year in the state of Texas to cover 13 different programs. You were at TCU this week to see the incredible debut of Deion Sanders and the Colorado Buffaloes. You said you saved your press credential because that one felt like it might be one of those seismic type of games with Deion Sanders and his impact on college football.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of the more surreal things I've ever been at, right? I mean, even 2-3 hours before the game when Deion got there, it was already a show. Everything he does is a show. He's just charismatic in a way that is rare for football coaches. And so I just think the way that they go about talent acquisition, and you watch Travis Hunter and you watch Shadir Sanders and just the magnetic nature of Deion, that team's going to be one that we watch every single week. Like Fox Big News kickoff was supposed to be in Lubbock for the Texas Tech-Oregon game, and that loss at Wyoming probably ruined some of that. But they're just kind of following Deion. They're going to Boulder now to watch them play against Nebraska. Big 12 football, because of Deion, is going to be must watch in 2024 and beyond. And I think that's some of the point, right, is he kind of knows how to get eyeballs on those guys. And I was absolutely floored by how well they played. I think the transfer portal is probably going to get, less boogeyman now. I mean, you saw what Texas State did to Baylor with a bunch of transfers. You saw what Colorado did to TCU with a bunch of transfers. SMU looked really good with a bunch of transfers. So maybe that kind of roster building won't be as much of a bugaboo moving forward because of the success some of these teams are having.
Hey, Mike, what were your thoughts about what you saw from the Baylor Bears losing to Wyoming?
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, it's hard to figure out what Baylor is, right? And when a coaching change happens and you win a lot of football games early on, that whole conversation happens about well, did you just win with the last guy's players? And if you look back on that 21 team, that was Terrell Bernard, that was Jalen Petrie, that was Abram Smith, that was a lot of Matt Rule, Joey McGuire guys. If you look at the recruiting Dave Aranda's done over the last couple of years, he hasn't replaced those with light guys. There's not 7 or 8 NFL players on this team. And there's not 6 or 7 NFL players on that defense. And when Baylor was winning a lot of games in 2021, they weren't scoring a lot of points. You can go back and look at that second half of the schedule. They were winning by scoring 20, 21 points against really good competition. That defense just wasn't allowing a lot of points. Now, all of a sudden, without those superstars on the defense, they're allowing a lot of points, and the offense just isn't built to score like that. I mean, they scored 31 points against Texas State, and that would have been good enough to win all 12 regular season games back in 2021 for Baylor. But it's not anymore because the defense isn't there. Aranda's looking down the barrel of a 1-5 start. I mean, they got Utah in week 2, Texas in week 4, UCF in week 5, and Texas Tech in week 6. And so outside of Rhode Island in week 3, there's not a just guaranteed win on that schedule. They could be 1-5 and heading towards their third losing seasons in 4 years. It's just wild that the other one is the best season in Baylor history.
He is Mike Craven, senior writer, Dave Campbell's Texas Football. He'll be in Lubbock this week. We'll get a thought on the matchup with Oregon and Texas Tech. But I wanted to double back and ask you about the Deion Sanders postgame because you were there. We've played a lot of the sound from it. I mean, as you're a big wrestling guy. I mean, you said it. Deion's going to be a show, and it was tremendous theater. And what did you make of that? Just being a part of that press conference?
I mean, I think it's hilarious. Like, I was sitting there, like, smiling and cracking up the whole time, and it's what I find amazing about Deion is he never breaks character, and to me that shows that he is just the character, right? Like, he just lives that lifestyle. Like, that's what he really believes, because it always sounds like a promo. It always sounds like something kind of like rehearsed and made to kind of get the cameras and stuff. But I think this is how Deion operates. Like, anybody who heard his pregame speech and stuff like that, this is who he is, and I think it's enjoyable. I think it's good for college football. I think Deion's good for college football. I think personalities are good for college football. And I think sometimes we try to strangle the fun out of this thing, and it's still supposed to be really fun, and Deion makes it more fun than it was without him.
And the Travis Hunter performance, Mike, you said to me last night, might be the best individual performance you've seen in a long, long time.
Yeah, I mean, it was like Vince Young in the Rose Bowl level of impressive, right? I mean, like, it was one of the top 5 individual performances I've ever seen, and he may go on to do 10 or 11 more of those, just the way he plays football. Like, I would love to know Rod's opinion on, like, if he thought that was possible at that kind of level to play. Like, I mean, he was getting covered by the best corner in the Big 12 and just torching them, and then he was covering some of the better wide receivers in the Big 12 and locking them down. I mean, that interception was incredible. He was a couple drop passes away from having 2 picks and 2 touchdowns in his first game at the FBS level. Just absolutely insane, and one of those that we all just kind of set in the press box, and just, you know, a bunch of guys that have covered a lot of college football are trying to figure out the thing that reminded them of that, and they couldn't come up with it. That's how rare it was. It was an impressive thing to watch, and something I'll probably remember for a long time.
No, he's basically Shohei Ohtani. We were looking for a Shohei comparison because we hadn't found one in sports, and then Travis Hunter just gave us one.
Yeah, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Hey, Mike, this is funny that I'm a big fan. Rod's a big fan. You grew up an old Oilers fan, and
Love you, baby.
Houston Cougars are donning the uniforms. I hope they keep them. But you told me last night that you knew that story since June, and you said you had to hold it. You couldn't put it out. You couldn't reveal it, as you couldn't burn your source, who was the athletic director, I believe. But how hard was that not to tell the world? Because you're a big Oiler guy.
Yeah, usually the news that I have and I have to keep to myself for a month is very boring. You know, none of my friends want to talk about North Texas or Rice or some administrative thing or something behind the scenes, but they all would have wanted to talk about those Houston jerseys. And I just couldn't say anything about it because I knew if you started talking about it, I was going to get somewhere just because people were going to react the way that they did to it. I thought it was genius marketing. I don't know if I would have done game 1. I probably would have waited until like that TCU Big 12 opener or maybe Texas at home or something like that. But it was very smart, and I don't disagree with your opinion that they should figure out a way to do that more, or maybe integrate that permanently somehow, because, you know, those are the national colors of Houston, Texas. Like, baby blue and red are the favorite colors of Houston, Texas, and that remains true to this day. And there's just something that is a reactionary to those jerseys, and I think the whole city kind of enjoyed that. They're going to sell a ton of shirts and hats and jerseys and make a lot of money from that merchandise.
Yep.
No doubt. Hey, lastly, you're going to Lubbock this week, and Joey McGuire's team just lost at Wyoming after they built a 17-point lead and couldn't hold it. They lose in overtime, so they're 0-1 coming home to face an Oregon team that scored over 80 points in their opener with Bo Nix. What are you looking forward to seeing in that game?
Yeah, it's kind of been Jekyll and Hyde for Joey McGuire. You know, he said everything runs through Lubbock, and maybe that just means when he's actually in Lubbock, because they're 1-5. You know, they're 1-5 on the road in his tenure. You know, and a lot of those, they've been the underdog and the loss, you know, against teams that they were supposed to last year. But this was kind of the first one where it was a real upset. You know, they were one of 3 in-state teams that were double-digit, you know, favorites and lost. And they got out to a 17-0 lead, and then it just kind of trickled off there offensively. I don't know if we know what Tyler Shuck is. You know, he has played really well before. And that was Tyler Shuck's first loss that he played the full game for Texas Tech. So he's just dealt with a lot of injuries. But I think at home against Oregon with all the pub, it's going to be sold out. It's going to be a night game. Playing at night at Jones Stadium is one of the more unique experiences in the state. I think Tech is going to come out and play really well. But it still just shows that he's in year 2, and they're not all the way where they need to be roster-wise for sure.
And your thoughts on Texas-Alabama thumbnail? Do you think Texas has a shot to become just the 6th team since 2008 to win at Bryant-Denny?
I do. I mean, I think they have the ingredients, at least on paper, to go win that football game. You know, I've watched Jalen Milroe play for a long time, for a lot of years, dating back to his Katie Tompkins days. And, you know, I would take Quinn Ewers over him. You know, I think Texas has the better quarterback. I think Texas has the better skill position players. I think the defenses are pretty comparable, and, you know, it's going to come down to the offensive line. And who creates a push, who can protect their quarterback, who can figure out a way to run the football. It was a 1-point game last year, and it came down to 3 or 4 plays. I think it's going to be a pretty close game this year that comes down to 3 or 4 plays, and maybe Texas is mature enough to handle that at this moment.
It's awesome. All right, Mike, the story that you dropped today that people should go read at Dave Campbell's at TexasFootball.com is the name of the Dave Campbell's website. The story of G.J. Kinney and his father. And people know that his father, when he was a high school football coach in East Texas, was shot and nearly killed by a disgruntled parent in his football office. And G.J. was just a kid at the time. Now he's the coach at Texas State. It's a must-read for college football fans. But great story this morning, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of the more interesting stories in college football right now. I mean, G.J. Kinney's dad gets shot. They play that year. And then in that by-district round, they upset the number 1 ranked Gilmer Buckeyes, coached by Jeff Traylor. The next year, Gary Joe, GJ's dad, is going to go coach at Baylor, his alma mater, kind of get out of high school coaching, keep recovering from that stomach wound. Where does GJ transfer? To Gilmer to play for Jeff Traylor, and they become really tight. GJ was in Jordan Traylor's wedding over this offseason. Jeff Traylor considers him a son. GJ considers him a second dad. And on Saturday, they're about to play against each other. And so it's just fun, when Texas high school football stories like that come together. And it's one of the more wild. It feels like it should be a movie or a book. I mean, like keeping it at 1,000 words was nearly impossible because it's something that could be written about for like 80,000 words in a book or something like that. It's one of those, big East Texas kind of high school tales. It's going to be an interesting one on Saturday. And with Texas State looking so good in week 1, all of a sudden that's a real game. There's probably going to be about 40,000 people in the Alamo Dome. So it should be a fun one over the weekend.
Thank you, buddy. Nice. Good stuff on the recap. There's Mike Craven, senior writer, Dave Campbell's Texas Football, also a part of that Eyes on Texas multicast that we will drop today. Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank guys. Talk to y'all later.
All right, there you go. Yeah, he had that story for 6 weeks.
Yeah, I love your blue uniforms.
Can't put out the unis.
Wait, I wonder if you could have got a pre-order then.
I know
before they sell out or something like that. Because I'm with him. I want hat. I want shirts. I told my brother to get on it. I need hats. I need shirts. Yeah, man, that's
gear.
And I'm with you. They should definitely wear it more than once a year. I think they will because the response was so overwhelmingly positive. Like generationally, it hit with all generations. The kids, the young kids liked it. Old people, like the olds, people older than us were like, "Oh, this is great. This is awesome." Everybody, people who aren't even Love Your Blue Oiler fans were like, "Now those are really cool uniforms."
Sharp.
I didn't hear one criticism really of them. From anybody.
Agreed.
Yeah.
It was a visceral thing for fans. And,
man.
that's a smart move. Now they won the game too. They beat UTSA.
And I was a little surprised they beat UTSA. Actually, I thought UTSA would win that game.
We'll come back and go behind the burnt orange curtain. Also, we'll dabble in some of the Mike's thoughts that how about Dave Aranda could be looking at 1-5 to start this year if he's not careful. Now his quarterback is hurt.
Yeah.
Texas Tech playing Oregon this week. Texas going to Alabama. UTSA, Texas State this weekend.
Yeah, and I'm glad that he agrees that, listen, it's okay that Quinn Ewers can't throw the deep ball. It's all right. Like it's Longhorn fans are not freaking out about it. It's like it doesn't mean he's a bad quarterback just because he's not good at there's something that you're not good at doesn't mean that your entire skill set should be thrown out the baby with the bathwater. No, you work on it, you got strengths and you got weaknesses. One of his weaknesses is the deep ball. It's just I think for Longhorn fans it's hard to fathom. It's hard for them to fathom, like, he's got the golden arm that can make any throw, but he can't complete the deep ball. Yes, I agree. Usually that's not the case, but it seems to be the case here.
You have enough case study now and sample size to say, you know what?
He's just not good at that.
And it's the Bill Belichick motto, right? Don't ask someone to do something they can't do.
Yeah.
Play to the strengths. And you have a quarterback that can make a lot of throws, and so call those throws.
Exactly. It's the old Astros model, right? With their pitchers. We're going to through analytics, we'll find out what pitches you're really good at and which ones you're bad at. We're going to throw more of the pitches you're good at and less of the ones you're bad at.
That seems logical.
Yeah, exactly.
We will come back. Rod will do more of that behind the BOC. We'll also get off the record before the end of this hour. We're glad you're with us on a Tuesday.
Hook 'em Up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
We're going off the record before the top of this hour, and in that, did you see the tease from Peyton Manning yesterday, Rod? Peyton Manning, he and Eli host the Manning Cast.
Yeah, I did see that potential third maybe coming on.
Yeah, we'll debate that coming up and off the record. Also, we'll remind you that I host essentially the Manning Cast on Inside Texas, Rod.
That's right.
Excited to do that again this week and all season long.
In-game watch, baby.
In-game watch with us party where we watch the game, and I'm the host throughout the game, and then insiders and guests join me throughout, including Bobby Burton and Jerry Hamilton and Eric Nahlin, and Jeff Wells will be with us, or Justin Wells, I should say. You may jump in every now and again, and excited to do that again this week. And I'm going to be doing it live from out at the Field House at the Crossing, Rod, where we're doing our pregame watch party and pregame show on Saturday. Get you ready for Texas and Alabama. If you've never been to the Field House at the Crossing,
you're going to love it. Bring the kids because there's plenty of room for them to wear themselves out.
Yeah, because you could sit up under the patio up in the awning and sit inside too.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, they have the huge outdoor area with the biggest big screen TV you'll ever see. That's where we're going to set up on the stage up there, Rod, to do our pregame show. But
nice.
You can bring your chairs, and there's so much space to park and have some cold Bud Lights and drinks and food and watch the game and watch the games that are on before the Texas-Alabama game, and then be ready to go. The kids will love it. They can run around and play in the sand volleyball courts and on the soccer fields and all that stuff. It's going to be a lot of fun. So that's Field House at the Crossing on Saturday. We'll be out there live on air about 3:30 to about 5:30, and the kick is at 6. And then I'll be hosting that Inside Texas thing from back in the back there.
Nice.
So I'm excited about that, Rod.
It's going to be cool. Yeah, I'm excited about the game and to watch it out there.
And it's cool to watch with fans, right? We'll watch it with Longhorn fans and feel the energy. And, hopefully
it's good energy.
Well, we've told you Texas has a Herculean task. The numbers are staggering for Nick Saban. Since 2009, when they won their first national championship and beat Texas in the Rose Bowl, they've only lost 4 home games, Rod. 4 since 2009, 5 since 2008.
And they're all to elite quarterback play for most of them.
Except for the LSU game,
which was an elite top 5 defense.
Yeah, they went top
10 defense.
The final was 9-6.
Yeah. So basically, you're either going to go there and beat them. Something's got to be elite in that performance when you beat Nick Saban, Alabama, in Tuscaloosa. And it's usually the quarterback, but if not your quarterback, then it's got to be your defense. So the Texas defense, I guess they're closer to having an elite defense than an elite quarterback right now. So the defense needs to lead the way.
They do, and that's what they're ahead. And several people texted and said, hey, our man Craig said, hey, you guys may remember Troy Aikman was not a very good deep ball thrower either, and it worked out for him.
Yeah.
Troy was very good on the slant routes and corner. Troy was one of the best most accurate intermediate throwers the NFL's ever had. But, yes, he wasn't a premier deep ball thrower.
It's okay.
It's okay.
And you just may not have the high success rate of other quarterbacks when they throw the deep ball, but you can still, incorporate it into your game. It just won't be a huge part of the game. And for Sark, this will end up being a great test for him as a play caller, and it'll really be a test of his ability to evolve as a play caller. We know he's stubborn about the deep ball. Will he allow his stubborn streak, all right, to kind of distort the reality, which is his quarterback, even though he's got the golden arm, is one of the weaknesses of his game is his deep ball. And though that's Sark's preference, more obsession and compulsion than proclivity, but he really wants to be a part of his game. So if Sark evolves as a play caller, he'll decrease the amount of deep balls, especially on first down, where most of them come, 48% of them, even higher versus Rice. I think it was 4 of the 6 were on first down, and putting them behind the chain. So Sark's evolution will be on display here. If he's stubborn and doesn't evolve, he's going to tank his quarterback season, in my opinion. He will.
Well, that's a strong opinion backed by the data. Let's dive into the Burnt Orange Curtain. Let's go behind it. Rod's got good stuff.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, now yesterday, Sark had his media availability, and we'll play some more Sark audio, but I want to play some of the audio from the players. JT Sanders spoke to the media, as well as Kelvin Banks, talking about 2 of the leaders on that offense, and the offense did have their struggles early on in the game, especially in that first half. First, we want to hear from JT Sanders. Now, I love how honest JT Sanders is. And he admits something here that I'm glad he admits to. He was talking about his touchdown in the second half and talking about the adjustments that Texas made in the second half to add some juice to the offense. But listen to the what he admits here in this piece of audio.
Oh yeah, for sure. We definitely needed that. You know, Rice came out there to play, and we weren't executing to the best of our ability that first half. And you know, we was known as a can't finish in the second half team. So to come out in the second half and do what we did, score 3 drives back to back, it was a great feeling for us.
We're known as a can't finish in the second half team. Anybody pick up on that?
I did.
We known. So trust me, they know. They know what the narrative is. Yeah, we known as a can't finish in the second half team.
Is it a narrative or is it based on factual evidence?
Oh no, yeah, that's like I say. Once is an outlier. All right, 2 times, that's a bit of a pattern. 3 times is a bit of a trend. 4 or 5 times, we're talking about habitual. And that's what this team is kind of borderline on. They're bordering on this being habitual for them because last year they outscored their opponents about 179 points in the first 3 quarters combined. In the fourth quarter and in overtime combined, they were outscored by their opponents last season. And you pointed this out, E. And even versus Rice,
they were outscored in the fourth.
They were outscored in the fourth quarter,
7-0.
You had 5 losses last year, and I believe you failed to outscore your opponent, or you were outscored by your opponent in the fourth quarter and overtime in 4 of those 5 losses.
Yeah, so, and obviously the Texas had pulled, but again, this team needs to learn to play 4 quarters of football.
You got to play 4 quarters, baby.
And they had the back-to-back big penalties in the fourth quarter that prevented more scoring and. Rice did go on that 9-minute drive when they
kept the ball
and pretty much iced out the game and scored their only touchdown of the ball game.
So there you go. That's big. That's gonna be big. Trust me, if you're gonna beat Nick Saban, how many of those not upsets? I guess that most of them probably were upsets, but those home losses for Alabama, all of them were 1-score games, right?
Yeah, the 5 games I counted from 2008 combined losses were by 20 points, or you can combine them all.
Yeah,
I mean, you had a 1-point loss, 3-point loss, 5-point loss, 6-point loss. It's going to be inside a score.
It's going to win the game. It's going to be a fourth quarter game. Yep. You're going to go win it in the fourth quarter. You're going to go take it from Bama in the fourth quarter at home.
And a couple things have to happen. You have to weather what's going to be an early storm because you know it will be. And you got to be ready to play 4 quarters in 3 phases. I mean, all 3 phases have to play 4 quarters. That's what Nick Saban teams have shown over time. If you let down in any phase for even a half a quarter, they're going to take advantage of you. Block a punt, return a kick, take a pick 6, fumble to the house. Every phase has to be on point, and that's. I don't know if this is one of Alabama's and Nick Saban's best teams. Might not be.
I don't think so.
But you still have to go beat it. You still have to go beat them.
You got to go take it from them. Yeah, and we saw that here versus Alabama. Man, you at that game.
Yeah.
But you couldn't play 4 quarters, and they made plays in the fourth quarter that Texas did not. Okay, so one of the big stories, I love that line from J.T. Sanders. Yeah, we're known as a can't finish in the second half team. Hey, you know what? I love the reality, though. Let's be real.
You can change that opinion.
Yes, you can change that. Let's, stop being polite and let's start getting real. That's what we're known as, a team that can't finish in the fourth quarter. That's not a 4-quarter team, not a fourth quarter team. Let's change that this season. They're going to have to if they're going to be a championship caliber team. All right, let's hear from Kelvin Banks. Kelvin Banks was asked in his media availability, of course, about the struggles of the offensive line, of course. And they had their struggles versus Rice, and they had some issues picking up a lot of these simulated pressures that we talked about, some of the twists and stunts. Here is Kelvin Banks. Got 2 cuts from Kelvin Banks here, but here's the first cut. I'm talking about what may have been the difference and what may be the difference in Texas improving from week 1 to week 2 with offensive line play.
Our main goal was communication. I feel like once we get our communication together and make sure that every guy's on the same page, I feel like the pass pro will handle itself. Because if you have a good communication with God next to you, everything's going to fall in place.
Okay. All right. And so bad communication in the game versus Rice. And remember, basically what I told you is it doesn't necessarily matter about the concept now. Now we know what the weakness for Texas offensive line is. The blueprint is out. It's out there. The scouting report is out there. You just need you need to force them to communicate post-snap. You need to force them to have to communicate post-snap and force them to have to pass off defenders post-snap. If you can do that in every way you want to do it, Rice did it with twists and stunts, simulated pressures, and amoeba fronts, something that I've been pointing out for the last 6 to 7 months. So I know Texas knows about it because I was telling you guys about it. All right. And in the Baylor game was exposed in the Baylor game in the pressure packages from Dave Aranda. And Rice also added blitzing from the second level and then incorporating that with twists and stunts, but still same thing that you're trying to expose, right? The same liability, the same weakness, which is make them communicate post-snap, make them pass off defenders post-snap. If you do that, Texas offensive line will struggle.
Yeah.
That's the blueprint right there.
Well, and I will say this. If Texas can, tighten that up this week to what you said, and now that they've seen it again on film here and tighten it up, Quinn Ewers was good against the blitz last week. I mean, because if you're bringing extra people, he burned the blitz last week, which, again, that for me with Quinn Ewers, when he can just react and he doesn't have to read defenses, read coverages, just knows he has single coverage somewhere, he can make those throws. And his numbers against Rice's blitz, when they protected him, were pretty damn good last week.
Yep. Just to give you those, he was 11 of 14 versus the blitz versus Rice.
Yeah,
which is that's really good numbers for him.
Yeah,
and so it does show you that when he was forced to accelerate his clock and speed up his internal clock, and he knew that he would be under pressure, he responded really well.
Yep.
And 11 of 14 for, I think, 174 yards and 2 touchdowns, according to Pro Football Focus versus the blitz. But that's the point of the simulated pressure. Because what's a simulated pressure? It looks like a blitz, smells like a blitz, walks like a blitz, talks like a blitz. It looks like a blitz. Everything. Everybody thinks it's a blitz, but it ain't. It's a simulated pressure, which you're only sending 4 guys. A blitz to me officially is 5 or more. So you're sending 4, you're sending 3. It just looks like a blitz, but the offensive line has no idea which 3 or which 4 you're sending and which 3 and which 4 you're dropping. And that's the challenge for the Texas O-line. Another cut here from Kelvin Banks talking about the offensive line and how they did not play up to their standard.
Just make sure we're louder. For instance, it's gonna be a nice crowd in Alabama. So just having that atmosphere and making sure we're being able to communicate down the line, not just to tackle, but also to tackle the tight end or tackle the receiver or whoever we need to communicate with.
Why was the communication not what you guys wanted it to be against Rice? Can you get into the specifics?
Oh, I feel like there's no Pacific. I feel like we just as a unit, we didn't communicate well. I feel like that's just it. Like we just didn't go out and play football like we did in practice.
Okay. So he's saying they know exactly what they need to do to fix it, which is communicate. But guys, think about this. It is communication. There is some of that. But once that ball is snapped, guys, that is an unspoken communication.
Yes, it is.
There's this, all there is that everybody understands and knows what the roles and responsibilities are. But if you're yelling and screaming about a player that's running a twist or a stunt, it's not very likely the offensive lineman, the tackle or the guard's going to hear you from the other side of the O-line.
No. All
right. So what that communication they're talking about, it is unspoken. It is what Babyface called whip appeal, right? You and your wife probably do it all the time, because y'all been together so damn long, right? You guys can almost finish each other's thoughts, know what each other's thinking in different situations. That's why the offensive line works together as a unit. That's why more so than any other group, and they are considered a unit. We don't even take individuals from the O-line and talk about them. We talk about them as a group because they do have to have that unspoken bond that really does connect them and allows them to communicate, like we said, but not necessarily, a vocal communication.
All right, coming back, we'll go off the record. Great stuff with Rod Babers behind the BOC. We'll have it all week long, getting ready for Texas and Alabama and the huge matchup there in Tuscaloosa. Coming back, it is off the record. Rod, have you heard of something called the Burning Man?
Yes, the festival, the music festival, right?
I got to get you some details out of Burning Man. This got a little wild over the weekend. We'll get you details on that. Coming back, Ian Rod B. Bud Light, folks, the official domestic beer partner of your Texas Longhorns. They've got that great-looking burnt orange can for the football season at DKR and in your local stores now. Pick it up for your tailgate parties, watch parties, and getting ready for Texas and Bama. If you're going to come out and join us at the Fieldhouse at the Crossover in Cedar Park this week, Rod and I are doing the pregame. We'll have plenty of those ice-cold Bud Lights and ready to go for Texas and Alabama, which will be a great time. We told you about that spot. Also, I saw next week there's going to be some high temperatures in the 80s. We're going down into the 80s. This 100 degrees is going to subside. Great opportunity to get out, see some live music, get out to the Dell Diamond for the remaining games there, get out and see some great shows. Whatever you're doing, do it with the icy cold Bud Lights, the official domestic beer partner of your Texas Longhorns, brewed by Texans for Texans right here in the great state. And again, raise them to the DKR, raise them at DKR at your watch party. The Bud Lights and the Longhorns going together for this week's big game. Yeah, never sucks. You know what sucks, Rod Babers?
What's that?
Anybody that went to the Burning Man Festival this weekend?
I heard it was disastrous. Like, was it weather or what is it?
So I guess this is a concert for hippies out in the Nevada desert.
Oh, yeah, it's a huge festival. Huge
festival. 70,000 people were there. 70,000 people were there.
Massive.
And apparently torrential downpours. Rain, so it turned into a big mud pit.
Oh, man.
And people were stuck. They couldn't get out. And so how about this? Chris Rock and Diplo. Who's Diplo, Ty? Diplo's a hip-hop star?
DJ
Diplo.
Chris Rock and Diplo escaped Burning Man in Nevada by walking 6 miles through the mud and then hopping in the back of a fan's pickup truck. The festival was hit by heavy rain on Friday night. People were prevented from driving out until Monday.
So basically a fan came and just picked up Chris Rock and
after
this
he
dude
walked
Diplo.
6 miles,
and he just rode back in back of the truck.
There he is. There's Chris Rock with his Mets jacket on.
Just
look at the mud. What a mess.
That is a mess. Hold up. So what about the artists? Did the artists cancel or the artists still perform at Burning Man? Did they still perform?
I don't think so. I think they just were trying to get out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the artists, I imagine, wanted to get the hell out of there. But did anybody perform at this thing?
From what I understand, at Burning Man's more about like the cultural. It's less about the music, more about just going out in the desert.
More about the drugs?
Pretty much. But there's like a bunch of shops, and I don't know. I was always propositioned with going with my ex-girlfriend, and I was like, I'm never going to go to that.
Okay.
Well, I mean, there we go. Diplo documented it all on social media. Said, quote, I legit walked the side of the road for hours with my thumb out because I have a show in D.C. tonight and didn't want to let y'all down.
Man.
Also, shout out to this guy for making the smart purchase of a truck.
It's not music; it's art shows. They said
art show.
They have. There's definitely music.
There's music there.
But it's
I know
not about
that,
the concert.
but it's not about the concert, like Ty said. It's not a big thing.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so there you go. Burning Man. I don't know why they call it that, but there you go.
I'm sure it's a drug. They got a big statue, and they set them on fire.
They burn it in the desert.
Like a big Tex-looking thing?
It's definitely for people getting high. Yeah.
Also, I saw where that guy that had the big country song, Oliver, the guy with the song and the banjo.
Richmond North.
Yeah, Richmond of North Richmond. He was there too and got stuck.
The guy with the beard.
Yeah, he got stuck too.
Yeah, I've seen
a bunch of people got. I'm sure we'll be hearing stories because they couldn't get out till Monday. They got there Friday and they were stuck in the mud. What do you have, Rod, off the record?
Seems like a little too much.
I'm out.
It's not worth it.
Hard no from this guy.
So there was a report that Tom Brady and Irina Shayk, the supermodel, were no longer dating because there was a post that she posted, or at least that made its way on social media, of her and Bradley Cooper. And everybody thought, oh, man, her and Bradley Cooper must be dating again. Sources with direct knowledge tell us the couple is indeed continuing to date Tom Brady and the supermodel, and that they're still romantically involved. Obviously, it says they haven't seen much evidence of them canoodling in public the way they did in July and August, but we're told that they're still an item. It's what TMZ says.
I did see some pictures of she and Bradley Cooper
together
in Europe.
That's why it was being reported that Brady and her were not together, but it says it's unclear what the deal was with Irina's PDA post featuring her ex Bradley Cooper just a couple of weeks ago, but clearly it hasn't scared Tom Brady off as he is still seeing her.
Don't they have a kid together?
Yeah, they raise a child together, so maybe they were vacationing with the child and being nice to one another.
Yeah, co-parenting.
Co-parenting. All right, I mentioned this, Rod, but are you a fan of the Manning cast on Monday Night Football where you flip it over and you see Peyton and Eli from their basements?
I am a fan. I don't watch it a lot, but I am a fan. I'm a fan of it. I get all the highlights.
It's good for a game that you don't really care about watching.
That's good.
Yeah, especially when they get a funny guest or like Charles Barkley or somebody will come on there.
I would never watch that for a Cowboys game.
Yeah, I'm watching too much football for
too
it.
Intent. Yeah, there's just a game that has no interest to you. That makes sense. I would say this but by the way, that's the opposite of what we do on Inside Texas because it's deep dive stuff. We're actually talking about the game.
Talking all about the game. Exactly.
Yeah. There's no entertainment about it. Well, it's entertaining.
It's entertaining.
What about this play? What about this formation? What are we seeing? What's wrong with why can't Quinn throw the deep ball? That's all stuff we're talking about in real time. But so for Peyton Manning, he put out a picture on his Instagram yesterday or whatever his social media from his and Omaha Productions, which is the company he owns that puts this show on. And it's him holding up a binder, sitting in a chair, the chair he does the show from. And the front cover of the binder says, Third Host Auditions Confidential. So teasing that maybe there is a third host joining the Manning cast. Do you have a guess of who that might be?
I know. I'm trying to rack my brain.
We'll let our audience guess. Who might that be? They're obviously teasing that they're planning on a third host.
Cooper?
Maybe Cooper? Is he left the Deep Eddy Cabaret yet, or Don's Depot?
I didn't see him at Don's this week.
I guess you could just go all Mannings. Yeah, it's the Manning cast.
Cooper would be good.
I guess you can go all Mannings, and they could just make fun of each other.
Arch. What about Arch?
No.
What?
No.
Archie.
No.
By the way, speaking
Archie
of that,
I don't want to be on there. He's too old.
I did see current USC quarterback Caleb Williams doing that Heisman House commercial.
Oh, is he doing it already?
Yeah, he's already in it. He's already in the Heisman House.
That's pretty cool.
Hanging out with the Heisman guys. He got one.
Yeah,
and it's legal now.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody have a guess who's going to be?
That is good, man.
Who's it going to be?
It's just, I wonder if they'll go with they don't need comic relief, but they could go that route.
What about Phillip Rivers?
Well, he's got too many kids. He's got 11 kids.
That's why he needs another job. That's why he needs the check coming in.
Dude, there's no way. These have kids crawling all over him.
It can't be Drew Brees. Drew Brees is too straight.
Too straight.
He's too straight. He's too straight.
It can't be a quarterback. Well, I guess it either has to be a quarterback or it could be something opposite of a quarterback. Someone who talks defense or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Jeff Saturday.
Yeah, his center. That's my center.
That's a good question, though, man. Actually, because it could have been now because they just had a shake up with ESPN, all those morning shows and everything.
Oh yeah.
And they grabbed up some of the talent because Richard Sherman probably would have been good on it or something like that. But I know he's working on that new show.
Specs text line 512-337-3776.
Yeah, you're right. They need
Give us your
defense.
guess.
They need defense.
Yeah, Ray Lewis or something like that. I don't know.
I'm not sure about Ray. Ray's a little too over the top.
Yeah, probably.
For the whole thing.
It's a little too intense.
He does. He gets a little too...
He might come through the TV at some point. I thought he was doing a Ravens game.
He'll be just sweating in there all the time. Ray Lewis sweats a lot because he's so intense. He's ready to fight.
All right.
He sweats a lot. All right. He looks guilty. Either way.
Do you have any other off-the-record?
Nah, we're all the time, so we're good.
All right, we'll come back. We'll pick up the football chatter. Also, how about Cade Klubnik last night? He and his Clemson Tigers, number 9 team in the country, but fraudulent. They didn't lose as a 2-touchdown favorite at Duke. They got beat 28-7.
Got beat like they stole something.
Stole something.
Put it on them. 21 off the stick. That means you got off the stick on the Madden. You get 21, like off the stick, man. Done.
We'll also
Give
go
it up.
back into the Texas recap. Steve Sarkisian talking about his team's performance against Rice, what they have to work on, what they have to build on, and pretty big game coming on Saturday at Tuscaloosa, Alabama. It's Ian Rod B. Ty is here as well. You are here, and we appreciate it. However you're finding us on this Tuesday morning. It's 1019 AM 1260. Stream it on the Horn app, on your smart speaker at home and work, always at hornfm.com. Oh, geez.
I woke up to the
I thought we hadn't gotten any texts from anybody on a third host audition for the Manning cast. And then I think, well, where is everybody? And then all of a sudden, I did a refresh of our text line, and we've got 100 of them.
And there's a skit out already about the Manning cast third member host auditions.
Peyton Manning and that Omaha Productions, they do good work, man.
They did, because that came out fast. I mean, it was like they
read our minds.
They planned it, but yeah, it's like right when we brought it up, it came out 15 minutes ago.
Give me your initial reactions when I mention these.
All right,
Gronk
could be fun.
That'd be good.
Gronk could be fun. Gronk has good stories too.
TB12.
Oh,
the GOAT.
You bring the GOAT on there. Yeah, you talk about grand
slam.
Doesn't
he work for Fox
run.
though? Didn't he working for Fox already?
Sometimes they make deals now where you can do weird stuff. So I don't know how they would do that, but that would be check and mate. But he does have a Fox contract.
Romo's
a miracle.
Here's a good one. John Gruden.
John Gruden wouldn't be bad. I mean, the NFL and John Gruden have a very touchy relationship right now. So, yeah.
That's right. That's why I tune in to see if he pops off on Roger Goodell.
Yes, I don't know if the NFL would endorse that.
But he was the color man on Monday Night Football for a long time before he came back to the Raiders.
But now he's not. He's
very colorful.
He's not in good standing with the league right now.
No, he's not.
Yes, so I don't know about that one. But the Brady one is interesting. But you're right. Contractually, might be a conflict there.
New Manning cast, Pat McAfee.
Oh, yeah, they paying him enough money. He needs to. They paying him enough money around there. Like, hey, man, we need you to do something else. So Pat McAfee one that makes it. They put him on everything. I mean, he's on, obviously Game Day, and he's gonna have his show on there. I could see them trying to diversify his brand more.
Yeah, we'll see. Brett Favre mentioned. I think Brett's probably.
Brett's trying to go away.
He's trying to get away from that issue in Mississippi.
Yeah, he doesn't want.
States.
Yeah, he's trying to go away. Oh, somebody said Strahan.
Oh.
That's not bad.
He's a busy guy too, right? He's got Good Morning America, and he does the Fox pregame with Bradshaw and all those guys. You watch those shows? Any of those pregames for the NFL?
Sometimes I do watch them. Yeah, when I can catch them, I watch them sometimes.
I don't.
None of it.
Well, because everybody watches College Game Day with ESPN, but I don't, because normally we're working on Game Day and I'm getting ready for the show, and it's like. If it's on, I'll watch it, but it's not like I'm not religiously there at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock every morning to check it out. And then on pregames for football in the NFL, I don't know. I tune in right at noon and start watching the games. I pretty much have a good grasp of what's coming, and I don't need. And they do some good stuff on there, but usually they'll retweet the best segments of their shows. I can just watch those.
They'll throw it out there. Someone says Dave Chappelle. Interesting. I was thinking about them bringing a comedian. It won't be Dave Chappelle. He makes way too much money. It would be awesome. And Dave Chappelle, he's not giving up free content like that for nothing. They had to pay him too much money. I don't even know if they could afford him.
When Bill Burr went on there, he was hilarious.
Bill Burr is great. I love Bill Burr. Bill Burr much more affordable though than Dave Chappelle.
That's true.
Dave Chappelle's a different level. We all agree. So that would be. But I love when they try to incorporate comedians into it. Remember they did that Monday Night Football.
Yeah, who was the comedian? Who was the comedian? Bearded guy. He's more of a wise guy. Remember they had Tony Kornheiser do it once for a while too.
I can't even think of his name. Yeah, but
what is that guy's? Dennis
Miller.
Dennis Miller.
Yes, they tried, and it was. I mean, I'm sure it was entertaining. But I'm just saying that's another example of them just trying to bring a comedian.
Well, their
in.
worst decision
Find a
on
comedian
Monday
that's a sports fan. That shouldn't be hard.
The worst decision on Monday Night Football was when they had Eric Dickerson doing sidelines. That did not go well. ED was not strong. Not strong on the sidelines.
It is. People think that gig is easy. I've done sideline reporting. It is not as easy as people think it is. Because you got an allotment of time. They're giving you about 20 seconds, 25 seconds. And they're like, all right. And sometimes you don't even know they're coming to you. And you got to get it in, and you got to get in and get out. And by the way, pay attention to the action on the field because they don't want you to interrupt the call that's happening on the field. It is not as easy as everybody think it is. So just throwing it out there.
This says, guys, Pac-Man Jones is my new favorite part of the Pat McAfee show.
Pac-Man Jones would be great. He actually is pretty good on that Pat McAfee show. Somebody else who is actually, you know what? You know who it might be? Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg. No, I'm just saying he's been like doing these calls. You've heard these before, where he'll do his own like makeshift call of a sporting event. And they brought him on to do like some not UFC but MMA stuff where he'll have to call it. And he's hilarious.
He was doing that Planet where he's doing all the animals and doing the play-by-play of the animals. Those are hilarious.
So he's a sports guy.
What is that? A mongoose? What is a mongoose? What are they doing? Oh,
he's a sports guy too.
Didn't he played football? His kid played football.
His kid played football. Yeah, he's a genuine sports fan. Like he pays attention to it. So that might be. I don't know. That could be a wild card.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on that. Thanks for the predictions on that.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. It's good. Ryan Clark is a good one. If you're talking about real substance, Ryan Clark's legit. Talking about football guy, and he's funny. Interesting too.
Yeah. And he's got substance. Hey, listen, Rod, you got a rant coming up. What are we ranting about here this hour?
I believe I've isolated a concept that I can, with almost 100% certainty, guarantee that Alabama will use against Texas.
Okay.
Their offense, offensively, they'll use against Texas. Like I said, nothing is 100%, but I'm like 95% sure Texas is going to see this concept and they're going to have to be ready to stop it. So I did a lot of research, went rabbit holing, and I'll give you all the details about the deep dive in Rod's Round today.
All right, week 1 of college football. Safe to say the biggest storylines on the affirmative and the positive were Colorado.
Yeah. Oh no, Colorado's a national story. If you listen to national radio around the country,
they're all talking about it.
Everybody's talking about Colorado. You can listen to a show in a big market like L.A. right now, or a big market like New York, and all those big time radio shows had conversations about Deion Sanders and Colorado beating TCU. Usually college sports is regional. That's one of the stories that went national. Like everybody talked about it a little bit.
I heard Mark Schlereth, who lives in Colorado, talking about how CU football's never talked about in Denver. No, they never talk about
exactly.
it. It's all Nuggets,
Majors,
it's Broncos,
it's
pro Rockies,
sports.
And so now that's all they're talking about in Denver now. And the Buffalo. I mean, what a great hire. Come on, Auburn. Come on. Anybody that had a coaching vacancy last year, like Auburn, but props to Colorado. They pulled it off. And,
props to TCU. At least they interviewed him.
Well, guess what? If this trend continues, who will be the biggest brand in the Big 12 when Texas and Oklahoma leave? We've had that debate.
Deion.
Now it's pretty obvious.
It's Deion, not Colorado. Deion's the biggest brand.
Yes. You know what it reminds me of? When LeBron James was drafted by the Cavaliers. Like because remember, LeBron James was a high school phenom and on the cover of Sports Illustrated when he was 16 years old. And being from Northeast Ohio and knowing just how irrelevant the Cleveland Cavaliers are and were.
Yep.
When they drafted him, he was a bigger brand than their team. And he made the Cavaliers something people cared about. Just like this is how you would compare Colorado. No one cared about Colorado football. They were 1-11. Now, with Deion, everybody cares about Colorado football.
Yeah. No, I mean,
how much
that's
gear do you think they're buying? Those white sweatshirts.
There's been a 700% increase in merchandising sales. That was prior to the upset of TCU. They're probably at upwards of close to 1,000%.
You know what I want? I want a pair of those sunglasses that Deion was wearing.
Dude,
he's sharp.
He's out there selling the merchandise right now. He should have a Messi deal where he gets a cut of the merchandise, man.
Merch. All right. Also on the stock watch in college football, Washington had a great game with Michael Penix. They look sharp. Florida State was ultra impressive against LSU. Utah with their big win over Florida without Cam Rising, and now they're going to Baylor this week to play a quarterbackless Bears team.
Yeah, it's only like a 7-point spread on that game.
I would.
Utah, because Utah doesn't have. Utah's not. Where's that game?
It's at Waco.
Yeah, Utah's not great on the road.
But no Shapen.
Yeah, but they don't have their starting quarterback either.
That kid who was playing last week.
Well,
yeah, they've been game playing. Like Craven said, and we know this about Texas, there are some games that you circle and all offseason you're preparing for those games. Utah probably did that early on with Florida. Texas did that with Bama last year. It's obvious that Colorado circled that with TCU. There's a different mentality when you have to go week to week to prepare for an opponent because you only get a certain amount of practice hours in that week. You get a certain amount of time to practice, and they got class, and they want to go out, and they got girlfriends, and they got their fat little girlfriends, as the late Mike Leach would say. Yeah, so they got all these distractions, family and all this stuff, and then real life hits you. It ain't off season. Off season and bowl games are different. You got 3-4 weeks, months to prepare. No, in week, that's real football, baby. Week to week, 5 days to prepare. Get it right. Figure it out.
Week to week.
Week to week, baby.
Amid all the distractions. And that's and Ty will give us his gambling pick of the night here coming up. But look, more money is made week 1 into week 2 than any other week in my mind because the overreaction. People just assume whatever happened in week 1 is going to. Well, they're no good.
That's gospel.
They're no good.
Yeah.
Like there's no way Texas could cover 7.5 at Alabama. Well, what do you think that line would have been before anybody played? It was probably 4.5, right? We're hovering around under a touchdown. Now it's up over a touchdown. That's good value. I don't know if Texas is going to keep it inside the number, but at the same time, that's what you're looking for in gambling value, something that jumps a lot. based on one snapshot of a game.
That's true.
And Baylor and Utah are great examples. And Baylor will play better at home than they will against Florida. And you're going to give a home team over a touchdown. That seems heavy. But same time, the overreaction is always there. The other teams that were really impressive in week one, in my mind, Oklahoma, you mentioned it, Rod. They look like a whole different team.
They did.
And they've used that transfer portal, much like Colorado and Texas State and others. Duke, how about Duke last night? Beating Clemson.
Mike Elko. Got that defense looking sharp, man.
And I think Mike Elko, they miss him down at Texas A&M. Some of the discipline issues that they had last year with Jimbo Fisher kind of got off the rails. I think Mike Elko was big for that program while he was there.
I don't disagree with that.
And then the biggest biggest teams that this flatlined on week one, LSU. After Brian Kelly was popping off before the game that they're going to go beat the heck out of Florida State, they got the heck beat out of them. Dominated in the second half. Clemson, what a disaster for Dabo Swinney last night, Rod.
He's in the mid right now. Their program is down for some reason compared to what their standard is.
Yeah, they're slipping. They're slipping, and I compared it to Mac Brown after Vincent Cole.
Oh, please don't. Hope that's.
I don't think it's fallen that far because they won 11 games last year. Mac went from national championship to a 5-win season.
I know, but that was a precipitous drop.
Yeah, Clemson.
They've lost 3 of their last 4. And for the first time in 12 years.
Yeah, because they lost to Tennessee in the Orange Bowl last year, Joe Milton and team, and then South Carolina beat them late last year as well. So, yeah, they're struggling.
They were double-digit favorite in that game, too.
South Carolina, they have a lot of expectation for Shane Beamer's team, and Mac Brown won his 100th game at North Carolina. TCU, disappointing. Their defense was a mess. And I got to say this about TCU. Kendall Briles, they were averaging 7 yards a carry on the ground, Rod, yet they threw it a lot more than they ran it. People questioning Kendall Briles because the way to attack Colorado right now is control the ball, get it on the ground, and they had to figure out the offense because they didn't have much to go on with Deion Sanders and that offensive coordinator. Control the ball, and that's on Kendall Briles, TCU.
Agree, especially with the new clock rules.
Yeah,
you could just suffocate them.
Yeah, I mean,
play keep away.
I think TCU panicked a little bit because
the scoring.
Colorado came out so hot and so focused and just tore them up, and then they felt like they had to respond to that. Either way, TCU took a big hit. Obviously, Baylor took a big hit in week one, and then Ohio State. They're grumbling in Columbus, Rod, because Ohio State won the game, but they only scored 23 points. And Marvin Harrison Jr., the best receiver in the country, caught 3 passes for 18 yards against Indiana.
Hey, Ohio State fans sound like Longhorn fans.
Yes, they did. Hey, coming up after the bottom of the hour, I'll get you Pro Football Focus, Rod, has their highest graded quarterbacks in week one.
Quinn Ewers not on that list.
Quinn Ewers not on that list.
Not on that list. Shedeur Sanders on that list.
We'll get you the numbers coming up. But first, we're going to Rod's rant.
Mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it right.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, so it's kind of tough trying to figure out exactly how Bama's offense is going to look. We know that Nick Saban wants to keep pretty much the meat of his offense the same. He would like to keep the basic principles, the basic philosophy of his offense the same as it's been really since Lane Kiffin came along and really changed the offensive, changed the whole entire offensive blueprint for Nick Saban. Yeah, and he keeps adding to it, though. He keeps adding to it with Steve Sarkisian and adding to it with all the offensive coordinators he's had. But when Tom Rees comes in, he's just going to run his own version of Nick Saban's offense. So it'll be essentially a cover version of Nick Saban's offense. So we don't know exactly how it's going to look. We're doing a lot of projecting and predicting as to what it's going to look like. But one of the things that I've identified, and I try to put myself in the coach's position, if I am Tommy Rees, how am I going to attack the Texas defense, knowing what I know and gathering the information that I have about the film study I've done on Alabama. So I went back and watched some Tommy Rees games from his time as a play caller at Notre Dame, went back and watched that. I went and watched the most recent game for Alabama against Middle Tennessee State, and they didn't show much, but I was able to gather some information and some data points, if you will, that led me down a rabbit hole. So I went back and watched the Alabama game last season, even though it's Bryce Young and Bill O'Brien's the offensive coordinator, so it's different. Remember, Bill O'Brien was running the Nick Saban offense, his own cover version of that offense. So you can gather, just some, like I said, some data points from that. And I also went and looked at the Rice game again because that's what Alabama's going to look at. They're going to look at that Texas-Rice game and try their best to, take whatever concepts that were successful for Rice versus the Texas defense. And there weren't many, by the way. There weren't many at all. The Texas defense was impressive, and it was a stifling, suffocating defense. But there was one concept that Rice had success with versus Texas last week, and the concept was empty formation. So with that data point, I began to go down the went rabbit holing and began to extrapolate. So Rice last game, and JT Daniels is a quarterback. He really couldn't do much at all because the Texas defensive line just dominated the Rice offensive line. But when they were in empty, and empty formation is simply with nobody in the backfield, put everybody on the line of scrimmage as receivers, and basically the quarterback has to get rid of the football quickly because he doesn't have a running back or an extra tight end in the back. You could put a tight end, but usually empty formation puts everybody out on the route. Now, you could keep the tight end as an extra blocker or maybe bring in one of your wide receivers. You can still run out of empty, by the way, because people run jet sweeps. He's, a jet sweep motion. Technically, guy's not in the backfield behind the quarterback, so they still call that empty. But anyway, getting back to Rice. Rice ran 9 empty plays. Texas did get a sack on one of those plays. But if you're just looking at passes out of empty, Rice was 6 of 7 passes out of empty formation. And they had their only touchdown was out of empty. They had 2 first downs out of empty, averaged 8.8 yards per attempt out of empty versus Texas. No big deal because Texas blew them out, and that was the only thing that worked versus Rice. But if you're Alabama, you're thinking, I may be onto something. Go back and look at the Alabama game from 2022, Texas versus Alabama here in Austin at DKR. Alabama won that game with one simple adjustment: empty formation.
Yep.
Bryce Young was 9 of 10 out of empty formation that game. In the second half, he was 8 of 8. He was 100% completion percentage in the second half of that game. You're talking about he ended up with a touchdown in the second half. He ended up with 2 first downs in the second half. That was the schematic adjustment that Texas defense had no counter for. PK couldn't figure it out. Not enough time to help Texas win that game. And for Alabama, that was their biggest schematic adjustment that helped them win the matchup versus Texas last year. So something to tell. And by the way, they started something. Because when they exposed Texas in that manner, you had some other teams too, UTSA being one of them. I went back and looked at that UTSA game, and I went and looked at the Kansas State game, because I went and looked at my notes and found out what teams utilized and deployed empty formation successfully versus Texas in 2022. UTSA right after the Alabama game, right? Mm-hmm. So Bama, they run a lot of empty plays, and they expose Texas, and they win the game running at 90% completion percentage for Bryce Young. And then Jeff Traylor right after that, UTSA, 24 plays of empty, 9.2 yards per attempt for Frank Harris, and 72% completion percentage out of empty. So they took what Bama was doing, and they were extreme in their approach to use empty formation. And K-State was really good too. They averaged 12.7 yards per attempt and 77% completion percentage. You could argue if Will Howard was running those plays out of empty rather than Adrian Martinez, they probably would end up winning that game. But I digress. So last year, teams had success running that concept versus Texas, specifically Alabama, who started, right, the kind of domino effect of teams deploying empty for against Texas. And now in this matchup coming up this week, Alabama, you come full circle, they're going to be watching the Rice game. The only thing that worked offensively for Rice versus Texas was empty, with Jalen Milroe as the quarterback. And, of course, Alabama having that in their repertoire. I think you're going to see empty formation, because nothing stresses a defense out more than empty formation, but also nothing violates the structural integrity of a defense quite like a dual threat quarterback. And conceptually, now you're talking about combining both of those variables, and you could potentially have nightmare fuel for a Texas defense in this matchup versus Alabama. So like I said, I saw it one time in the Middle Tennessee State matchup for Alabama. One play, they ran empty formation, and it was just a 5-yard hitch. And some would say, well, isn't that evidence that they're not going to run it? Actually, no, because they'll look at what Sark ran versus Rice, right? You had one target to motion. That's one of his favorite concepts. When you target a player that was in motion prior to the snap or at the time of the snap, you only had one play out of, I think you had 3 plays out of empty. Totally, like just in an entire game for Texas. You only had 6 plays, which are a 6-0 line package. You had 6 plays out of two tailback sets, 21 personnel. Sark was really vanilla, and probably Alabama was pretty vanilla too. But it just makes sense. If they don't use empty formation with a dual threat quarterback like Jalen Milroe, man, Alabama's really falling off.
Yeah.
They've really fallen off because it just makes too much sense,
Yeah.
Way too much sense.
Agreed. And to the point of the highest graded quarterbacks in week 1, number 5 on the list, Jalen Milroe, 92.3 Pro Football Focus. Now slanging it and running it.
Yep.
By the way, the highest graded quarterbacks week 1, Jackson Dart, Ole Miss was number 1. Blake Shapen at Baylor on one leg essentially against Texas State in a losing effort was 2. J.J. McCarthy was really good for Michigan. I love that guy as a player. How about Penn State? Drew Aller, 92.9. How about the comment from Neil Brown, the coach at West Virginia, who said our game plan was to make the quarterback beat us, and he did.
And he worked. Yeah,
because that's the question.
If I'm Nick Saban, I'll do that too.
Well, listen, and it didn't work because they couldn't stop Drew Aller. That to me, that's an impressive statement.
It is,
because that's the question at Penn State. They've got running backs. They've got defensive players. Are they right there or close to Michigan and Ohio State? Drew Aller could be the difference, and he was really good against a decent West Virginia team. Connor Weigman was on that list, 91.9 for Texas A&M. DJ Uiagalelei at Oregon State. Tua's little brother, Tagovailoa at Maryland, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders. Those are your top 10 highest graded quarterbacks week 1.
Yeah, Dylan Gabriel. There's some Big 12 quarterbacks representing on there. It's good stuff.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Now, Dylan Gabriel, I'm telling you, he's going to light it up. If he can stay healthy, that Oklahoma offense is going to be a bit of a problem. And we know the defense has improved too.
Well, and they look better. And Texas will find out where they stand because you'll get a good barometer playing a team like Alabama who will expose all of your issues.
And I don't know who they're going to deploy as a spy. If I'm Texas, you don't deploy the same player as spy every time. It makes it too easy to game plan against. You can use spy beaters. Jalen Milroe is a great athlete, so he'll adapt and evolve to whoever that spy is going to be. You need to change it up. Sometimes it should be safety. Sometimes it should be a nickel. Sometimes it should be a linebacker. Sometimes it should be, throwing Anthony Hill out there, whatever it may be. Ethan Burke can do it too. I would advise against making it the same player all the time because that makes it really easy to game plan against. So that's just throwing it out there. It's gonna be a hell of a test, man. Nothing. I'm telling you, Jalen Milroe out of empty. It is nightmare fuel. I had Bobby Burton. We were doing the Inside Texas postgame together, and we were talking about Alabama, and he was saying that Jalen Milroe reminded him of Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
I went back and got my notes because I actually made the same comment after the Super Bowl about Jalen Hurts out of empty formation and how difficult it was to defend, and they almost won that game, essentially, and that was their adjustment, was the Eagles win a lot of empty formation with Jalen Hurts as the main rusher of that situation.
Well, it makes sense, Rod, too, because you have to cover everybody, but then you have to have someone to deal with the quarterback, and it just stretches your defense very thin, side to side, and beyond. I mean that, and then if you have an elite runner like Jalen Hurts or this guy Jalen Milroe, that's a problem.
It's a problem because even if you do have a spy on him, can he tackle him in the open field?
That's right.
And Jalen Hurts had 5. It's in the Super Bowl out of empty formation, 5 rushes for 53 yards,
and they were
and
big
1
runs.
touchdown. And they were big runs, 10, 13, 27 yards. He had a touchdown run out of empty 2 for 4 yards, and they just found it too late. They had 12 plays out of empty formation in the Super Bowl, and they averaged 8.2 yards per play, and they just found it a little too late.
Hey, we come back. We'll hear Steve Sarkisian, who knows Jalen Milroe very well, and his thoughts on the quarterback that he once recruited to Alabama. Now he's got to go against him. We'll hear that. Also some more from Sark on yesterday's Game Week news conference. His thoughts on his team after seeing the film. Sark seemed a little bit irritated yesterday, and as you said to me, Rod, he probably watched the film. That irritated him.
Yep.
We'll talk about that coming back here on Ian Rod B.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Austin is a beautiful city, thanks in no small part to our good friends over at Ironworkers Local 482. They've been helping shape Greater Austin for a long time, since 1935, and you see the labors of their love all over this great city in iconic, exquisite landmarks like DKR Stadium and the Pennybacker Bridge. And as the city continues to grow and thrive, so does Ironworkers Local Union 482. They don't go to the office. They're the ones who build the office. So if you're looking for an exciting new career, you can become a valued member of this prestigious organization, and you can accept the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself while helping shape Austin's economic development. Right now, Ironworkers Local Union 482 are hiring over 3,000 people for a huge project right here in Central Texas, and you can become a member of Ironworkers Local 482 and take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that helps shape the future of our great city. So maximize your potential and be your best self today. Simply go online and apply at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org.
Tuesday. It's only Tuesday, and the buzz is already afoot here with Texas and Alabama. And as we talked about last hour, Rod, with Mike Craven, a big weekend of college football, because in addition to Texas-Bama, you've got Baylor playing Utah up in Waco. You've got UTSA and Texas State, which all of a sudden is kind of a compelling game because of the relationship between G.J. Kinney and his mentor, Jeff Traylor. And, of course, Texas State just beat Baylor in Waco.
Oh, yeah.
UTSA lost to Houston, so that's all of a sudden a pretty compelling football game that people will sink their teeth into this weekend in Week 2. Obviously, we're still recapping Week 1 and the good, the bad, and the ugly from what we saw in the first week of college football. And the sportsgasm really cranks up this weekend, Rod, because the NFL will be back.
Oh, I can't wait. Cannot wait. We'll start breaking down some NFL games later this week, too.
Chiefs-Lions. Where are you on the bullish side of the Lions? Are you feeling they feel like their defense is really good? They've got one of the premier. The thing you don't talk about with the Lions enough is that they think they have one of the 3 or 4 best offensive lines in all of pro football, with Penei Sewell anchoring the left tackle position. They feel like they can run the ball. And Jahmyr Gibbs, if Bijan Robinson is a hotshot Rookie of the Year candidate, so is Jahmyr Gibbs. A lot of talk in Detroit that he's running first team. Like they're using him. He doesn't leave the field, Rod. He's running back, but when David Montgomery comes in, they move him over to slot receiver.
Yep.
He's going pretty early in fantasy drafts.
I got him in one of mine. I'm happy to have him. But, so excited to see that. And, of course, you're playing a Chris Jones-less Chiefs team because he ain't going to play if they haven't got anything done by now. It's already Tuesday.
No, he's not playing. Even if they did get it done, he wouldn't play.
6.5 point spread on that game. Who are you taking right now?
Ooh, it's Patrick Mahomes. I might take the points. Just
ride it. That's what I was thinking.
Could be a shootout, man.
Definitely the over.
Yeah.
Hey, also, Joey Bosa still holding out in San Francisco. That's not resolved yet.
Oh, they've admitted that John Lynch has admitted he's uncomfortable with the holdout, and he right now doesn't feel good about it. He's admitted that, that's not a good sign.
Now there's a new holdout that's joined it. It's Brian Burns in Carolina. He is now not practicing. Bryce Young, of course, in the Carolina Panthers. He's one of the premier pass rushers in the league, and he wants a new deal. But the Carolina Panthers won't move. They want to see what Bosa gets. Right, that Bosa needs to set the market, and
and they're like, dude, we're not going to be good. Why the hell are we paying you so much money? Like, we might as well trade you for some picks. We're not going to be good for like 3 years.
Right. Meanwhile, Chris Jones in Kansas City. I know you've had your rant about the Chiefs not spending money, despite Patrick Mahomes taking less money. Letting Tyreek Hill go and now haggling with their best defensive player.
They got the two team-friendliest deals in the history of the NFL in Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes. Go look it up. I'm not making that up. Travis Kelce may go down as the greatest tight end in NFL history, and right now he's, fifth? The fifth highest paid tight end in the league. Patrick Mahomes is probably going to go down as a top 4 quarterback all time. This is the start of his career. He started, and he's already, 8th highest paid quarterback, and you don't want to pay Tyreek Hill or Chris Jones. Like I'm just asking, where's the money going? Because you got 3-4 rookies starting on defense right now.
Yeah, pay the man. Well, and all he wants more than he wants. Well, what did Quinn Williams just get? Right?
Yeah, he wants market value for the second best D tackle in the league.
The Jets just signed Quinn Williams, and he's making more than Chris Jones. Chris Jones saying, "I just helped y'all win the Super Bowl, y'all."
Oh yeah,
you don't win that. Shop.
You don't win that first one without him for sure. The second one, maybe, but that first one, you don't win that one though.
Well, did you see what he did last year in the AFC playoffs?
Yes,
he was unblockable.
He was a one-man wrecking crew.
Yes,
one-man wrecking crew.
Well, you wonder if they're going to call his bluff and let him sit out the first 7 games, come back for the 8th game and beyond, and
or trade him.
They'll still have him for the. I think they want him.
I think they do too.
I think they can survive the first 7 games. Win half of them, be 4-3 or wherever that is. And then he comes back, and he's still got to play for the contract because he's going to be a free agent when the season's over. And he's got to play, or else he can't get vested to get to the free agency period. So I don't know. But I'm with you on the Chiefs side of that organization playing hardball with their best player again. That seems odd. So we will talk more NFL football. We'll get to the Cowboys. Cowboys have an issue, by the way. Did you see that Tyler Smith, their second-year offensive lineman?
He's been great.
Hamstring. Jerry Jones was on 105.3 The Fan this morning and said he's going to have an MRI today. He says we felt better after we visited with him, addressed it after practice. Hopefully it's not serious enough to impact him. So keep an eye on that.
I mean, hamstrings with linemen usually, hopefully it's not that issue. It's not debilitating because he doesn't have to open up with his stride or anything, but it's this close to the season starting. That's unfortunate.
Hey, can we play this piece of sound from Steve Sarkisian? We'll get back to the NFL tomorrow and into Thursday as the openers get closer. But I thought this was interesting because I mentioned I watched the Texas press conference yesterday, and Sark was a little ornery. Sark was a little. I mean, he and Anwar Richardson, Orange Bloods, they had a little. Not it was just Sark was saying, "Is there a question there? Is there a question there? What are you asking me?" That kind of stuff. And
he went back and watched that film, and I think it put him in a bad mood.
Well,
after the game, he didn't watch the film, so he's all in a good mood thinking, yeah, so many guys play, and we were vanilla. He watched that film and realized, holy Chicago, we ain't got a shot to beat Bama if we play like that.
Yeah, no chance.
We got no chance.
We couldn't pick up 3 blitzers. Let's hear Sark on the run game. I think this number 2 is specific to that they've got to be more physical. I mean, they weren't physical enough against Rice. Because they looked a little bit confused at some things. And this would be your point, Rod, of why he was probably frustrated. Here is Sark on what he saw when he saw the film about the Texas running game.
Yeah, CJ's back at practice today, which was a positive. The run game-wise, there were moments when it looked really good, and I thought we started to find a little bit of rhythm there. But my evaluation of the run game might be different than others. It's how do we run the ball when they know we're going to run the ball? That's really critical, and that's something we take a lot of pride in our team run periods, the emphasis in which we do it. But like I said earlier, I thought some of the errors that occurred in the run game, why things weren't as clean as we maybe would have liked, we didn't trust our training well enough, and that's something that we need to improve upon. Because we can't can't guarantee what every front's going to be or what every pressure and line stunt's going to be. So we got to trust our training and use our fundamentals and use our techniques and improve upon those to make sure, regardless of what the look is that we get, that we block it accordingly and that we do it with a level of physicality that is up to our standard.
Yeah, not physical enough.
They weren't physical enough. He wanted them to play bully ball against Rice, and they didn't for the entire game. They did in the second half. They got back to some of that. To your point about the Sark being in a bad mood, or at least just maybe
a
being
little
testy,
testy,
exactly, a little irritated, whatever it may be. I mean, he wasn't in bad mood. Maybe he was a little irritated after watching the film. He was asked about the deep ball. Shout out to my man Tyler Feldman, because that's where I got it from. He was asked about the deep ball, and I didn't see the press conference live. I'll admit that. I went back and watched it on YouTube and didn't hear this question on the YouTube video.
Oh, yeah, this was interesting.
So I don't know if they took it off or whatever.
For context, I will say that the Sark already addressed earlier Sark had addressed earlier the deep ball question. And so then it came back, I think, was part of the deal. Either way, it was all right, so let's play that. This is from KView 24?
It is from Tyler Feldman, yes. Shout out to Tyler Feldman from KView, yes.
Steve, you talked about the deep ball a little bit ago, the pass protection breakdowns, the route running that wasn't necessarily perfect. Looking back at the tape, what do you see in particular that needs to change or improve to make the deep ball more consistent?
All of that.
Could you go deeper?
We need to pass protect better. We need to run better routes. We need to throw it better.
There you go.
Little irritating.
All of that.
See, yeah, well, all of that. I think he's tired of talking about it.
Well,
he's tired of talking about that deep ball now.
After watching all of Sark's coverage, he's fine if you ask him a question. He doesn't like when you try to lead him into an answer. I mean, because that's that, Rod. In TV, they're trying to get a soundbite for a story they've already probably written. You know what I mean?
Very true.
They're trying to get Sark to say, and there wasn't. He kind of laid it out for him. Tyler Feldman did, which is fine. But Sark had already addressed it earlier, and he was getting tired. He's tired of talking about the deep ball, Rod.
Don't poke the bear.
I know he's tired of talking about the deep ball, but he's the one that is
keeps calling him.
He's the one that's so committed to the deep ball. He's like Pookie from New Jack City. He's like, it keeps calling me. I need that deep ball, baby.
That deep ball.
It's like, you're the one who's obsessed with it. We're not obsessed with the deep ball. You're obsessed with the deep ball. We are actually pleading with you to throw the deep ball less, to throw fewer deep balls on first down. You're the one who keeps throwing the deep ball. That's why we're talking about the deep ball. And you emphasize improving the deep ball in the offseason. And what I saw in game one did not look like improvement. So all the time you spent in the offseason working on the deep ball, getting reps in the deep ball, getting better, placement, accuracy, all that in the deep ball, routes, all that improving deep ball. You telling me you went 0 for 6 and you don't want me to talk about it? You are the one who was obsessed with it. We don't want you to throw it anymore because we're tired of talking about it too because it's so inept and so bad. So stop throwing them and then we'll stop talking about them. You stop obsessing about it. It ain't us. It's you.
Can't add to that. Hey, we come back. It's going to be Who Said That? Who said it, Rod? You got some good stuff for me today? I got some stuff for you. I got some stuff. We will have that Who Said It on the other side of a quick timeout with the fabulous fifth hour to follow as we go 5 hours a morning, 5 days a week here on Ian Rod B. Who said it? Who said it? It's a good sound that we found that we like to hear. You want to hear it too, and then we decide if we can guess who that is, Rod. And we have fun with who said it. Who the heck said it? We got that. We heard from Sark this morning. We've heard from Kelvin Banks this morning, the Longhorn left tackle. Also, J.T. Sanders, all admitting that the Longhorns' offense has to play at a higher level.
Mm-hmm.
Raise the bar.
Raise the roof.
And that's the way it goes. And I thought Mike Craven said something, and you've said it this since yesterday, Rod. If Texas goes out and plays Alabama off their feet, maybe steals a win or even plays close, the Rice game will, I don't say be forgotten, but it won't be as a big a deal. And that's how you, and that's the week 1 to week 2 stuff. And the overreactions either way. I mean, that it happens every year. But yeah, you have to go play because you just said it. After watching the film, Sark knows very well if they play anything close to like they did on the offensive line against Rice against Alabama, it's not going to be a close game.
Yeah, I mean,
Quinn Ewers hurt again.
Yeah, exactly. He got hit a lot. You said that yesterday. He's like, he got hit a lot, and go back and rewatch it, guys. He takes a lot of licks for Rice. You're supposed to get hit that much versus Rice. If Rice is hitting your quarterback that much, how much you think Bama gonna hit him?
Yeah.
They're gonna take some shots.
All right, give me some sound, Rod. What do we have and who said that?
All right, this first piece of sound is a Power 5 head coach after the game.
After that first play by Mercer, the touchdown, just how did you feel the defense kind of responded after that, just overall with this new system under Goalie?
Well, I said on the headset, we paid a lot of money, Pete, for you, and that's not exactly what we're expecting.
Isn't that a great piece of sound?
Is that Lane Kiffin?
Yes, it is. We paid a lot of money.
Is that about Pete Golding, his defensive coordinator? That's great.
That is great, isn't it?
That is awesome.
It's a great piece of sound.
I think you'll like this one, too, because, it is college football, but these are student athletes, Rod.
Student athletes,
and some of them still play school. Could you guess who this is?
Professor Taylor, if you're seeing this, please let me turn in my homework late because it's due tonight, I think at 12, so it may already be 12.
There you go.
Oh.
You guess who that is?
I got no shot.
That is the Duke quarterback.
Oh, okay.
Duke's quarterback, who last night after they stunned Clemson 28-7, and Riley Leonard had himself a pretty good game, he said, hey, listen, Professor, can we play that again? Hey, Professor, I know I got some homework due tomorrow here at Duke, which is a very high and elite educational opportunity. Let me play that again. Riley Leonard begging his professor to let him slide a little bit on an assignment that's due.
Professor Taylor, if you're seeing this, please let me turn in my homework late because it's due tonight, I think at 12, so it may already be 12.
Okay. What do you think that professor says?
Honestly, this is post upset, right?
Yeah, post upset.
You know what? He might let him get a little extra time for the assignment, whatever it may be.
He threw for 175 and ran for 98.
Yeah, if you didn't win the game, then I need that assignment on time, son. I need you to get there on time. But hey, man, you pulled the upset. That's a big win.
Biggest win. Their first win against a AP top 10 opponent since Steve Spurrier in 1989.
Give him a little extra time.
Come on, Prof.
You earned that. The world, as the late great Augie Arito would say, one of his great Augieisms, the world is a very different place for winners than it is for losers.
That's right.
And that young man's a winner.
And pretty people too.
Yeah, you damn right. Yeah, we know that for sure. All right, another piece of sound here. This is another Power 5 head coach. I think you'll be able to figure out who this is.
Okay, here we go.
He's won in everything he's done in football. He's won as a player. He's won as a coach. So I think everyone maybe thinks like outside, not me. Everyone else thinks like, well, this is all a show, and that he's the most serious person about football. Like his poster was on people's walls for a reason as a player because he's one of the hardest practicing, hardest playing people that's ever played the game, right? So why would we think that his team wouldn't be the same? CJ White's on our staff was a strength coach for him. He told us like early on, like, let me tell you how they're going to practice. Let me tell you what they're going to do. So the utmost respect for Coach Sanders. Like when he was the head coach of Trinity Christian, I recruited Quaylen Jones out of there. He's a football guy. Like like all the other stuff, the commercials and all those things. Those are extra things you get to do when you're elite at football. But yeah, I'm not surprised at all. I think everything he's ever done in football, he's been successful at, and so he's being successful here already.
There you go. That's Matt Rule.
There it is. Yes, it is. Getting ready for his big matchup versus Prime.
This is not judgment, Ron. This is observation.
Mm-hmm. Give it to me.
Since he left Baylor, Matt Rule's gotten heavier. Am I right about this?
He was always heavy set fellow.
Yeah, I think Todd's right. He was always pretty heavy set. I don't know.
The more
I've never known a skinny
get,
Matt Rule.
The more money you get,
you eating better.
The fatter you get.
Yeah, you eating better. Yeah, I agree with Ty. He's always been heavy set. Matt Rule.
You know who else is on that is Mike Elko.
He was an O-line guy, if I'm not mistaken.
Matt Rule was a linebacker.
You know what I'm saying? No, he's coached O-line. So if you coach O-line, you can't be a skinny. When's the last time you seen a skinny guy coaching O-line?
Joe Philbin.
You can't. Yeah, you can't. Exactly. Nobody liked him. You can't be skinny coaching O-line, man.
I got a skinny coach for you. See if you can guess who this is. I know you'll know the voice. This is he's really skinny actually for a football coach.
Yeah, haven't gotten used to it yet. It's going to take a while. And I hate to admit this, but I was in there chewing the offense's ass out, the offensive staff, and I said, I'm just telling you, when we play TCU, it's going to be the same way if they do this. And they said, Coach, we don't play TCU. And I was like, well, if we play TCU, I mean, you know, and I was on a roll. You know what I'm saying? You remember when in Animal House when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor?
Did you say over? Nothing is over until we decide it is. Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? Hell no!
Hell no!
Forget it, he's rolling. It ain't over now!
Well, I was in the Germans bombing Pearl Harbor, and one of the young coaches go, Coach, we don't play TCU. I'm like, well, if we played them. Because they played some 3 down in this game. See, they didn't play this defense last year. They played an odd front with a stand-up guy. This was a new defense. And it was kind of TCU did it, so I was using them as an example. If we do that, they're going to kick our ass like they just kicked our ass, and we don't play them. So
there you go.
I haven't quite adjusted to it, to be honest with you. It just hadn't got there with me. But I will say that.
There you go. You know who that is.
That's Mike Gundy. That is the man, Mike Gundy. Mike Gundy is funny, whether you like him or not. I love me some Mike Gundy, though. He's hilarious.
And you can see him in that coach's room just laying into him. And somebody says,
like,
Coach, we
don't play TCU. He's like, you know what the hell I'm talking about.
If you're a parent, you'll find this out.
Don't let facts interrupt a good rant, damn
it. You'll be a parent here shortly, but when you have kids, you do that. And they'll say something, and they're always right.
Yeah. Yeah. You're wrong, because you're just ranting.
I'm ranting and ranting. And then they're like,
actually, Dad, that's the wrong day. It's a Wednesday.
Yeah,
you're like,
wrong,
I don't give a damn what day it is.
That's not the point.
It is funny. That is funny.
That isn't the point at all.
Don't let your facts and accuracy interrupt my good rant I'm on here now. I'm rolling.
There's no better feeling than as a kid than calling out your parents and them realizing they're wrong and then still being like, well, it doesn't matter anyway. It's like, you're still in trouble.
Yeah, exactly. You do it because I said so, damn it. That's why you do it.
Yeah.
Can I give you there was a moment when my kids were growing up that I thought my wife was going to throw my son Nolan over the balcony.
Oh, you told me this. I love this story.
Yeah. So Nolan there.
Oh, yeah.
So
it's great.
He's a baseball player, so I picked him up at baseball practice. We come home, and his mom was in a bad mood, and she was up there cleaning the boys' bathroom. My 2 sons shared a bathroom.
Oh, which it's got to be gross.
Oh, and they
just
were
disgusting.
They can't find the toilet. It's everywhere.
Just towels all over the place.
She's up there, 7 levels of angry. She's just like scrubbing it down.
Basically working herself literally into a lather and figuratively too. Like she's just mad. Getting angrier by the second.
I think it's like Thursday, and company's coming the next day, and they're supposed to have done this, and so Nolan goes upstairs. I say, go see her. I mean, she wants to. We'll eat when you come back down. And so he goes up there, and
he didn't even go up. He's he's like, go up there. I'll be waiting down there.
I knew what was coming because I had to. She was ranting before I left to go pick him up at the high school, and come in, and he goes up the steps, and I can hear everything that's being said, and she said, "Would you just left baseball practice? Would coach let you leave the locker room looking like this?" And he goes, "Mom, we have janitors." And I thought he was coming over because we had a balcony thing. I thought he was coming over. I really did. I thought he was coming down. I was gonna have to catch him or down the stairs. I was like, oh. And so I take off up the steps. I just have to get him. Come on.
Oh man, because she saw red then.
Oh. Like that was not the right answer.
But knowing Nolan, he probably didn't even mean for that.
Right,
He definitely did not mean it. He did not mean to imply that she was the janitor of the house.
He was just pointing out that, Mom, at school we have janitors. They clean everything.
Yeah, they clean all of that. Like, what?
It's great. You should go to school. All right, we'll come back. By the way, speaking of janitors, everybody was off on Monday, so we don't have any paper towels in our bathroom run. What are we doing in there?
Oh no! I heard. You know what? I had to just shake them dry. You got to shake them dry.
Go down to the kitchen there and get the paper towel roll, take it in there.
Hey,
Till they get that straightened out.
That means people are washing their hands. I'm happy. When the soap is out in the bathroom, I applaud. I'm happy. That means y'all, my fellow coworkers, and people I have to share this building with and share a bathroom with, are washing their hands. I got a friend who's a janitor at a school, and I won't even name the school. He said he went a whole semester and he never had to refill the soap. Never! The whole semester! Because the kids weren't washing their hands. Disgusting. Teach your kids to be better.
Animals.
Disgusting.
We'll be back. We have the fabulous 5th hour of our program, which, it's just kind of like you never know. You never know.
Never know.
We will pick that up. Also, more with Sark. Rod's got another trip behind the BOC. And by the end of the hour, we'll get the What's Poppin' picks and what's coming, including that big Astros-Rangers Game 2.
Go Astros!
Could it be the big shot in the arm the Rangers were looking for in this slump that they're in? We'll get you details. It's all coming on Ian Rodby. Yeah, a lot of good stuff today. Of course, it's a Monday, or feels like a Monday for a lot of folks out there.
That is
who enjoyed the
true.
3-day weekend. So
Yeah.
we're still recapping the Rice game. We were here for 5 hours yesterday. Where were we all?
Damn right.
The heck were y'all doing?
Getting it in. And we go check out the page, hornfm.com, if you missed any of
If
that.
you missed any of it, great analysis, or Rod's great analysis of the Rice game.
Hey, you got some great analysis too, bro.
Good, the bad, and the ugly. Also, the analysis of Ty's Sex Panther picks of the college football weekend, 2 and 3. 2 and 3 on the weekend.
It's all right,
And,
slow start. You know what I mean? It's the beginning of the season.
This doesn't count, but I didn't say it out loud, but I had Duke in my head to take Duke. I felt like that was a Duke opportunity with Mike Elko at home, 2 touchdowns you're getting, and a defensive mind like Mike Elko, and the offensive struggles they've had at Clemson with a new offensive coordinator to have all offseason to prepare for that game.
Yeah, they are struggling. It does seem to be the case. And I thought with Garrett Riley, they, add some creativity, innovation to that offense, but they may be lacking too much in the skill positions. They don't look the same. They don't pass the same eye test with the wide receivers and skill talent that they did in recent years. And I would say the same thing is true on the defensive side. Skill positions, cornerbacks, safeties, their DBs, they just don't look the same.
It slipped. It slipped. And that's been I know, as we said, when we had our Clemson Insider on, we talked about even at Clemson, and the team, people that follow the team are wondering, Dabo's inability or unwillingness to embrace the transfer portal, to
evolve with the times.
Evolve with the times. Yeah. I mean, it's if you're not improving, if you're not getting better, you're getting passed up, Rod.
Well, especially in the NIL transfer portal.
Oh my gosh!
We've seen all of these stories. The biggest stories in week 1 of college football have been these transformational stories where a team was able to, or at least a coach was able to reinvent the roster in one offseason using those tools. And Texas State did it their own way with G.J. Kinney. Deion did it his own way, of course, too. I mean, that's right now, if you don't use those tools to your advantage, then you're definitely at a disadvantage, period. That's just the way it goes.
I know. And he could say, well, I don't like it, or I'll use it my way, or whatever. But,
Didn't he say?
The margins are slim. The margins are slim here.
Mm-hmm.
And, look, here's the thing for Clemson. The offense gained 422 yards. Ty, hold on. 422 yards. 200 throwing, 200 on the ground. They were balanced. Cade Klubnik wasn't terrible. He was actually pretty good. And as Dabo Swinney after the game noted, the Clemson as a program before last night was 108-0 when the team rushed for 200 yards and passed for 200 yards. It's hard to lose a game when you move the ball that efficiently.
Mm-hmm.
And they did, because they turned it over at the goal line twice, fumbles. They missed and had 2 field goals blocked. Cade Klubnik threw an interception. And that was just sloppy. That was just bad. You got to finish the drives.
Those are what? You're talking about 2 touchdowns and 2 field goals, basically, that you missed out on? Talking about 20 potential points?
Yeah, well, the biggest came, I don't know which one's the biggest, but it was 13-7. And Clemson was driving inside the 5-yard line. It looked like they were going to punch this thing in, take the lead, take the momentum of the game. And the D tackle for Duke blew up a play, got into the lap of the running back, and forced a fumble, to which the DB for Duke was right there, and it popped up right to him, and he took off. And this is where we talked earlier that Cade Klubnik showed some of that Westlake track speed.
Yeah, he did.
Because he tracked that dude down, but then Duke still scored on the drive. So it went from what could have been 14-13 to 21-7.
Yep.
And at that point, the game's over. I mean, now you're down 14 points in the fourth quarter on the road. That was a costly fumble, and they all are. And as you've said, Rod, the other to me, the 2 biggest macro stories of weekend 1, the transfer portal and its impact on the game, and the faster games, right? The new clock rule.
Yeah.
And you have to value every possession. That's part of what Mike Gundy was just ranting about, and who said that he's trying to get used to the quicker game.
Yeah, and remember Chip Kelly was talking about that halftime.
Yeah.
In his halftime interview. He was making
we only had the ball 4 times.
remarks. Yeah, he was upset because, like you said, those possessions now way more valuable. They've always been valuable, but now even more value placed on them, more urgency.
If it goes from you normally would have the ball 12 times a game, and now it's 10. And in Chip Kelly's case, 4.5.
It's big, man.
That's not a lot.
It's a big difference.
And so the complementary football conversation has to be there because you got to be able to get people off the field, or else, especially an underdog, Rod, they're just gonna try to keep the ball. You got to feel like Texas going in on the road against Alabama's an underdog. Take care of the ball and move the chains.
Long. If you can't score quickly, then those long sustained drives where you just hold on to the ball and play keep away. Don't allow them to have the ball.
Well, and that goes to the stat you gave us yesterday that the Longhorns, who were bad on third down in week 1, which is a huge number, and their average third down to gain was 8 yards. That if they do that at Alabama, they'll get
8.9. They were damn near 9.
They'll get crushed.
They were damn near 9 yards to gain on third down. That's unacceptable. That's probably why Sark was so upset.
They'll get blown out at Alabama if they do that.
Well, yeah, because that means that clearly Alabama can tee off on you. If you're third and damn near 9, what was your second down? That means you were 2nd and 10, right? Yeah. You were damn near close to 2nd and 10. And why were you at 2nd and 10? Because you're throwing deep balls on first down, getting behind the chains. You had 6 deep balls, 4 of them on first down. That gets you behind the chains. And by the way, of those 6 deep balls, I believe 5 of them were in the first half. Yeah, only one was in the second half.
And then you weren't getting to push on offense. So you throw a deep ball. Then it's 2nd and 10. You get a gain a yard.
Exactly.
And now it's 3rd and 9.
It's 3rd and 9. Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck with getting your quarterback in a rhythm and in a groove and protecting him.
Yeah. Well, and it's got to be better. I think you said it right on. Sark's irritation at the press conference, he knows it's got to get better quick. It really does. And you had all training camp to not look like that. With your offensive line, and then say, well, they saw a lot of stuff on film that we hadn't seen Rice do before. But to your point, well, just because Rice hadn't done it yet doesn't mean they're not going to copy what Baylor did last year. And
exactly.
I mean, you got to assume that they're going to look for what worked against other opponents that you've played.
Totally agree.
So you still got to fix it.
And by the way, just so you know, I saw a snap or two. I took a screenshot of it of Rice running the dreaded 3 high, 3 down defense. That's the schematic kryptonite of Steve Sarkisian turned Sark into Steven. I saw it. They broke it out. They should have got a sack on one of those plays. They got a sack because Quinn didn't know what he was looking at. Quinn, he drops back. I believe it's play action. He drops back, and he looks up, and you can tell his eyes get big like, oh, no, there it is again. I can't know what the hell's going on. And then, boom, they get the sack. Just watch it. If Rice is taking those concepts, things that I have broken down for you guys and explained to you guys that are schematically successful versus Sark and versus the Texas defense or offense, other teams have seen it too, and nothing is more successful and more disruptive to a Sark offense while he's been at Texas than the 3 high, 3 down defense. And like I said, Rice ran it. They didn't run exclusively, but they ran a snap or 2 of it.
When you said it was even effective against him when he was at Alabama with all that talent.
Arkansas, Barry Odom broke it out. Even with that vaunted, prolific Alabama offense, they were able to really neutralize a lot of those Alabama threats and frustrate Sark offensively. And that was when Arkansas wasn't even really good. They were just running schematically that kryptonite that Sark really hates to see. Has to find a remedy for.
He's got to figure it out. And Quinn Ewers doesn't seem to like it either, by the way.
No.
Hey, this says, these damn clock rules are making me drink faster. Used to take a drink of my Bud Light between pitches and each snap. Used to be a marathon. Now it's a damn drinking sprint.
That's true because baseball, you're right. If you drink, that's a good point. Between pitches. Now, you got to.
The 9 beer, 9 dog challenge might not even be possible anymore.
You got to speed it up.
Too fast.
Oh, 9 beer, 9 dog challenge? Well,
yeah.
So 1 per inning?
Yeah, 1 of each per inning.
Ooh, that's – I guess it was easier when you had a long inning. I guess it's pretty good, but that would catch up to you by the 7th.
I will say, then we'll preview that Texas that Houston Rangers game, the Rangers and the Astros tonight. I mentioned there could be a shot in the arm for Texas and the Rangers. That's Nathan Eovaldi's back. And he hasn't started in almost 2 months. Remember, he had their arm fatigue.
Mm-hmm.
They need him desperately. He's their best pitcher, right? Even with Max Scherzer's acquisition. And another problem has been behind him in the bullpen. They just need something positive to happen for the Rangers. Astros beat them up last night 13-6. They have not been a good baseball team of late, and they've now lost their lead. Remember, they were nice and comfortable. They were 3-4 games up on everybody.
It seemed that way.
Mariners went on their streak. Rangers went in their slump, and now it's a dogfight to the finish. So we'll watch that. Framber Valdez, who's been up and down for the Astros, to say the least. He will get the ball. This one could be an over kind of thing. They could score a lot of runs tonight. Well, if Eovaldi, you just don't know how sharp Eovaldi's going to be coming off. And not 7 weeks out. So we'll watch that game. As for the Longhorns, Rod,
yes sir.
I'll say this number again for the folks who missed our show yesterday. The Longhorns played a game in 3 hours and 11 minutes. And I know they were taking the air out of the ball in the fourth quarter, and everybody's ready to get out of there. It was 150 degrees. But that's got to be something, because the NFL does it in 3 hours, but they have a 12-minute halftime where college football does 25-minute halftimes, right? When they play the bands, and the bands come out, and everybody gets their say.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
I mean, so essentially it was under 3 hours for a football game. And some are mad about it. Some people, I saw our friend Kevin Dunn. He was on Twitter complaining about it.
Yeah, he's a traditionalist.
He was like, man, what was wrong with football as it is? I want more football.
Yeah,
I want less football.
He's not the only one, though. People are upset about it.
I like it. I'm not a fan of 4-hour football games, but I think I don't know how you fix that, but the 3 hour 15, 320, that's fine. But many a Big 12 game of the last 4 or 5 years have gone close to 4 hours. When you start combining reviews and all the commercial breaks and everything that goes on in a game, and then you're stopping the clock after every first down. Big 12 offenses get a lot of first down. So you're always stopping the clock.
Yeah.
Now it's not. I think it's something to get used to. I'm good with it, Ron. I'm good with it.
I'm good with it because I rewatch a lot of games. So I think the games have gotten way too long. And every sport's doing this, by the way, guys. This is not just college football. College football actually is one of the last sports to make changes, to change the rules, to try to shorten the games. We know Major League Baseball did it. It was an overwhelming success. It will probably be Rob Manfred's legacy, actually. It will probably end up being part of his legacy because he's the one that really pushed those rule changes, and they've been, I think, a really good thing for the game, and I think it's going to be more palatable to the younger generations, and that's what this is for. This is not for, this is why older people, like you talk about Kevin Dunn and people our age, they're upset about this. It's not for you. You're going to watch the games regardless. You're going to watch them no matter how long or how short they are. It doesn't matter. It's for the younger generation because what they found in all the studies is that the younger generations, they don't watch sports like we do. They don't make it appointment viewing from start to finish. They're not going to watch the game from the beginning and then watch it all the way through to the end. They don't do that. They come in and out of sporting events. They're told by social media, hey, something's trending or going viral. You might want to tune in. That's what they do. They come back to it and they watch in snippets, in highlights. They just don't watch 3-4 hour broadcasts all at one time and consume it all at one time like we did. So that's why they're trying to make the game shorter. Every sport is trying to make their sports and their game shorter. Everybody. I mean, really, that's just so college football is just the latest. And plays per game went from 131 last year to 117 now on average. Small sample size. Drives per game 24 to 21.7, and plays per drive from 5.5 to 5.4. So it's a pretty obvious change, and I think it's good. Actually, I support it.
Hey, can I give you a stat that's ugly for Texas?
Yeah, give it to me.
Ugly for Texas.
UGLY, no alibi. Give it to me.
Oh, my gosh. Since 2000, let's see if I get this right here. 2000, my goodness. Okay, since 2009, Rod. 2009, when College Game Day is on hand for a Texas game, whether it's in Austin on the road or at the Cotton Bowl, or at a neutral site like the National Championship game, the Longhorns have won one time.
Hold up, what? Say that again.
Since 2009.
Since 2009, when Texas featured on Game Day.
When they're the team that they're covering at the site.
At the site.
They have lost their last 3 in Austin.
Wow.
Last time they won one in Austin with Game Day on site was 2009 Texas Tech.
Okay.
They lost to Alabama in 19. They lost to LSU in 19. Alabama and TCU last year with Game Day. The Game Day was at the National Championship game in 2010 when they lost to Alabama. The only one that they've won since 2009, Rod, is Dicker the kicker against Oklahoma, 48-45.
Dicker the kicker.
That's it.
Love it.
They're like one in their last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. 1 in 7 in their last 8 appearances at the featured game on College Game Day.
That is a pretty sobering stat there.
It also, when you see these numbers, it reveals that the Longhorns weren't a College Game Day feature for about 10 years, from 2010 until an appearance in 2018. It's not been good. And that was the one that they won. But since Cameron Dicker made that kick to beat Oklahoma 48-45, after the Longhorns blew the big lead but still won it under Tom Herman, They've lost 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row. 4 in a row with game day on site. Sorry.
Yeah.
Can they turn the trend? That's what they're going to do because game day will be there on. And by the way, Fox, the Big Fox, Big Noon. They're going to They're going to Boulder.
Oh, so, Nebraska?
Yeah, Nebraska.
Colorado, Nebraska. Well, because they want to see Deion's a show.
Right.
Deion gets ratings, man. People want to talk about Deion. It's a national story. And Deion's, like I said, there are two rules of entertainment. You got to be good or be interesting. And right now, Deion's both.
They might be good. Yeah, they might be a little bit of
both.
Good
and interesting.
Well, I mean, look, if you're Fox, I mean, the last time when Texas played Alabama last year, remember Fox was here along with ESPN? And we were doing our broadcast from Bevo Boulevard, Rod, and the Fox people were coming down trying to beg people to come to their broadcast because everyone was at ESPN, right?
Yeah.
Everyone was at game day. Like they were trying to, like Reggie Bush was giving away free Wendy's or something. like come to our broadcast, please. So now I think they've realized let's not compete with them.
Yeah, it's not. Yes, it's not. I don't think it's a wise move to compete like that.
And you just said it. I mean, Matt Rule's interesting and Deion's Deion. Of course you're going to go there.
Yeah, and Matt Rule, I think there were some clips that have kind of reached the Twitterverse of Matt Rule talking a little trash, talking some trash, not directly, but just about Deion's style of roster construction and roster building. So I want people to break that out too.
All right. Here's another text that says the most humiliating loss over the weekend was Texas Tech. Laid a huge egg at Wyoming after their coach wrote a big check he couldn't cash before the season started.
Life comes at you fast, man. It does.
More.
Now you got Joey McGuire quoting Steve Sarkisian, or at least he's not quoting. He's referencing Steve Sarkisian and the embrace the hate thing.
Yeah,
so
we can play that coming up.
Yeah,
I think we should play that again. This says, what does that have to do with the game? Well, it doesn't. I was just pointing out that the Longhorns have not thrived as a game day feature. It's time to turn the tide. No pun intended.
Well, it's been
a bit.
Well, the best indicator of future events or behavior is researching past events and past behavior.
Yeah, it's called a trend. It's called a trend.
Yes,
the Longhorns have not.
That's why you study history.
One in their last 7 since, and only one win since 2009 when game day's here. That means they haven't won the big games because the game day goes where the big games are.
That's history. Yeah, so that's trends. That's patterns. That's what we do.
That's what it would be.
That's
also,
what we study. Yeah.
So we will get to this. Oh man, Bruce with Vallejo, who's a big Alabama fan, says, guys, Bama had 2 starting DBs injured. Ouch. Did you see that in the game, Rod, when you were watching him?
Kool-Aid was one of them. I believe Kool-Aid was one of the DBs that got injured. But I think he's going to be okay. This is the biggest game of the year. One of the, not for Bama, they got lots of big games, but this is one of the biggest games of the year for all of college football. I think those DBs, unless, it's a serious injury, I think they'll end up playing.
Most humiliating loss of the weekend, Rod, for you, was it Baylor or Tech? I think it's Baylor.
It was Baylor. I mean, Baylor was a 27.5-point favorite. It was a first ever Power 5 win for Texas State. That may have been the biggest win in Texas State history.
Without a doubt. There is no debate.
There's no debate. It is.
I mean, that's the first time I've ever beaten a Power 5 team.
That's crazy.
And it's the first game for their head coach. Now, they had the Jim Wacker days back in Southwest Texas State, and they won a national championship at that level. But, man, to have that game at Baylor in Waco, McLean Stadium. And by the way, add insult to injury, Blake Shapen, their quarterback, hurt his knee. He's going to miss 2 to 3 weeks, so he could be out for this game against Utah this week and the Texas game on the 23rd.
He's definitely, I think he's going to miss that Texas game.
Well, then they're going to be 1-3 because I don't know that they can beat Utah with their backup quarterback, even though the Utes don't have their quarterback. I think that'll be a close game, but I would lean Utah and Kyle Whittingham at this point. And then, because, the bigger concern, Blake Shapen played great, even though he was injured. Now he's going to miss 2 to 3 weeks. How about the defense giving up 42? I know G.J. Kinney runs a...
Didn't they just hire a new DC?
Yes.
They just hired a new...
They did.
That's not a good sign for a brand new DC to give up that many points. But I guess he probably didn't know how that offense was going to look. I mean, he knew G.J. Skinny's scheme, but with all those new players, you didn't know how they were going to utilize and weaponize those guys.
Can I say this about it?
They didn't just throw the ball all over the yard to beat Baylor. They ran it on them.
They did.
They ran it on them a little bit too.
That's a dynamic offense.
Yeah.
And I'll say this for G.J. Kinney. Maybe we can try to get him on the show this week. I bet you I can grab him.
Oh, he's getting a lot of interview requests now. He's big time.
Hey, we're right here.
I
we're in his backyard.
I'm just saying, it may not be as easy as it once was for you to get in touch with G.J.
I'll get him. You want to talk to him?
I do want to talk to G.J.
All right, we'll get him. Because here's the deal. Here's the deal. For him to win that game in Waco where his father once coached, right?
Yeah.
It's his father's alma mater.
That's special.
His dad, who's named after, of course, was the coach in Canton, Texas, who was shot by a disgruntled parent in his coach's office.
Disturbing.
Barely lived. And then after that happened, he survived, but decided he didn't want to be in high school football anymore, and he went back to Baylor, where he worked as an assistant coach at his alma mater. Well, GJ just beat that team. Just beat Baylor in Waco. What a huge feather. What a huge win. And then this week he faces his mentor, Jeff Traylor. You heard Mike Craven tell that story when we talked to him earlier, and he wrote the story for Dave Campbell's this week, Rod.
Mm-hmm.
After his father was shot and left the high school ranks and recovered and went to Baylor, he transferred from that high school, and he went to Gilmer and played quarterback for Jeff Traylor and won a state title there, became a kid who was on the cover. And then, so Jeff Traylor and that's like a father-son relationship. Now he's got to play UTSA.
That's such a cool
How about
story.
that opportunity?
That is so cool. That comes full circle.
Yeah.
Against Jeff Traylor. And UTSA just came off a loss to U of H.
Yeah.
But I just love that story for G.J. Kinney and the way he built everything. Good for him.
Yeah.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah, and he beat his dad's alma mater, and a place I'm sure is
now
very
he's about
fond
to go beat
him.
one of his mentors.
Now he's got to go play the
mentor.
mentor.
Yeah. Good for him. It's a hell of a start. I'm happy for Texas State fans too. That program has been going through it for a while. You and I talked about this probably a couple of years ago. That Texas State's a sleeping giant. With all the talent that is now surfacing in Central Texas when it comes to football prospects, man, you can really clean up. But if you know the high school ranks, which he does, but also now you have access to the transfer portal. Now you can fill in the gaps where you need via the transfer portal, or you can just overhaul the entire roster and reinvent it with the transfer portal and fill in the gaps with high school players that you've developed over time. You just have options now to build your roster. Before you didn't have those options.
And that was Jake Spavital, who is a good friend of mine. His downfall was he didn't build the high school relationships, even because he just believed, you know what, it's an uphill battle. It was COVID when he was getting there, and he was like, you know what, I'm just going to go portal. Now, G.J. Kinney, with his father's history in high school sports, and Jeff Traylor, and the coaches, the state high school coaches. Headquarters right there in San Marcos, right? I mean, you need to be hanging out over there. So if you could do portal and high school and do both, and as you said with GJ, pluck players who are from Texas who want to come back, wherever they went off to, they want to come back and take back Texas, as he calls it. He's done a great job with that. How about this too? Also a twist, Rod. While they're playing UTSA this weekend, Texas Tech, after losing to Wyoming, will play Oregon. And Dan Lanning is the head coach at Oregon, came in as the defensive coordinator from Georgia, and hired Will Stein to be the offensive coordinator. Will Stein was at UTSA.
Yes, he was.
And Incarnate Word. And he was at Lake Travis before he was at UTSA or Incarnate Word. And now he's coaching Oregon, who will play in Lubbock this weekend. Pretty cool coaching conversations for the weekend on.
Yeah.
And meanwhile,
Texas ties.
And you got Sark going back to Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, there you go. Trying to go up against one of his mentors.
Yeah. We'll hear some of Sark, because he was pretty philosophical about what he learned from Nick Saban and how he was willing to be a sponge. And we'll get some of that from Sark as the week goes on. But obviously he has a ton of respect for Nick Saban and what they're walking into on Saturday. So pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
This says Oregon is going to put 60 on Tech. Now, Austin Novosad's out there. Remember the kid from Dripping Springs? The quarterback? Remember he had been committed to Baylor? And then Will Stein was when Will Stein left UTSA and was hired by Oregon and Dan Lanning, that's when he said, you know what, I have a great relationship with Will Stein. I didn't want to go to UTSA, but I'll go to Oregon.
Oh, yeah.
I'll go to Oregon.
Damn right, especially the system.
That's right.
That's obviously a prolific offensive system.
Yeah.
With Bo Nix right now, they lighting it up.
Yeah, 80 points while they're playing Portland State.
Yeah, I know, but they can light it up with Bo Nix, because Bo Nix, he's a dual threat guy. And he's explosive.
By the way, if Novosad had kept his commitment to Baylor, he might be playing this weekend.
Oh, he would. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. If for Blake Shapen being hurt. We'll come back. When we do, we pick up these conversations. Rod takes us behind the BOC one more time. Deep dives on Texas football. We'll get what's popping before the end of the hour as well.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Austin, Texas Sports. The Horn.
Got football on the brain, no doubt about it, but baseball is there too. Rangers-Astros tonight. You'll hear it here on the Horn. And Astros now tied with the Mariners, and both those teams a game ahead of Texas, as they won that one 13-6 last night.
Yeah, down the stretch, the concern for Rangers fans was that the Rangers hadn't been here in a while. They didn't have a lot of guys on the roster who were used to dealing with success, that knew how to deal with success, and that knew how to close out the season strong so that they can win the division. And a lot of people believe that the Astros, with the experience that they had, that they would not panic. They'd know when to make their move, and that you would see the Astros close on that division lead as the season went on. And unfortunately, it looks like that's what's happening. That the Rangers can't seem to. They've lost 13 of the last 17. Or 13 of the last 17, I believe.
Yeah, they have not been good. And look, I mean, this is the reason the Rangers went and got Bruce Bochy, right? To bring in a guy who's just like Dusty Baker. He's seen it all, done it all. Great respect in the locker room, not going to panic. And that is one of the great things about the Astros. Dusty Baker's the perfect manager for them. They've got guys that just set the tone day by day, and they've gotten healthy. And that's the scary part. They even have Michael Brantley back in their lineup now. So they're as healthy as they've been all year long. But for the Rangers, I mean, there's not much Bruce Bochy can do about bad bullpen. I mean, you got to go to relievers, and they got to be able to get outs. And right now, they can't get outs. I mean, it's just bad. And that's tough. That's tough to overcome. When you got to get 27 outs in a baseball game, Rod. And when your starters like Andrew Heaney didn't go past the fourth inning,
so far, yeah.
And you got to go to that pen. It's a problem for them right now. And the Astros pounded out 13 more runs against them. And if you go look at the Astros are now 7-3 against the Rangers this year.
Wrapped up the silver boot.
Yep. No, 7-4. 7-4. My bad.
Wrapped up the silver boot. That's good.
And if you go to the last handful of games that they've played against the Rangers, it's been like double-digit runs.
Had they been lighting them up?
Yeah, 13-6 was the score last night. They hit 5 home runs in that game. Remember, then they had a series in late July where the Astros scored 10 and 4. I mean, they're putting up big numbers against the Astros. The Rangers pitching right now because their hitters have a good idea and they can get after it. Now, Nate, this is why the Nathan Eovaldi thing is big, because of Nathan Eovaldi, who was an all-star and is an 11-game winner but hadn't pitched in 7 weeks. If he can crank this thing up and give them a good 7-8 innings tonight and kind of stay out of that bullpen and then put you on a chance to win the series on Wednesday, that would be the optimal situation for the Rangers. Right now, the Astros, because they won last night. And the Astros have their guy, Framber Valdez, on the mound. They need to get him right, because when he's good, he's really good, but he's been bad more than he's been good of late.
Hadn't been consistent.
Yeah. But I think you're right about the Astros and their veteran players, right? They've been
here. They've been here before.
And I've said this for the last 3 weeks, Rod, since we've been doing this show. I mean, the Seattle Mariners are pitching better than either of those two teams right now. The Seattle Mariners have better starting pitching and really a better pitching staff than the Astros or Rangers. I think the Astros have a better lineup, and the Rangers score more runs, but it's September, so pitching's going to win out. And look, Rod, there's a real good chance that you got to keep your eye on Toronto and the American League East, but there's a chance all 3 teams could make the playoffs.
I mean, you're talking about one of the tightest division races in recent memory, in recent history, actually, in Major League Baseball. We gave you the numbers the other day. So, this is good for Major League Baseball. I think it's really good, and good for this rivalry between the Astros and the Rangers too. Would love to see all those teams make the postseason. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah,
that'd be great.
There's a chance, and obviously the Astros and Mariners were in it last year, and the Astros beat them in that first round series. And you know what's interesting, Rod? That if it were the Rangers who lose out and end up as the final wild card.
Oh, don't tell me Houston and Texas each other.
If you look at the way
Rangers Astros,
the way the seeding goes, the most optimal thing if you don't win the division would be to be the 3 seed, because the 3 seed would play the winner of the American League Central, right, in the first round of the playoffs, which would mean you're playing the Twins and not playing Baltimore or Tampa Bay in that American League East. You'd rather play Minnesota than those 2 teams in the playoffs, but we'll see. A lot of time, a lot of baseball between now and then. As we said, the Rangers, 7 of their last 10 games are head-to-head with the Mariners, including a 4-game series in Seattle to end the season. But tonight, first things first, Texas and Houston with Framber Valdez and Nathan Eovaldi. Astros already up a game. All right, let's go to the burnt orange curtain. Let's get behind it.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right. Sark spoke to the media yesterday for the Alabama week press conference, and he talked a lot about Alabama, of course. He also talked about the Alabama defense, and I got a chance to watch that Alabama defense. Just had a texter remark that Alabama may have a couple of DBs who are dealing with injuries this week, as Kool-Aid McKinstry, their All-American DB, was one of those DBs. I think he's going to be okay, but he did have a play in that Middle Tennessee State game where he went down and went out, and I don't think he came back in. But I don't know how serious it is, and I don't think it's serious enough to keep him out of the Texas game. But here is Steve Sarkisian. He was being asked about Alabama and what Alabama presents defensively for his offense. Here is Steve Sarkisian talking about that Nick Saban defense.
I think what you take is they're going to be well coached. They're going to give you a multitude of defenses, fronts, coverages, pressures, and they're going to play hard. That goes without saying. So, you try to prepare the players for, maybe some tendencies and some expectations of things they might get. But at the end of the day, it's you got to earn what you get in this game, and you got to earn your yards, and that comes through execution. That's probably the biggest thing. You have to execute. There's not the ball. You can't hope the ball is going to bounce the right way. You got to execute, and you got to run it right. You got to throw it right. You got to protect right. You got to block right. You got to do things the right way against this defense. They're going to make you earn it.
That no doubt about it. They will make you earn it. It'll be a great test for the trenches for Texas. Right now, it looks like that Texas defensive line will be a strength. You got T'Vondre Sweat coming off one of the best performances for any defensive lineman in college football. As a matter of fact, he led all D tackles, according to Pro Football Focus, in pass rush win rates. Say that 5 times fast. It was around 37%. So he was really good. And Jalen Ford also was really good too. So, Texas defensive front, they'll be matched up against Alabama's offensive line, but then the Texas offensive line, I think Texas defensive front actually can win that battle or at least hold their own against the Alabama O-line. My concern would be in the trenches, the Texas O-line matching up against that Alabama defensive front and whether they can hold their own, because we saw them struggle a little bit versus Rice. So that's hopefully something that they can fix and remedy over the week with the practice that they have. If that Texas offensive line can hold up against the Alabama defensive front, then they can take advantage of the Texas matchup advantage, which I think they have in the passing game, because Alabama's got really good DBs. They do, but I don't think they have enough DBs to hold up in man coverage one-on-one with all the weapons Texas has. That includes Xavier Worthy, A.D. Mitchell, Jay Witt, J.T. Sanders thrown in that mix too. A lot of weapons that Texas has. So here is Sark talking about those weapons and also A.D. Mitchell and what he's brought to the wide receiving room.
Been a great addition. I really think AD provides a lot of energy to that receiver room. He's been in the fire. He's been in some big games, made some big plays in big games. So I think he brings kind of some instant credibility, but yet he backs it up with his work ethic and his play. He's very smart. What he provides is now when you start cheating safeties to Xavier, a one-on-one matchup with A.D. Mitchell's not ideal, and he can make you pay. And so, hopefully as we grow throughout the season, we find that really nice balance of utilizing kind of all 3 of our frontline guys, with Jay Witt being included, and the tight ends, and then, how we keep bringing along Ajante and those guys so that we can keep continuing to spread the ball around. And there's going to be games where we're going to have to kind of kickstart ourselves like we did Saturday, and we had to kind of get it to Xavier to get us going. But I think the balance of all those guys and then their ability to win one-on-one matchups is going to be big.
Now, remember last year when Texas faced Bama, Nick Saban's game plan was was pretty simple. He just played man coverage. Nick Saban believes man coverage is the best defensive coverage you can play, and they wanted to see if Quinn Ewers with that golden arm can make all the throws, and he proved he could indeed make all those throws when he didn't have to process the coverage. Yeah. And when you made him process the coverage on top of having to make the throw, that's when the mechanics and the footwork usually suffer. Nick Saban didn't know that last season. He knows that now. So I think you'll get man coverage. I'm just not sure if you'll get the man coverage that's so easily deciphered by Quinn Ewers. I think you'll get a lot more disguise and pre-snap shell movement, try to confuse that young quarterback and make it look different, the presentation and the packaging.
I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. And that's going to be the key, right? I mean, whichever quarterback plays a better game here has a real good chance to win the game. That's what we've talked about. The 5 losses that Alabama has at home since 2008. That's all they have, 5.
That's it.
As you said, right on point, Rod. It's either been elite quarterback play like Johnny Manziel or Joe Burrow, or it's been elite defense like LSU in 2011. Yep. I mean, you have to – and, gosh, if you could do both, well, then you got a pretty good chance.
Then you're Alabama, probably.
Do you think you can do it with near elite defense and just above average quarterback play?
No, I think you'll fall just short then.
Yeah.
I think if you want to do it, you need one of those, that defense or that quarterback to play an elite level for 4 quarters to give you the win in Tuscaloosa. I think if you played that way and you were away from Tuscaloosa, you could beat them. But in Tuscaloosa, as you pointed out, you only got five examples to go off of since, 2008? That's crazy. So I think that right now, if I had to bet, I'd bet the Texas defense is closer to playing at an elite level for that game more so than Quinn Ewers. But hey, man, it's going to be interesting to see how Sark comes out and tries to call this game for Quinn Ewers early. I think they're going to use X-Man as a decoy early on, because I think Nick Saban wants to take X-Man out of the game. So he may be the one that has the gravity where they roll coverage or they double X-Man or they bracket X-Man. And I think you can get man coverage potential. Or they'll put Kool-Aid McKinstry, their best cover guy, on X-Man and decide, you know what, we're going to see if he can just hold up against X-Man one-on-one. But that's dangerous because they move X-Men around so much. You put your best corner on him, your corner's got to be willing to travel and shadow him. And I don't know if Alabama's defense allows for that, but you could make the adjustment here. And that also, by the way, would confuse a young quarterback if you kind of change up the structural process of your defense and the protocols within your defense to allow your best corner to travel with Xavier Worthy.
Yeah, that would be interesting. And then, and that's where you have to rely on your depth and see if A.D. Mitchell can become your go-to guy at that point. Say, you know what, we'll find you're taking the best player away from, that's fine. But we have other guys. And we saw J.T. Sanders, light it up, and let's say this for A.D. Mitchell too. I'm assuming we talk about Sark being a little bit testy at the press conference. I'm assuming his new wide receivers coach, Chris Jackson, got an earful too in their meetings because A.D. Mitchell's got to block better.
Yeah, man.
A.D.'s got to block better.
Have some pride in that, bro. Have some pride in that.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm assuming that something along the lines of you learned better than that at Georgia. I mean, you didn't play at Georgia for the years you did without learning how to block. And
agreed.
Come on, man. That's just want to right there.
And there were multiple. It wasn't like you saw it one time. I'm sure he got an earful when he came back to the sideline after missing a one block, and then you saw him miss another one. So either he didn't get the earful after missing the one block, which is a problem. Yeah. That's a problem. That's coaching. Or he got the earful and still didn't listen, or at least he went in one ear and out the other, and he still missed another block later on. So I'm with you on that. I love Brennan Marion's quote that, hey, what you do without the football, that's how much that explains how much you love your teammate. Yeah, what you do without the football, that is your love language to your teammates, and blocking is a big part of that too. One other quick nugget that I'll just throw out there before we end this discussion for the time being about the Bama defense versus the Texas offense. And we had a texter bring this up yesterday. I thought it was a really good point. That's something I was going to explore in some of my film study. I want to know what Nick Saban's going to decide to do about the deep ball. Do you just, since Texas is so bad at it, do you go into the matchup with Texas having that lower on your priority list as something you want to defend, since Texas is really bad at it? The example the texter gave basically is that when you go up against a team in basketball that's bad at three-point shooting, you don't defend the three-point shot. Or you got an offensive player who doesn't have an outside shot, you don't defend that outside shot. You give it to him.
Let them shoot it.
If they're bad, exactly. You shoot yourself out of the game. You want it? Take it. You can have it. And you know who did this against Sark? Oklahoma State.
Yes, they did.
In 2022, they started flat-foot reading a lot of those third downs for Texas. And Sark would see the flat-foot reading, think to himself, well, they're flat-foot reading, and we're going to run right past them. And he did that with a lot of predetermined throws. But, yes, you could run right past them, but the defense, they would rally to catch up, right? They're going to rally to catch up, and you may have a step, but if it's such a low percentage pass for you and you don't you're not good at completing them anyway and you're highly inefficient at it, basically Oklahoma State decided we're going to give them the deep ball. We'll chase that deep ball and we'll rally to the deep ball, but what we're actually going to defend is the underneath. And we're going to flat-foot read everything at the first down marker, and we're going to run to the football and pursue with the football and tackle everything underneath. And that's why Sark threw more deep balls against Oklahoma State than he did against any other team. And if I'm Nick Saban, I might take that blueprint and go, I'll give them the deep ball. They can't complete it anyway. If he wants to keep throwing it, shoot yourself out of the game. I'm fine with that. But what I won't let you do is I won't let you rely on your strengths, which is short to intermediate game. I'm taking that away, and I'll give you your weakness.
Absolutely.
Beat me with your weakness. Can you do that?
Well, I will say I haven't been at that Oklahoma State game. The wind was blowing pretty bad. It
was
like 40 miles an hour, and that affected some of those balls. But you're right, the number is more than one game.
And you had a broke-hand quarterback throwing to a broke-hand receiver, which you would think would discourage you from throwing it deep, but it did not.
It did not.
It did not.
We'll come back when we do. It's What's Poppin', including. Oh, no. This was definitely not popping on a Delta Airlines flight, Rod. This is not good. This is not good. Plus, Ty's Degenerate Gambler, Sex Panther pick of the night. That's coming next. What is popping, people? Football season popping.
What's popping?
5 days in, 5 full days of football, including last night's Clemson-Duke shocker. Well, that means we have a calm before the storm, Rob. We have a couple nights without football. Big-time football.
The NFL.
And the NFL is back.
Oh, yeah, baby. That's going to be great.
You ready? You
I
ready?
am ready.
We'll do a lot of NFL tomorrow and Thursday, get you ready. Plus, obviously, it'll be all about Texas and Bama and the big games in college football's second weekend. But what's popping for you today and tonight? You got big plans, things you're going to watch, things you're going to do?
I don't have a huge plan. I'm going to watch some more Bama film.
Please.
Try to watch Bama's defense, focus more on the Bama D. Also, I'm going to watch Billions because I hadn't watched the Billions from this weekend.
I don't think there was an episode this week.
Oh, did they not have one?
I think because of Labor Day,
they skip
skipped
it?
a week.
Okay.
They did have, though, Rod, a new episode of the Lakers show, The Winning Time.
Oh, nice.
And that was one of my favorite episodes yet. It really was.
This is I heard now Pat Riley's about to now become the head coach.
And this is not a spoiler alert because this all happened in real life. Like Magic Johnson forced Paul Westhead out since he said he wanted to be traded or he wasn't playing. And that was really the first example of that in sports where a player got a coach fired. And a coach who had won a championship already.
Because the owner preferred the player.
Yes. Jerry Buss. And so and they didn't have another coach. Like Jerry Buss was fine to fire Paul Westhead, but they didn't and he wanted to have Jerry West coach the team, and Jerry didn't want to do it. So Pat Riley. It was a really well acted. I mean, Adrian Brody doing a great job as Pat Riley. He's such a good actor. And again, you gotta suspend some belief, but these are all actual events that they've having some Hollywood liberties with. But I thought it was a real good episode.
Okay, yeah, no, I haven't finished watching the first season. I want to watch it, but I gotta finish the first. I'm not gonna start the second without finishing.
Get the first one first.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, so yes, that was popping for me. I got to see that. I enjoyed it. Thought it was good.
I started watching that Lioness show.
Ooh, how is it
on Paramount? It's pretty damn good, man. Did you ever watch Homeland?
Yes, I loved Homeland.
Homeland, it's got Homeland vibes. I'll give you that. It's
With
got
Claire Danes?
Yeah. Oh, Homeland was such a good show.
At the beginning, it kind of jumped the shark at one point.
Yeah, toward the end, but it was good.
Real good.
Real good. It's got some of those vibes. Zoe Saldana's in it. Morgan Freeman's in it. Nicole Kidman. Good cast, too.
Real good cast.
Good cast, yeah.
You know what else is popping, Rod, is new music out there. I've told you, I love when new music comes out. Get to check it out. The new Turnpike Troubadours album is really good. I recommend that. Also, Rod, that new Zach Bryan album that everyone's fired up
People
about.
People have been talking about it. It's buzz everywhere.
There are 16 songs on the album.
Yeah, he's not trying to jip you.
And all 16 are right now in the top 50 of the Billboard Hot 50.
Yeah,
all
man.
16 songs, including the duet he does with Casey Musgraves, which is the #1 song.
I think
it's a good song.
It's the highest rated on iTunes, like of all the songs.
I can usually judge things like that. If I like the songs in the album and my wife also likes them, then it usually is going to be a very popular
You got a good
album.
ear for what the mainstream gen pop would like.
Well, I like a lot of things that my wife doesn't like, and then that's not going to be generally Wilco and a lot of these other things that I love so much. But at the same time, this one's both. This one is really well written. He's a really good songwriter, and his voice is tremendous. So Zach Bryan is a comet at this point, and everybody's getting on.
He's got a tour starting,
big tour next
Pretty
year.
soon,
next
Just
year.
finished one and just planned another one.
Well, remember,
he just finished one too, and he's going on another one.
But he's doing a stadium tour, Rod. Like I can tell you,
like football stadiums,
next
soccer
August
stadiums.
he's playing at Cowboy Stadium.
Yeah,
and think about this: Jason Isbell and the 400 unit are opening up for him.
That's wild.
And the Turnpike Troubadours are going to open up for him.
His opening acts are acts you'd go see alone.
Right. But they can't fill up stadiums.
Headliners, yeah.
They can't fill up, but they'll do that for stadium, and they'll get a full set. They won't do like an opener. They'll do their own full set, and then it'll be a great 4 hours of music, I would guess. But yeah, highly recommend. It is popping. This is not popping, Rod. A Delta flight from Atlanta to Barcelona, transatlantic flight, forced to turn around and make an emergency landing after a passenger had the RIA all throughout the plane.
Come on, man.
All throughout the plane, it says here. The Airbus A350, 2 hours into the flight from Georgia to Spain, they had to come back. An alleged Federal Aviation Authority flight was stripped, and it says they confirmed the situation was a biohazard.
How old was this person?
I don't have any. That's the only information we have.
It's only acceptable for you. You're like somebody who's 10 years old or younger, or somebody who's like 80 years or older. Other than that, unacceptable to just, diarrhea on your way to the bathroom.
Sure. Can you believe you're going? I mean, this is a long flight anyhow. Atlanta to Spain.
How'd they do that? They thought it was a short
Somebody got sick.
Somebody got.
And then a bunch of people probably got sick too watching that. Ty, what's your pick of the night? Sex Panther.
We're gonna go ahead and take the Nationals at home against the Mets.
Washington against the Mutts.
That
We'll
Mutts.
grade that tomorrow. You had the Rangers yesterday. That was a loser. Good luck with Ty's pick tonight. Rod, have a great Tuesday.
You too, brother.
Let's do it again on a Wednesday,
Let's
6
go.
a.m. Jim Rome next.